Good morning, everybody, and thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. It is Monday, October 4th. Right after 6 a.m. Eastern Time here on the East Coast. Starting you off with a Live Now look over the Orlando city skyline, lit up this morning as the sun has not yet risen here on the East Coast. Well, I wanted to start you out there this morning because that is where I am joining you from. Good morning, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from our East Coast hub here in Orlando, Florida. I'll be with you for the next several hours before our Phoenix hosts take over around 10-11 a.m. Eastern Time. You'll be joined by Christy Larson this morning before Daytona Everett also joins you later on in the day as well. I do want to let you know that I've got your morning brief ready to go for you. That's the top stories that you want and need to know about as you are starting your Monday morning. Maybe you're getting ready for work, maybe you're getting ready for school. Either way, thank you so much for being with us here and trusting us to bring you all of the major headlines each and every day. I actually do want to start off with some breaking news that we've got for you this morning. Here is a Live Now look from the scene. Now, we are following this breaking news specifically out of Philadelphia this morning. Reports coming out of Philadelphia saying a gunman is in custody after shooting at least 3 people. Police say a man wearing hospital scrubs, a mask, and a backpack shot and killed an unidentified victim at Thomas Jefferson University Hospital. I actually do want to bring you some more video that we've gotten from the scene, courtesy of our Fox 29 Philadelphia team. We actually will be speaking with this reporter here in just a couple of minutes, around 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time, so a little more than a half hour. But again, police say a man wearing hospital scrubs, a mask, and a backpack shot and killed an unidentified victim at Thomas Jefferson University Hospital. The suspect then fled the area in a U-Haul truck before being tracked down by police in a different section of the city. As officers responded, the suspect fired on them, hitting one in the arm and grazing the other on the nose. Officers returned fire on the suspect, injuring him. The suspect has not been identified but is currently in custody and in the hospital. There's no word yet on the suspect's condition. So again, we will be speaking with our Fox 29 Philadelphia team at around 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. So stay with us here as we continue to bring you developments on this breaking news that we have for you this Monday morning. Meanwhile, I also do want to let you know that we are following the case of Brian Laundrie, the search for him, the boyfriend, fiance of 22-year-old now deceased Gabby Petito. It has been almost 3 weeks since he was last seen or heard from by his family. Meanwhile, we had a new development over the last 24 hours. A hiker contacting police over the weekend after an encounter he said he had with a man believed to be Brian Laundrie. Police have been looking for him for weeks now again, so I do want to bring you the latest story from our Fox News correspondent Charles Watson. He's been following this case from the very beginning.
A potential new lead in the search for Gabby Petito's boyfriend, Brian Laundrie. Hiker Dennis Davis telling Fox News he was hiking early Saturday morning along the Appalachian Trail in North Carolina when a man driving a white Ford F-150 pickup truck stopped him and asked for directions.
I said, well, I'm not from around here, but what are you trying to find? And he said, man, I need to go to California. And I was like, wow, well, I don't know the directions to California, but he said, yeah, he said, me and my girlfriend had a fight and man, I love her and she called me and I need to go out to California to see her.
After the encounter, Davis says he looked up photos of Laundrie and says there's no doubt in his mind that the man he saw was the wanted fugitive.
I'm absolutely 100% sure that was the guy. My heart was thumping. And I immediately called the FBI back and I said, listen, I just called you guys, but I'm telling you, this was the guy.
The Haywood County Sheriff's Office says it sent a few deputies to the area, but did not find Laundrie or the white truck. Meanwhile, protesters continued to gather outside the Laundrie family home in Northport, Florida, demanding the family be more transparent about their son's potential whereabouts.
You guys have been lying from day one. We want the truth.
Laundrie is officially wanted on bank fraud charges, but he remains the only person of interest in the death investigation of his girlfriend, Gabby Petito. In Northport, Florida, Charles Watson, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Charles Watson for that report. Be sure to stick with us here on Live Now from Fox, everybody, at 7:45 a.m. Eastern Time, and then again at 9:15 a.m. Eastern Time. We will be checking in with our Fox 13 Tampa team. They have also been out there in Northport, Florida, following every development in this story. But this latest one is actually coming from up north. So we're going to be speaking with Fox 13 Tampa's Jennifer Holton to break down everything for us. Meanwhile, we had a tragic update in a story that we were following right here in our own backyard in Orlando, Florida. Deputies discovering what they believe to be the body of 19-year-old Miya Marcano in a local Central Florida condominiums complex over the weekend. The family of Miya is now demanding justice and wants to see changes at the apartment complex where their loved one was last seen. Let's get the latest from our Fox 35 Orlando team.
You can see just how loved 19-year-old Miya Marcano was. Her big family, all grieving her tragic loss.
Her life cannot be taken in vain. One thing Miya taught us is to just love everybody.
Deputies say her body was believed to be found Saturday morning at a different apartment complex after she was last seen at the Arden Villas where she lived and worked. Deputies say last week a maintenance worker at the complex used a master key fob to enter her room. Later that night, Miya was missing. They named Armando Caballero as a suspect. Her family is now questioning why he was able to get inside and is calling for change.
You shouldn't feel unsafe where you live. That's supposed to be everyone's safe space. When you don't feel safe somewhere, you're supposed to be able to say, I'm going to go home, wrap myself up in a blanket and feel okay, and that's just not acceptable.
The family attorney tells me a lawsuit has not been filed yet, but says they are ready to pursue one. They're calling on extensive background checks. They claim security cameras did not work and want better security policies.
Miya's death was preventable. There is just no way that this man should have had access to her apartment or anyone else's apartment.
The apartment complex hasn't responded to comment today, but last week told Fox 35 they are taking proactive steps to enhance security and that they put a guard at the front gate to document who comes and goes. They also say maintenance requests will be by appointment. The family is demanding more.
You should not have to implement changes after the fact when something like this is just really common sense. When a person goes into somebody's apartment, there should be a reason. If there's no reason to go into that apartment, then they should not have access to.
Again, a very tragic update to a story that we have been following for over a week now. Stay with us because it's 7:15 a.m. Eastern Time. We will be checking in with Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie, who is following this story this morning right here in our own backyard as well. Meanwhile, staying on top of this story for just a moment, the unrelated death of Miya and another college girl has sent shockwaves through multiple Florida universities. Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff has the latest from Washington, D.C.
These two women were both living and attending college in Florida. Both were reported missing just days apart and both met a brutal end, but police do not believe these cases are connected. Yesterday, authorities in Orange County, Florida revealed that they located the body of 19-year-old Miya Marcano. The Valencia College student was reported missing by her family on September 24th after missing a flight home to South Florida.
Our hearts are broken. Everyone wanted this outcome to be different.
Marcano's body was found in a wooded area near her apartment complex. On the same day she went missing, investigators discovered that a 27-year-old maintenance worker had improperly used an access key to enter her home.
We are not looking for any other people. We believe pretty conclusively that Armando Caballero is responsible for this crime.
Police say the victim had repeatedly rebuffed romantic advances by Caballero. He was found dead by apparent suicide. In the death of 21-year-old University of South Florida student Sheridan Wall, no potential suspects have been named.
We have found a body on our property. Oh my
at
God.
the I-5 station.
Was it wrapped or anything, or just laying out?
Nope, she just laid out on the grass.
Her body was found on September 21st on a South Carolina road 10 miles down from where her burned-out car was located. All had been visiting the Myrtle Beach area and had planned to return to Tampa on the 19th, the day her mom reported her missing. In this case, authorities have remained tight-lipped, while cause of death is still pending. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
All right, everybody, and here is a live now look over the city of Orlando, Florida. Very somber weekend for Orlando, as now many have so many questions regarding the death of Miya Marcano, the only person of interest in this case confirmed dead last week. So we are going to be staying on top of this case here on Live Now from Fox. Again, we'll be checking in with our Fox 35 Orlando team here in just a little bit. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. For those of you who don't see that break, we're going to continue to watch this beautiful skyline this morning. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. A little after 6:15 a.m. here on the East Coast, taking a beautiful look over the National Harbor Ferris wheel out there near our nation's capital. I do want to head out to Washington, D.C. for these next couple of top stories we have for you this morning. The first Women's March in 2017 drew millions to Washington, D.C. in support of women's rights. Well, now in its 5th year, marches all over the country emerged Saturday, keeping that message alive with a renewed sense of purpose amid a slew of legislation in multiple states targeting abortion. Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff has this story from Washington, D.C.
Thousands walking along the National Mall Saturday in D.C. for the 5th year of the Women's March, with similar demonstrations taking place in dozens of cities across the country. The theme of this year's march is protecting women's right to choose, after Texas and other states either passed or proposed laws that significantly restrict abortions. In Arizona, a judge blocked components of a new abortion law that would have brought felony charges against doctors that perform abortions due to genetic abnormalities. Despite that ruling, activists say it's still a setback for women's medical freedom.
This is a ban on abortion. It is an outright ban, and we have to refer to it as such.
Because healthcare is a human right, whether it's for men or women, and I'm really tired of men making decisions for our bodies.
The Supreme Court begins a new term next week, and after they denied a request last month to block Texas's new law from taking effect, there's concern that the now conservative majority could put the future of Roe v. Wade in jeopardy.
I'm sick and tired of having to fight over abortion rights. It's settled law in the nation, and you are not taking that right away from us. Not now, not ever.
The court is set to hear a case in December regarding a Mississippi law that bans most abortions after 15 weeks. If that law is allowed to stand, it could threaten the protections provided by Roe v. Wade that have been in place for nearly 50 years. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
In Washington, D.C., and bringing you out to a Live Now look we have of the House in our nation's capital. President Biden has his work cut out as he tries to get lawmakers to pass his two big spending proposals. Biden not only has to win over reluctant Republicans, members of his own party are expressing concern about the price tag the bills carry. Fox News correspondent Spun has more.
As a U.S. Senator, Joe Biden spent almost 40 years on Capitol Hill compromising. But there is a palpable tension, not between Republicans and Democrats, which is to be expected, but between Democrats and Democrats. The president is spending the weekend in Wilmington, Delaware. Yesterday, he told reporters on the South Lawn he'll take his time pushing infrastructure and social spending, but he and advisors are telling progressives they must come off their $3.5 trillion top line for that social spending bill.
What we've said from the beginning is it's never been about the price tag. It's about what we want to deliver. The price tag comes out of that. So we understand that the 3.5 we thought was negotiated already is clearly not negotiated.
But moderates like Josh Gottheimer from New Jersey want to prioritize an infrastructure bill, roads, bridges, traditional infrastructure. He's worked alongside Republicans to make sure that will pass. He's complaining that progressives, along with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, continue to hold up infrastructure so social spending can move through. He put out a statement Friday. It's deeply regrettable that Speaker Pelosi breached her firm public commitment to members of Congress and the American people to hold a vote and to pass the once-in-a-century bipartisan infrastructure bill on or before September 27th. But one of the president's top advisors, Cedric Richmond, a former member of Congress himself, is playing the middle road, hoping that divisions between Democrats do not become permanent, also telling Chris Wallace on Fox News Sunday the bills may become one in a sense.
Their future may be intertwined a little bit. We don't necessarily agree that it is that they're mutually exclusive.
Meanwhile, there's another clock ticking, raising the nation's debt ceiling before it hits its limit later this month. At the White House, David Spunt, Fox News.
All right, thank you to David Spun for that report. Again, this is something that we are going to keep tabs on here on Live Now from Fox. Going to be another busy week out there in our nation's capital. However, we are heading from Washington, D.C. out to a Live Now look we have right now of Austin, Texas, the capital of the Lone Star State. A new emphasis from the Biden administration regarding the southern border on who it chooses to detain and deport. Apparently, just being an illegal immigrant is no longer enough for arrest and removal. Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul is in Del Rio, Texas, with the latest on this story.
When the waters of the Rio Grande are low and the sun is shining bright, That's when they make their move. Troopers clock them as they take their first steps into the river, and a few splashes and a helping hand later, these migrants are in the land of the free.
Freedom. Freedom. That's the word.
Tatiana and her group made the journey from Cuba, leaving everything behind.
Yes, my family, my father, mother, grandfather, my brother. I'm just coming with this.
Just a bag and a few personal items to start a new life in a new country.
Come around. We'll meet you at the gate.
Depending on their situation, many of these migrants are handed over to Border Patrol. They're loaded up and then processed, often given a notice to appear for a later date in court, then released into the U.S. During the Trump administration, agents were able to detain anyone who entered the U.S. illegally. And while a judge just ruled the Biden administration can still expel families due to COVID using Title 42, under a new directive, the act of migrating itself won't be a focus to arrest or deport. The emphasis will be on those who pose a threat to national security or public safety. But after the last massive migrant surge, border towns like Del Rio are bracing for what could be up the road.
Del Rio is a success story for them. Del Rio already looks like the point of entrance again.
However, for migrants like Tatiana, the concern is who they left behind.
My heart's have pain because they don't have anything like this. Food, freedom, nothing.
The mayor here in Del Rio, Texas says right now they have information that 20 to 50,000 migrants are in Mexico looking for a place to cross. Some authorities estimate that number could be as high as 60,000 people, and they could arrive here along the border within weeks. In Del Rio, Texas, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Jeff Paul for that report. The situation at the U.S.-Mexico border is something that we are following very closely here on Live Now from Fox, so be sure to stick with our team for any updates and developments. I do want to head out to the Middle East for just a moment here as we bring you these next couple of stories from Afghanistan. A deadly bombing at the entrance of a mosque in Kabul, Afghanistan over the weekend is the most recent attack in a series of violent incidents in the area being blamed on ISIS-K. And there's increasing concern that the bloodshed could ultimately lead to a civil war in Afghanistan. Fox News correspondent Benjamin Hall has the latest on this story.
Another worrying development out of Afghanistan today, and it is one that both experts and government officials alike had warned about, that when the US leave and the Taliban take over, there is likely to be an uptick in attacks from groups like ISIS. That in turn leads to chaos and down the road to civil war. The attack today took place at the entrance of the Eidgah Mosque in Kabul, targeting a memorial service for the mother of the Taliban spokesman. At least 8 civilians were killed and more were wounded. Although there was no immediate claim of responsibility, ISIS-K are the key suspects. And since the Taliban took over, attacks by this ISIS affiliate have increased dramatically. Indeed, there was another deadly ISIS attack today in Jalalabad that left 4 dead. And in the last week alone, ISIS-K have claimed a series of other attacks in the country's east, killing dozens of civilians and Taliban fighters. Today's attack was also the first such assault in Kabul since an ISIS suicide bomber killed 13 US soldiers and over 200 civilians near the Kabul airport during that chaotic withdrawal in late August. Experts have warned that a civil war in Afghanistan could replicate the chaos seen in Syria, from which ISIS was able to carve out its first caliphate. The only difference being the US had a presence in and around Syria. They do not now in or around Afghanistan. The bottom line is if the Taliban cannot offer security to the people they claim to govern by stopping attacks like this, if they continue to struggle to pay government salaries, and if they continue to subjugate a large portion of their population, I'm thinking here about women, they will struggle to govern effectively. And that very quickly leads to chaos, then civil war, and that is not a good thing for US national security. In London, Benjamin Hall, Fox News.
Meanwhile, it's been just over a month since the Taliban regained control of Afghanistan, and residents say they fear for the future of their young children. They want the young to have an opportunity to receive an education, but not the kind of schooling the Taliban rulers are expected to establish. We are going to stay in the Middle East for this next report from Fox's Trey Yingst. He's been doing a really stellar job out there covering post-withdrawal of U.S. troops and how the Taliban plans to accommodate the life of all of their civilians. So let's get the latest from Fox's Trey Yingst.
The Taliban is trying to implement religious law and education, and with Afghanistan experiencing financial disaster, the future of the country is looking very dark.
For me, it's very difficult because I have 2 kids. I cannot control myself. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say to find my husband. If I cannot find my husband, I don't know the future of my 2 kids. There are no jobs and there is no money.
Hasina lost her husband when a suicide bomber targeted Kabul's airport last month. She's now trying to take care of her kids and get them a proper education, something that will be difficult under Taliban rule.
The best path to invest in our children is to educate our children first. We can provide tanks, we can provide guns. Why we cannot provide the pen for their child?
With the Taliban in control, religion will play an integral role in education, and it could have long-lasting effects on the future generations in Afghanistan. Most Taliban fighters studied in religious madrasas in Pakistan and Afghanistan. The group now wants to widely teach their strict interpretation of Sharia law. This commander from Logar province was in charge of a unit that included suicide bombers, roadside bomb makers, and combat fighters. He says the Taliban fought too hard not to have their laws put into practice.
For the last 40 years, we did not fight for personal reasons, not for power. We fought for the sake of God. We want Islamic rules in this country and to have a peaceful life.
To give you a sense of how radical these Taliban fighters are, we spoke with a group earlier this week who said they all signed up to be suicide bombers. They added, unfortunately, their names were not picked. In Kabul, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Again, huge shout out to Trey Yingst. He has been out in the Middle East for months now, speaking with locals about their fears, about their concerns under Taliban rule. So whenever we can bring you his reports, we certainly like to hear on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, want to stick here in the United States for this next Afghanistan-related top story. The Department of Homeland Security is not denying a report hundreds of the 53,000 Afghans being hosted here on military bases have left the installations. Certain media outlets report about 700 Afghans are no longer staying on the bases, prompting concern about the refugees' medical statuses, among other issues, as they try to take their place in American society. Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson has been following this story, so let's listen to his latest report.
There are now over 53,000 Afghan refugees spread out over 8 bases in the United States. As you mentioned, some 700 have already decided to leave on their own. The Department of Homeland Security says they are not breaking any laws by doing so. DHS did not refute the Reuters story, only saying if Afghans choose to leave the bases, they are responsible for completing any medical requirements on their own and may forfeit other benefits. Afghan refugees were only supposed to be on the bases for days or weeks. Now that mission has been extended for months, according to the top general for U.S. forces in North America.
We're prepared to be here as long as we need to conduct this mission. That's best addressed by DHS, the lead federal agency. We stand ready to support. We'll be ready if we need to support through the winter months and into the spring.
There are still 14,000 Afghan refugees at bases overseas, including at Ramstein in Germany, waiting for flights to the U.S. that have been suspended for weeks because of a measles outbreak. Now General Van Herk says all Afghans have been vaccinated for measles, and those flights should resume soon. He says 84% of Afghan refugees have received the coronavirus vaccine. Fox News asked the general why Afghans were fully vaccinated against measles, but not for the coronavirus. He says he has a bigger worry.
I wanted to remind Lucas is that the COVID positivity rate is 0.4%, less than 1%. And so, we haven't had significant challenges. I will tell you that the task force's concern is primarily flu outbreak at this point, and we're working hard to get the flu vaccine as well across all of the Afghans.
Last week, a female U.S. Army soldier at Fort Bliss in Texas says she was assaulted by a group of male Afghan refugees. 2 other Afghans were arrested at Fort McCoy in Wisconsin, one for allegedly assaulting a child, the other for assaulting his wife. In Washington, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
All right, everybody, we are going from our nation's capital out to a live now look we have of the Houston, Texas skyline. Looking like a lot of people are already on that commute to work on this Monday morning. About a little after 5:30 a.m. out there. Now, I do want to head out there for this next top story. It was breaking news that we brought to you on Friday, and we are continuing to follow this morning. The man accused of shooting a principal at Yes Prep Southwest Secondary School out there in the Houston area has his bail set for more than $5 million. Officials say Dexter Kelsey, who is 25 years old, shot through the glass door in the front of the school building located in Southwest Houston midday Friday. From there, he was able to get into the school and open fire. Police say Kelsey is a former student of the school and confessed to his role in the shooting. Fox 26's Matthew Seedorf spoke with some of the principal's loved ones as well as locals who are just completely shocked from this situation.
Shock and horror at Yes Prep Southwest School Friday in Houston.
He's outside the main entrance with a gun.
A man armed with a rifle shooting his way into the building.
We got shell casings inside, so we're up against the rifle. Anybody coming in this building, make sure you got your plates and helmets.
The front door, it's a glass door, it was locked. He gained entry by shooting through a glass door.
So they said he's inside the front office.
One person shot, identified as school principal Eric Espinoza.
Oh my God!
More than 1,000 middle school and high school students safely evacuated with their hands up.
Keep your hands up, don't do that.
Many now calling their principal a hero.
I was at lunch and the principal came running in there telling us to run and get out.
He was the one that alerted us that we were in the cafeteria. He was the one that came running.
The principal's sister tells Fox 26, "Thank you for your prayers for our family. My brother is okay."
Me and a male is wearing a poncho and a black shirt, rain boots at the front desk.
25-year-old Dexter Kelsey arrested at the school. The former Yes Prep Southwest student now charged with aggravated assault against a public servant in deadly conduct.
I wasn't told that he said anything. I know he surrendered without incident.
Yes Prep Public Schools tweeting Saturday, "We are thinking about our students, staff, and families today, and we're thankful Principal Espinoza is home recovering. There are counselors ready to follow up with students needing support."
At first, we just thought it was like just a drill, regular drill.
Reporting in Houston, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 26 News.
And from Houston out to another live now look we have from the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania area. Again, everybody, this is breaking news that we are following this morning, and in just about 10 minutes we are going to check in with our Fox 29 Philadelphia team. We are following the reports coming out of Philadelphia saying that a gunman is in custody after shooting at least 3 people. Again, police say a man wearing hospital scrubs, a mask, and a backpack shot and killed an unidentified victim at Thomas Jefferson University Hospital. The suspect then fled the area in a U-Haul truck before being tracked down by police in a different section of the city. As officers responded, the suspect fired on them, hitting one in the arm and grazing the other on the nose. Officers returned fire on the suspect, injuring him, and the suspect has not yet been identified, but we do know that he is currently in custody and in the hospital. No word yet on his condition as well. So again, stay with us here as we check in with our Fox 29 Philadelphia team in just about 10 minutes. However, when we come back, I do want to let you know that we are going to be heading out to a live now look we have of Spain, the volcano out there in the islands, still erupting erupting and causing lava flow to so many neighboring communities. We're also going to be talking about an oil spill in Huntington Beach. So stay with us, everybody. We're going to have some more top stories when you return. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Little after 6:40 a.m. here on the East Coast. You are taking a Live Now look as red hot lava is continuing to spew from a volcano on an island in Spain. We are going to check in with Fox News correspondent Jackie Ibanez about this story here in just a minute. But first, we do have some more news to bring you from over the weekend. Thousands of gallons of crude oil spilled into the water near Huntington Beach, California over the weekend, and officials in Orange County say divers are out investigating the exact cause of the spill. Let's get the latest from Fox's Chris DeMeo.
Miles of beaches in Southern California were closed Sunday as crews raced to contain damage from a major oil spill. It's considered one of the largest in the region's recent history, pouring at least 126,000 gallons of crude oil into water off the Orange County coast.
We have boats deployed that are recovering oil that is able to be recovered, and we have teams, shoreline assessment teams on the shore that are assessing where that oil is landing.
The leak was first reported on Saturday, and by Sunday morning, oil slicks were visible in the ocean. Waves washed tar as well as dead birds and fish onto a stretch of sand in Huntington Beach, prompting closures that officials warned could last weeks or months. The spill reportedly originated from a broken pipeline just miles off the coast of Huntington Beach. Divers are still working to investigate exactly how the spill started.
We currently have divers on location at the potential source site. We are investigating the source and potential cause of this incident.
In nearby Newport Beach, officials urged people to avoid areas impacted by the oil spill.
We're strongly advising all of the residents to refrain from any activity on the beach like swimming, surfing, biking, walking, as well as gathering at this time.
Orange County officials sent a letter to President Biden requesting a major disaster declaration to secure federal assistance for cleanup efforts. Chris DeMeo, Fox News.
A very sad story out there in California. We will be in touch with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team to potentially get a live update on this situation a little bit later this morning here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, heading back out to Spain this morning as we continue to follow this story for several weeks now. Red hot lava spewing from a volcano on an island in Spain. The country's prime minister vowing to rebuild as the eruption gains strength. Fox News correspondent Jackie Ibanez has more on this story.
2 weeks after first erupting, a volcano on the Spanish island of La Palma is raising new concerns. Authorities report the volcano is erupting more aggressively and continuing to show intense activity, blowing open 2 more fissures, or narrow cracks, about 50 feet apart. Those new fissures are sending more red-hot lava toward the Atlantic Ocean, alongside an earlier lava flow that reached the sea last week.
2 new mouths of the volcano appeared, separated by about 15 meters between them, located below the main cone. They're emitting lava in an effusive way and advancing through by favorable topography.
Since the volcano first erupted, more than 1,000 homes have been destroyed and thousands of residents forced to evacuate. The volcano is also sending smoke, steam, and toxic gases into the air, forcing stay-at-home orders to be put into effect. Over the weekend, some of those orders were lifted, but officials urged people to limit their time outdoors. On Sunday, Spain's prime minister vowed to rebuild the island and added that it's safe for tourists to visit, even as the volcano shows no signs of slowing down.
It continues to release lava, and therefore its consequences are obvious, both from the point of view of material losses, but also from the point of view of the health of La Palma residents.
Spanish officials say the evacuation of 6,000 people last month helped prevent any deaths. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome and thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. So we are going from international news back out to the U.S., taking a Live Now look as the sun is beginning to rise out there in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Now, we are following a tragic turn of events out there this morning. A nurse assistant has been killed and 2 officers were injured during a shooting that took place around 12:08 this morning when police rushed to the hospital for reports of a shooting. Now, I do want to bring into the conversation our very own Fox 29 Philadelphia's Shayna Ferreira. She is live at the hospital where the officers and the suspect are located and being treated for their injuries this morning. Shayna, good morning to you. Such a tragic turn of events. What can you tell us?
Well, good morning to you, Regina. That's right. Very tragic turn of events when you think about the scope of what happened here in the city and how fast police officers had to work to address the situation and get to the bottom of it. We could tell you that it was an active shooter situation, not here, but at Jefferson Hospital. Now, where we are, we're in near the University City area, so we're at Presbyterian, but where that shooter situation took place was Jefferson. So I want to make that distinction. We're talking about 2 hospitals here, but just after midnight, police officers responded to the area on the 9th floor for a report of an active shooter situation. When they arrived, they found a 43-year-old CNA, a certified nursing assistant, who was shot to death. A 55-year-old suspect then fled that area in a U-Haul in Scrubs. He was found a short time later, around 1:30 in the morning or so, with what appears to be some kind of a rifle. He wearing a police guard of sorts. So he was wearing some kind of body armor and scrubs. He was shooting rounds into the air. That's when officers were able to locate that suspect. But then more gunfire broke out at that moment. That's when officers fired rounds at the suspect. The suspects then fired rounds at the officers. We're talking about 4 officers that fired when they found this armed suspect. Only 2 were hit. One of them hit in the elbow. The other officer was grazed in the nose. Now, officers did again return fire to that suspect, and it was hard to take him down, according to officers, because at first they didn't realize that he was wearing a body armor. So eventually they got him down. They hit him both in the upper body and also part of the neck. Once they managed to get him down, they managed to rush him to Presbyterian Hospital, where he is listed in critical condition. They have not identified the suspect at this moment, but according to police, they do believe this was a targeted attack on that specific certified nursing assistant that unfortunately died in that situation. So again, 2 officers were injured in the situation. One of them will require surgery. One of them was hit in the elbow, but again, both are stable at this time, according to officers. We did hear from Police Commissioner Danielle Outlaw of the Philadelphia Police Department, who says, you know, she's thankful that those officers are doing okay, considering, and this could have been far worse when you think of the scope of what an active shooter situation ends up unfolding into. When you have someone who has access to a hospital who managed to get to the 9th floor, you imagine hospital security is very tight. You need to be able to tap in to access certain hallways and certain elevators. So you had a person with access and and a gun that was managed to get in and commit the crime that he committed and get out when he got out. But luckily he was able to get caught by police. Right now we're just standing by for more information on a motive, because at this time we know that both of them work together, the suspect and the victim at this time, but also at this time we're working to figure out exactly how this took place. It's unclear if the suspect was even working at this time. We don't know if he was working, if he was actually on the clock, or if he actually just went in to carry out the attack. So overall, definitely a sad day in the city of Philadelphia when you think about the situation that happened, but the commissioner thankful that it could have been worse when you think of the scope of what a lot of these active shooter situations often turn into. So again, this is actually, for context, we're looking at the 2nd active shooter situation in the city of Philadelphia within 4 days' time. So certainly not the best time to be in the city. Officers have a lot of work ahead of them. They're actually canvassing the area near West Philadelphia where that second gunfire exchange, so to speak, took place where they were able to locate that suspect. So they're set to be there. It's right actually outside of a school. It's called School of the Future in West Philadelphia, where they located that suspect after he fled the scene of the hospital. So there's a number of police officers. It's taped off, it's blocked off as they work to gain more access to some of that evidence as they piece together just what happened. It's still unclear how many weapons this person had. We know he had at least one handgun that was recovered, and he also had some kind of a rifle that was used to fire back at officers. But again, they're waiting till daylight at this point to kind of count the shell casings and anything else they can find over at that part of the scene. So we have multiple scenes here we're working at, but here is where those 2 officers that were injured are being treated.
Well, Shayna, you really hit everything that we could possibly know at this very moment on the head. As it still remains a very active investigation, do we know if the hospital is on lockdown right now?
At the moment, still unclear on that. We know that for now we're at Presbyterian and it's been open at this time. So still unclear in terms of where the investigation stands. At Jefferson, we're all unfolded, but so far we know that there is a police presence there as well.
Got you. And now, do you expect that we will hear from police at some point again throughout the day as they get more information?
You know, pretty unclear. It was a pretty spontaneous press conference that the commissioner had gave at about 4 o'clock this morning. So when we know, we normally kind of have to scramble to get that information out and respond to it. But as of right now, no indication if police will give an update. I'm sure if once they kind of have more information in terms of identifications of the suspect and the victim, I'm sure they'll be able to update us with that.
Absolutely. Well, Shayna, we really thank you so much for joining us this morning with all of this information. We'll continue to stay in touch with you and your team. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, everybody, here is a live now look again at the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania skyline. Again, a very somber Monday morning out there as we have learned that a nurse assistant has been killed and 2 Philadelphia police officers have been injured. Again, as you heard Shayna say, this situation could have been even more worse. So the officers are thankful that their colleagues are okay. They did hold a press conference at around 3:30 this morning, as you heard her mention. So we will work to bring you that here a little bit later on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll continue on with some more top stories when we come back. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are taking a Live Now look over the city of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. If you are just joining our coverage, we were just joined by our Fox 29 Philadelphia reporter, Shayna Ferreira. She was out there in front of a hospital where 2 Philadelphia police officers are recovering from injuries this morning sustained in an incident where a person walked into a hospital earlier this morning and opened fire. We do know that a nurse assistant has been killed and 2 officers were injured during the standoff that occurred about a block away. So this is something that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. We know that the suspect was a 55-year-old man and shot his male co-worker 6 times on the 9th floor of the hospital. So stick with us here on Live Now from Fox. This is something that we are going to continue to follow throughout the morning as each new development happens. Meanwhile, again, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. We are continuing on with your morning brief. It's the top stories that you may want to know about as you start your Monday morning. It is October 4th, and we thank you for being here each and every day with us as we bring you all of the major news we are following. I do want to get on to some coronavirus and consumer-related news here on Live Now from Fox. California announcing one of the boldest vaccination mandates to date as the U.S. surpasses a grim milestone in its fight to end the pandemic. Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman has the latest from Los Angeles.
First state to mandate vaccination shots for all public and private school students ages 12 to 17. The mandate would go into effect for students in grades K through 12 after the FDA fully approves the vaccine for students in those age groups.
We want to get this thing done. We want to end this pandemic. We are all exhausted by it. And the purpose of this is to continue to lead in that space.
So far, parents are split on whether it's the right approach.
There's a lot of other vaccines that are already mandated. I feel like this vaccine has been tested very rigorously, and I think it's a good idea.
My kids were like, what are we going to do, Mom? I'm like, I'm going to pull you out of school. We're going to homeschool, and we're going to figure this out.
The push to speed up vaccinations comes as the U.S. surpasses 700,000 deaths from coronavirus, the most reported of any country in the world. The White House working to mitigate the spread of this virus, saying part of the solution lies in getting booster shots to those who need them.
Nearly 2 million booster shots in the first week. That's a very strong start.
And new research suggests they're needed. A new study found antibodies from the Pfizer vaccine disappear within 7 months. Some school districts already have the vaccine mandate in place, including LA Unified, the second largest school district in the country. Its mandate is set to go into effect in January for students 12 and older. In Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
Meanwhile, heading out to Florida for this next coronavirus top story. Florida was down as before the pandemic hit, and now a new report released over the weekend. The shortage of nurses in the state could continue for years to come. Let's get from Fox's Catherine Hawley.
It's a demanding and stressful job, and over the last year, 1 in 4 nurses here in Florida left their positions. It's created a healthcare crisis, and we need more nurses.
The pandemic absolutely exacerbated those challenges because of the stress and strain that nurses have been under.
A new report commissioned by the Florida Hospital Association and the Safety Net Hospital Alliance of Florida projects the state will face a shortfall of nearly 60,000 nurses by 2035.
So we've got to shine a spotlight on this critical need and start taking action immediately.
Mayhew says multiple factors are contributing to this grim reality, but the biggest driver is Florida's booming population growth, especially those over the age of 65.
an aging population that has significant need for healthcare services.
To really address the projected nurse deficit, the report says at least 4,000 more RNs and LPNs need to enter the workforce each year for the next decade and a half.
10 plus years seems a long way away, but it's critical to lay the foundation today to ensure that we have kids in 7th and 8th and 9th grade that are interested in pursuing a career in healthcare to become nurses.
She says that long-term thinking is how we can reverse this trend. 9 recommendations are outlined in the report, including room in the education system to graduate needed nurses, a focus on recruitment and retention, and improving pass rates on the nurse licensing exams.
This is going to take a public-private partnership, collaboration across many organizations and state agencies.
Catherine Hawley, Fox 13 News.
Alrighty, everybody, if you are just joining us this Monday morning, thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. You are hearing the voice of Regina Gonzalez with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. We've got a busy morning of top stories for you guys, and I do want to let you know what we are following this morning as we also continue on with some stories in our morning brief. Those are all of the major headlines that you may want to catch up with as you're getting ready for work, as you're getting ready for school, or going about your Monday morning. So I do want to start off in Philadelphia with some breaking news that we are following as of this morning. We've got reports coming out of Philadelphia saying a gunman is in custody after shooting at least 3 people. Police say a man wearing hospital scrubs, a mask, and a backpack shot and killed an unidentified victim at Jefferson University Hospital. We are learning a little bit more about that victim as of this morning, courtesy of our Fox 29 Philadelphia team. He is a 43-year-old co-worker of the suspect, who we now know is a 55-year-old man. He was shot 6 times on the 9th floor hallway at a hospital. The nurse assistant, he was killed at the scene. Now, the male suspect fled the scene in a U-Haul, where he was eventually found along a street close to the hospital where these events happened this morning. He then shot at officers who returned fire. There were 4 different officers involved in the shooting. 2 Philly police officers were hit during the exchange of gunfire. 1 grazed in the nose and 1 in the elbow. The officer shot in the elbow will require surgery. Both officers are in stable condition at Presbyterian Hospital. So we are staying in touch with our Fox 29 Philadelphia team. They've been keeping us updated all morning long. So be sure to stick with us here for that exact story. We are also following several more top stories this morning. We've got the latest in the search for Brian Laundrie, the 23-year-old fiance of Gabby Petito. It has been almost 3 weeks since he was last seen or heard from, and we've got a hiker that contacted police this weekend after an encounter that he said he had with a man believed to be Brian Laundrie. So we are following all of these developments here on Live Now from Fox. We've also got a community right out here in Orlando, Florida, mourning the loss of Miya Marcano. She is a 19-year-old college student who unfortunately was discovered over the weekend. Deputies believing what they believe to be her body finding it near the condominiums in Central Florida, not the condo where she was last seen. It was another complex. So we've got the person of interest in her case confirmed dead last week by suicide. So we are going to continue keeping you posted on what we hear from sheriff's deputies. We also heard from Mia's family, and we will play you some of those remarks here a little bit later on Live Now from Fox. We've also got an oil spill destroying some of the shores out there in California, as well as wildlife. So we'll be checking in with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team about that story as well. Lots to cover here on Live Now from Fox this morning, but we are continuing on with our morning brief. That is the top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. Here's a Live Now look at National Harbor as the sun is beginning to rise here on the East Coast. We are keeping up with some COVID-19 related stories here and some consumer related news as well. Now, I do want to bring you the latest when it comes for the demand for traveling nurses. That's continuing to surge across the nation. Specifically in Arizona, some hospitals are doubling pay and benefits to attract workers. Fox's Nicole Garcia has this story.
That their volume of positions just in the last year have increased almost 200 to 300%.
Staffing agencies say there's high interest among out-of-state nurses and respiratory therapists in working here in the Southwest.
We are seeing applications come through for Arizona-specific candidates that are looking for the Arizona, New Mexico area and actually want to go experience that type of lifestyle or culture.
Currently, Staff DNA's job board shows about 350 vacant positions in Phoenix area hospitals and around 1,200 openings statewide. The demand for travel nurses is as high as the unprecedented volume of patients.
Compounding that is we're seeing increasing call-offs of our staff. So a lot of our staff have young families. So if they or someone in their family has an exposure or gets sick with COVID, they're having to quarantine.
About 3.5% of the workforce at Mayo Clinic, Arizona is travel nurses, and they're still looking to hire even more. Compassion fatigue and burnout has become a real strain for current staff.
Having visitor restrictions, say for patients, just that's not only hard for the patient, but it's an added burden for the nurse then too, right? Because they're that person who is at the bedside. So now they're filling in for the family too.
Meanwhile, when it comes to consumer-related news, everybody, the holidays are months away, but supply chain experts are sounding the alarm, telling consumers to start shopping now because store shelves that are already short on stock could be even more bare once the Christmas rush gets underway. Let's get the latest from Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively on this story.
If you thought holiday shopping has been rough in past years, just wait. Actually, don't wait. Financial experts are already warning of shortages.
For the holiday season, I think I would recommend everyone to go ahead and buy those hard-to-get items now versus waiting until the holidays.
So, what's the reason behind the delays this holiday season? It all started with, what else? The pandemic. COVID first caused slowdowns, then shutdowns at factories in China and Vietnam.
COVID is the underlying factor that commenced back in the spring of 2020 and continues to have a negative impact.
Then that impact snowballed. Factories trying to catch up making toys and presents have led to a backup of container ships trying to deliver them. Now many of those ships are stuck in the waters outside some of America's largest ports. In fact, large retailers like Home Depot and Walmart have rented their own shipping containers and are moving product through some lesser-used facilities. Another problem, the worldwide semiconductor shortage has halted or hampered production of everything from video games to cars to phones.
And finally, if you order your gifts online, expect even more delays. Starting Friday, instead of first-class mail taking 3 days to arrive anywhere in the U.S., it could take up to 5. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And as we stay on top of some consumer-related news this morning, one company is offering a permanent work-from-anywhere option. Fox Business Network's Edward Lawrence has the story and more in today's Fox Means Business Report.
And a strong start for stocks in October, the first day of trading. The Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P all rising on the first day of trading of this month. This after the markets had a horrible September, their worst month in a year. Inflation has shoppers shelling out more for just about everything. The government says consumer prices rose 4.3% in August from the same time a year ago. The biggest spike came from a 24.9% increase in energy prices and a 2.8% rise in food costs. The government also saying consumer spending jumped in August despite rising prices and a surge in COVID cases. And work from home becoming a permanent option for tens of thousands of workers. PricewaterhouseCoopers announcing nearly 40,000 U.S. employees can work remote from anywhere in the country indefinitely. The company says it is the first professional service firm to offer workers a permanent work from anywhere option. That's business. I'm Edward Lawrence.
Meanwhile, everybody, consumer spending picked up in the month of August, and a new survey shows where Americans say most of their unsecured debt is coming from. Fox Business Network's Cheryl Casone tells us how to dig out some of that debt in this look at your cash.
A new survey from U.S. News & World Report finding 53% of Americans say that most of their unsecured debt is from credit cards, anywhere from $10,000 to $40,000. And 42% say they have more unsecured debt than last year. Unsecured credit card debt isn't linked to physical assets. Still, companies can report delinquent payments and negatively impact your credit score.
During the pandemic, everybody really cut back on their spending. I mean, there were limited spending opportunities. And now people are spending again. And that means that for some people, they're carrying credit card debt.
Digging yourself out of debt does not have to be a challenge. However, some methods are better than others, according to one U.S. News & World Report credit card expert.
A debt consolidation loan. It's a good option for someone who doesn't have fabulous credit. You might get an interest rate that's lower than what you're paying on high-interest credit card debt.
A balance transfer credit card is an option for those with a solid credit history.
This gives you a chance to have a 0% APR for a short amount of time, usually about 12 to 18 months. And if you can pay it off during that time, you're going to save so much interest.
Self-discipline is key, though. Using a balance transfer card for new purchases can lead you right back into debt.
Practice mindful spending and stick to a budget. They use that card, and then they just increase their debt.
After all, it's your cash. Cheryl Casone.
All right, everybody, some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to head out to Houston, Texas to get an update on the school shooting suspect. It was breaking news that we brought you here on Live Now from Fox Friday. We've got that suspect due in court today, and his bond is set for millions. In the meantime, again, some of you are going to see that quick 2-minute commercial break, and we are going to take a Live Now look at the beautiful sunrise over our nation's capital. Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. A little after 7:15 a.m. here on the East Coast, you are currently taking a Live Now look over the sun rising in our nation's capital. Going to be a busy one out there again as lawmakers are continuing to try and negotiate for two major pieces of spending legislation. However, I do want to head from Capitol Hill out to Houston, Texas. It was breaking news that we brought you over the weekend, specifically last Friday, when the man accused of shooting a principal at Yes Prep Southwest Secondary had been captured. Now, officials say Dexter Kelsey, who is 25, shot through the glass door in the front of a school building located in Southwest Houston at midday Friday. From there, he was able to get into the school and opened fire. His bail is now set for millions of dollars. So I do want to bring into the conversation Fox 26 Houston's Chelsea Edwards, who is on campus right now with the latest. Chelsea, good morning to you. What can you tell us?
Hey, good morning. Yeah, we heard about that bail after a probable cause hearing early Sunday morning. The judge set his bail at $5 million for an aggravated assault of a public servant charge. He also has a charge of discharging a firearm towards the habitation. That bail was set at $250,000. Now, we also heard a lot of details about the shooting in that hearing. Right here, we're at Yes Prep Southwest campus where the shooting took place. Now, we got an understanding of what was actually going on during that time. The principal, we're told, was so concerned about students and staff safety that he did not realize that he had been shot in the back until he had gotten people evacuated. So once again, Dexter Kelsey, that 25-year-old man accused in this shooting, he actually is a former student of Yes Prep. We're told that he came here looking for an instructor who he held a grudge against since 2015. So when he showed up on campus, he brought along with him a rifle that he bought online and shot into the doors to gain entry, and once again shot the principal, Eric Espinosa, in the back. But we were told that principal is recovering at home. He is expected to be okay, but it's got the students, parents, and staff all calling him a hero.
Now, Chelsea, we are showing some images of him right now. It's just so tragic to see the turn of events that took place on Friday. Now, I can't imagine that this has not shocked the community. How are people feeling about this entire situation now, a couple of days later?
I mean, people are astounded. This is one of the smaller campuses. Had about around 1,000 students here on Friday, however. So a lot of the parents and students are just saying they just never expected this to happen. But one parent did tell us that they happened to have active shooter training just a couple of days before. So they're grateful that the students, no one can actually be prepared for this in real life, but they are grateful that the students had that training to be able to know what to do in this situation. But the community is shocked, and of course it's brought up conversations about gun violence prevention, so we've heard from a lot of groups about that as well.
Now, Chelsea, I know that you are on campus. From my understanding, school is not in session today. What do we know as far as kids being able to return to the classrooms?
So right now we know that the classes have been canceled through Wednesday. The administration here has said that they will contact parents and students and have conversations before they return to class. They're also offering counseling for students and families that were here during that shooting.
Absolutely tragic. Well, Chelsea, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We really appreciate your time, and we'll continue to check in with your team for some more updates.
No problem. Thank you.
Absolutely. A huge shout out to Chelsea and our Fox 26 Houston team. Because of our owned and operated stations across the nation, everybody, we are able to bring you this breaking news, all of these developments as they come to our Live Now from Fox desk. We have headed back out to the White House in our nation's capital. Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to head out to California to talk about some top stories there. We've got a major oil spill causing a lot of issues there along the Huntington Beach coast. We've also got some major COVID-19 rules coming to schools when it comes to vaccinating students. So we will hear from Gavin Newsom not only in a press conference related to vaccinations, but we will also hear from him in a tell-all interview that he had with our very own Fox 11 Los Angeles team. So stay with us, everybody. Those stories are coming up after this 2-minute commercial break.
Governor Newsom, welcome back to The Issue Is. Great to see you.
Good to be back with you.
So we are here in Gardena. You just signed legislation in terms of police decertification, an emotional event when we saw some of the victims' families here. What is the bottom line message you're trying to send to police officers with these series of bills?
It's just about building trust. It's about building relationships, and it's about addressing abuses. And look, if you're a police officer, the last thing you want to do is be associated with abuses. We have over 200 licenses in the state of California, where if that license is suspended in one county, you can't then turn around and open up another practice in another county. But with police officers that may have committed some misconduct, they can go to another county, rinse and repeat. And so that's changed, and if it works for medical malpractice, it certainly should work for law enforcement as well.
You know there was pushback along the way, which is why this was not the easiest bill to get done. No. What do you say to the critics who are concerned about due process, concerned about this process?
Well, they got due process. I mean, the due process is the cornerstone of this bill, and it was amended, and I'll be honest with you, folks on the other side were upset that there were so many substantive due process amendments, but we believe in due process. That said, we don't want it to be abused either. And so, look, it's all iteration. We were able to move something forward. 46 other states, 46 had already moved forward. So this is not a moment to spike the ball. The question is, what's wrong with California that it's not typically on leadership position or in a leadership position on these things? But look, progress was made, but it means nothing unless we apply it fairly and judiciously, and that's why we worked with law enforcement, worked with advocates, and as you suggest, worked with the victims, particularly Kenneth Ross' family that was right here a few years ago when they learned of their son's loss.
So a part of this is building trust in the African-American community is what they talked about today. Another thing you're doing today is about building trust in the African-American community, which is Bruce's Beach. Continuing the process of giving that back to the family. What is the message you think that California is sending by doing that?
That we may not always get it right, but we always have the opportunity every day we wake up to right wrongs, to improve, to iterate, to become better, to become more fully expressive of our proud past and our shameful past. I mean, the origins of racism that we apply so often today in our national discourse have embers all here in California, from the internment camps for the Japanese to the Chinese Exclusion Act that emanated out of the Bay Area in the 1880s. And here we are trying to right these wrongs as it relates to systemic racism. And this is a really remarkable story, Bruce's Beach. Of being able to advance a cause in a substantive, not just symbolic way of doing something right to make up. You'll never make up for those wrongs, but to do it right in a meaningful way.
You know, California has begun the process of studying reparations. What do you think about that, and what does this moment say about that?
I know there's a lot of anxiety around the reparations conversation, but I was proud to be the first governor in America to sign a reparations bill. In fact, the first task force meeting was last Friday. And no one has a very specific or prescriptive answer to what reparations means. That's why we created the task force. They have a year to engage and deliberate and then make recommendations to the legislature. The legislature will make subsequent recommendations before anything is codified. But this is, I think, important because you have the task force, which people thought was symbolic, but then you have the substance of giving back to a family, at least the great-great-grand kids and their family members, something that was taken from them for only one reason: the color of their skin.
We just got through this recall process. It's the first time I've talked to you since. What is your biggest takeaway from the recall?
Look, the biggest takeaway, it was a zero-sum question. I mean, there was no transition time. You're out of there. You're packing. So it's an existential reality, and you live with that dark cloud. And at least for me, it was a dark cloud for over a year, with people with protest signs and recall signs and petitions out there in front of your house everywhere you go. And so there's a stress associated with that, but there wasn't a distraction associated with that. And I want folks to know that. We kept our eye on the ball, and I think as a consequence, we did well on Election Day because people saw we actually were moving the needle on the things that matter to them: housing, homelessness, education, climate change, addressing these great challenges that are all pre-existing challenges to not just the recall, but even me getting elected 2.5 years ago. So my big takeaway is there's a deeper sense of urgency today than I've ever experienced in my lifetime. That people really are frustrated and angry about Washington, D.C., about City Hall, about the state capitol, about elected officials across the spectrum around institutions, and not just governmental institutions. And people are demanding real results, and if you don't show them, you can't just assert it, you got to prove it, then we're all going to be subject to subsequent recalls in the future.
You won big, and there are two different ways you can interpret those results. One, millions of people wanted to recall me, so maybe we should be conscious of that. Or two, millions more people didn't want to recall me, and we should double down on the policies. How do you read it?
I don't like a divided state. I don't like a divided nation. I really don't. I hope people, I mean, no one pays attention to what politicians say, but on election night, I try to keep my comments relatively short. I hope people go back to that. That was my heart. There was no script there. I spoke on election night about, our kids, and they're watching all this division, this consternation, the stress, the fact that you have politicians you're seeing on the debt ceiling in Washington, D.C. that just wake up every morning with a crowbar to put in the spokes of the wheel of the other party to trip everybody up. Enough. I have deep respect for people that supported the recall. Because I know they love their kids like I love my kids. I know they love their communities and their institutions, the places of worship, whatever it may be, that holds and binds us together as a community. And so I really want to find that. Look, I'm in politics. I'm not naive. But at the same time, man, this doesn't persist. We can't thrive if we're not thriving together. We may survive, but at what cost? So that's for me what I hope. That's for me my personal takeaway, but it's hope. I'm hoping that I could rise to another level in terms of the work I do to try to bring us together.
Well, and to that point, I've always been curious about this. What do you tell your kids about the recall and about this moment in California
I tell
politics?
them not to hate the people. I mean, they have some of their best friends, parents, my kids' best friends, parents supported the recall. And I'm like, don't let that get in the way of your relationship with your best friend. And don't hate his parents, because they're good people. We just see the world with a different set of eyes, but at the same time, we're there together in the barbecue after the soccer game, all sharing same experiences and same expression of love and relationship. And I honestly, I tell my kids this all the time, because the worst thing could happen is being a kid of a politician, and you're just seeing this stress and consternation, the finger pointing, and I don't want them to have that, including Donald Trump. I made my kids many times come in. I'm not making this up, and it's interesting that I'm even sharing it. I had many conversations, as many folks know, with Donald Trump on a consistent basis. I didn't have a closed fist. I had an open hand. We disagreed across the spectrum, but I wanted to work with them. I had my kids come in and say, I'm going to talk to the president of Mom. I wanted them to hear that I can talk with civility to someone I vehemently disagree on a spectrum of issues. And I wanted them to understand that. And I'll tell you, of all the things I've done the last few years since I've been governor, in terms of trying to deal with the challenges and stresses my kids have with their dad being a governor, I'm most proud of that, because it's interestingly had an impact on them. That they talk, when they see Trump, they don't say, I hate him anymore. They say, I'm glad he's gone. We love President Biden. but the temperature's taken down. And that's all we need. You don't have to hate everybody. You can disagree. You don't have to hate.
So they're literally in the room while you're on the phone with them?
Yeah.
Interesting. And speaking of kids, we see you have a new kids book coming out, talking about your dyslexia.
This is hot off the press this morning.
I know. Exclusive. That's how we like it here.
Exclusive.
I think that this is something a lot of people don't know about you, which I think actually just explains you more if people got to understand that. Something that I think is really an interesting aspect of your life. Can you talk for a moment about how dyslexia has shaped you and what you're trying to accomplish with this book?
One of the biggest frustrations people have with me is like, gee, he keeps talking and talking and he goes from one issue to It's because I have a difficult time even to this day reading. And when I do read, even comprehend, I have to go over what I'm reading multiple times. I have pretty severe dyslexia, and it really marked a relationship with me with having to find ways to overcompensate and deal with the deep issues and stresses of self-esteem, because you don't have much when kids are laughing at other kids because they can't read. I had to go through speech therapy for years. I found all these old files that my mom kept, and after she passed away, I found them in boxes that explained and expressed years and years and years of supplemental support that she was able to provide for me. So I did a little kids book talking about, well, a young child, proxy, I guess me, that not only had a relationship to dyslexia, but to sports, because I literally, not for baseball, not for basketball, I wouldn't have had self-esteem, and I could have been in a very different place. And so how sports created a sense of confidence that I was able to translate, ultimately try to overcome the dyslexia. And so it's a little children's book, a picture book. There are not many out there for dyslexic kids. In fact, I couldn't find one. And I have 2 kids with learning differences myself. And so I decided to write one, and I'm really excited it's coming out in December.
And for people that might not know, the governor was a baseball star at Santa Clara, and if he hadn't blown out his arm, maybe he would be doing that instead of
Well, I don't know of a baseball star, but it got me into college. It's interesting, more important than anything else. I was going in, and no shame in this, I was quite literally going to junior college, right out of high school, until folks came knocking, and I got a very small baseball scholarship, but it got me in a 4-year college, changed my life. But again, that's sports. And that's why I'm very reverential about sports. Right. Some people think, well, it's the big deal. To me, it's so much more than the activities on the field. It's the activities off the field, the discipline, the teamwork.
Governor, congrats on the book. Congrats on the recall win, and great to see you.
Good to see you.
All right, thank you.
All right, everybody, some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We have been staying in California for the last few minutes here on our show this morning as the West Coast is starting to wake up with us here. It is about 4:41 in the morning, taking a live now look at the Santa Monica Pier in California. We are going to be checking in with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team here in a little bit later in our show. We've got a massive oil spill out in Huntington Beach that we know is impacting a lot of wildlife and a lot of shorelines this morning. However, we do have some big news out of California continuing to make headlines over the weekend and this morning as well. We've got Governor Gavin Newsom officially making California the first state to require COVID-19 vaccines for students. So I do want to bring you some of his remarks here on Live Now from Fox. We were just playing an exclusive interview with him and our Fox 11 Los Angeles team. So do want to keep on his schedule here until the top of the hour. Let's take a listen.
I appreciate those remarks, and I appreciate all the support broadly throughout this pandemic and the journey that we've been on together. Look, let's talk a little bit about where we are today. The senator was right to highlight the fact that California has the lowest case rate in the United States of America. We've maintained that status now for some time. Not surprisingly, that's been driven primarily by one of the nation's leading vaccination efforts. California has administered over 50 million doses of vaccine. California has administered to 84% of eligible Californians at least one dose. 84% of all eligible Californians have received at least one dose of the vaccine. As a consequence, the lowest case rates in America. Our positivity rates are a third and a quarter of states like Texas and Florida. I make that point to compare and contrast, as the senator implied, different strategies and approaches to dealing with this pandemic. That said, we're all exhausted by this pandemic. We're exhausted by the seasonality of it. We're exhausted by these variants, these mutations, and we're all left wondering as we now move through the summer surge, not just here in California, but across this country, what lies in front of us in the winter and the spring. And while there continues to be encouraging signs and continuing to see progress with more and more people that were maybe on the fence that are now getting the vaccine or life-saving drugs at the back end, there's still a struggle to get to where we need to go. And that means we need to do more and we need to do better to reach out and to make available more opportunities for people to get vaccinated and encourage them along the way. As you know, we have not been shy. Superintendent, and I want to thank you for your leadership here in the school district, and Madam Board Chair, thank you for being here as well. We have continued to lean in. California was the first state in the United States to require statewide school mask wearing requirements. We were the first state in America to require all of our staff to either be vaccinated and or get weekly testing. We were the first state to step up at scale and broaden a commitment to zero-cost vaccinations and testing, and to provide unprecedented amount of resources for PPE and billions of dollars to prepare to safely reopen our schools for in-person instruction. We know there is no substitute for in-person instruction, but we need to do that on a consistent and sustainable basis, not an episodic basis. And what you've seen across this country is that leaders assert the need and desire for the social and emotional benefits of in-person instruction, yet they're not following the science. And as a consequence, the health of many of these districts, kids as well as staff, have been impacted. So schools have actually closed more frequently in those states that have not been more disciplined in terms of advancing a more scientific and data-driven approach to taming this disease and doing our best to get this pandemic behind us. And that's why we recognize good enough never is, and that's why we recognize our responsibility to do more, and that's what we are announcing here today. A statewide requirement for in-person instruction for all of our children to add to a well-established list that currently includes 10 vaccinations and well-established rules and regulations that have been advanced by the legislature for decades to add to that list the vaccination for COVID-19. We intend to do that once the FDA has fully approved the vaccine, which will give us time to work with districts, give us time to work with parents and educators to build more trust and confidence and build out a logistics so that we can deliver on what we are promoting here today. And that promotion includes the following considerations. Once the FDA approves the vaccination in different cohorts, starting with 12 and above, grades 7 to 12, we will begin to apply that requirement in the next term, either January 1st or July 1st, whichever comes sooner. Concurrent with that, we also want to see all of our staff, paraprofessionals, not just teachers, bus drivers, custodial staff, and the like, the folks that really make the school system operational, also see them get vaccinated as well. And we will model similarly an FDA approval and work in concert not only to apply and implement in parallel with all of those in grades 7 and 12, but on the basis of the guidelines and the regulations that will be forthcoming from the Biden administration as it relates to all employees, we will consider moving that forward. But in the absence of that directive, we will be requiring staff K through 12 to be vaccinated in that first phase of a two-phase application of this new directive. The second phase of that application is everybody K to 6. Again, that will be months away. Currently, we have in the state of California administered at least one dose to 63.5% of all of our young cohort ages 12 to 17. But we have to do more. Again, 84% of all eligible receive one dose, but for 12 to 17, we're not where we need to be. And so we hope this encourages folks to get vaccinated. We have no trepidation, no hesitancy in encouraging local districts to move forward more expeditiously. And you've seen that in a number of districts in the state of California that have moved forward more quickly with their own mandates and own timelines. And we expect on the basis of other similar requirements that you'll start to see an uptick in people getting vaccinated well before those dates that are established. You've seen that with healthcare worker mandates. You've seen that with state staff mandates. And I'll just highlight there was an analysis in the New York Times yesterday about California's healthcare mandate working as it was intended. Now north of 90% in some regions of the state, it's closer to 95, 96% of all healthcare workers got that vaccination before the stated requirement went into effect at midnight last night. As it relates to the current vaccination requirements, I'll remind people the ones we announced a few months ago, they go into effect on the 15th of this month as it relates to mandates for either being vaccinated and or getting consistently tested. So we're building on that. We're leaning forward. We're anticipating a future with the winter surge that has been the most challenging for this state and states like California in the past. We are mindful that we still have work to do. We are humbled by the challenge, but we want to get this thing done. We want to end this pandemic. We are all exhausted by it. And the purpose of this is to continue to lead in that space. I believe we will be the first state in America to move forward with this mandate and requirement, but I do not believe by any stretch of the imagination we'll be the last state. In fact, I anticipate other states to follow suit as well. None of this is easy, and I recognize there's still anxiety out there, and I'll close by answering a question that inevitably I'll be asked, and that is, are there exemptions? Yes, well-established exemptions for medical reasons, personal and or religious beliefs. Those are established in these guidelines as well, and so today we are directing the Department of Public Health, Dr. Galley is here, can answer questions, to move in this direction to establish, consistent with well-established legislative guidelines for vaccinations in our school system, to include this 11th vaccination for purposes of in-person instruction in the state of California. With that, we are, of course, happy to answer any questions.
Hi, this is Ron Lynn with the Los Angeles Times. You just mentioned, a personal belief exemption will apply because this is, and I understand that this will apply because this is being imposed by regulation instead of legislation. Are you concerned that vaccinations rates won't improve because of this? Second, if you wanted to remove the personal belief exemption, would that require an act of the state legislature, and would you want the state legislature to act? And finally, in terms of timing, with the FDA expected to provide full approval in November, does this mean that this requirement could go into effect as early as January, or more likely would it go to in effect either in the summer or the fall? Thanks.
Well, it's a term after the FDA approval, so that determination will be made once the FDA moves, and we can't predict that, so one can speculate. But again, it's the term following the FDA's approval, as early as January 1st. As it relates to the first part of your question, look, we're just putting out the guidelines, putting out the regulations. You heard from Senator Wiener, and he could speak perhaps to this more comprehensively, a willingness not just to work with the executive branch, but the legislature's been leading in this space for many, many years, well before I got into this office. And so that is certainly something that one can anticipate, but I'll work with them to strengthen it to whichever direction we need to go as we iterate in trying to figure out what's best in terms of advancing our collective goals to keep people healthy and safe and keep them in person in instruction, we will advance. But on the basis of the guidelines today, you're right that personal exemption includes religious and medical and personal beliefs.
Good morning. My name is Kate Larson. I'm with ABC7. So given that as of today, because of the healthcare worker vaccine mandate, there are healthcare workers being placed on unpaid leaves of absences. It's possible people will be terminated as soon as October 15th for certain healthcare systems. What do you anticipate being the consequences for school staff or school students who don't get vaccinated and don't have an accommodation?
Well, I mean, the same consequences are in place on the basis of all kinds of other rules and regulations that are well established as it relates to requirement for employment. So those are well established procedures and processes. But here's the good news. We have some evidence. San Francisco Unified School District overwhelmingly has succeeded in getting staff across the spectrum vaccinated. Overwhelmingly. I think, Mr. Superintendent, what you said, north of 96%. So I'd like to focus on the positive, not just the negative. We tend to highlight a little bit of the exceptions, and we'll work through those things. But you saw with our health care requirements that California is faring a little bit better than some of the other states. But as challenges present themselves, we'll try to meet those challenges. But I believe that on the basis of requirements that have been in place, and by the way, those includes the private sector. You saw Tyson Foods, 91+%, 99+% of folks at United Airlines. These requirements are working across the country. I think the evidence is rather overwhelming. They're getting people vaccinated. They're actually ending this pandemic. They're getting our economy moving again. They're getting our kids educated. They're making us healthier and safer. And if that's the intention, to keep us healthy and safe and get our economy moving and get our kids back with all the benefits of being in-person instruction, then all I say is let's get this done and let's get others to follow suit.
Ali Tadion with EdSource. Why is the state waiting for full FDA approval and not implementing the mandate sooner while it has emergency use authorization ahead of the flu season?
We talked to, we've got 1,050 school districts. We've got a lot of different points of views and opinions, a lot of regionality, a lot of distinctions. We thought this was the best and most appropriate next step for the state of California. Again, no one's been shy. We haven't been standing still on this pandemic, quite the contrary. We're continuing to be open to argument, interested in evidence. We want to see how things are manifesting in real time. We'll see how things go, but we felt on the basis of the experts that guided this decision and the advisory committees that we have formed formally and those that have been formed informally over the course of the last number of weeks as we've been adjudicating the pros and cons of many different strategies as it relates to the education efforts that we're advancing here today, that full FDA approval was best for the purposes of the announcement today.
Jill Tucker from the San Francisco Chronicle. Governor, can you clarify a little bit when staff, teachers, other workers from school districts will be required to get the vaccine? It sounded like you're talking a little fast, and so I was trying to figure out exactly when each grade will have to be vaccinated, and that this, in fact, does apply to all adults in schools for in-person learning.
Yeah, so after full FDA approval, in 2 phases, first phase being 7th to 12th grades, and on the basis of a question that I'm often asked, I have some friends with very young kids that are in 7th grade, some a little older. It's on the basis of your age, similar to other vaccine requirements, consistent with the rules and regulations that are well established. That will be phase 1. Concurrent with that phase, we anticipate getting all of our staff following a similar requirement. That said, on the basis of all of us have been waiting for the Biden administration's formal rulemaking as it relates to his federal mandate for employees, private sector employees. We're waiting for that instruction. There's a possibility, is what I was suggesting, that things could happen sooner. But the purposes of what we are putting out through this health order today, it shows that in parallel with that first phase, 7 to 12, second phase upon FDA approval.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez, still with you here on Live Now from Fox. I wanted to play you the latest remarks from California Governor Gavin Newsom as he officially announced California becoming the first state to require COVID-19 vaccines for students that plan on attending in-person learning. So, and in case you missed it segment here this morning, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. At the top of the 8 o'clock Eastern hour, we are going to give you a run through of the top stories that we are following this Monday morning.
So if we see real demonstrable progress, or if we don't, then we, on the basis of what's happening, the epidemiology, what's happening in real time, relates to nature and spread of this disease, relates to the nature of these mutations, of which there are well over a dozen mutations we've been tracking consistently, not just the Delta virus, on the basis of the seasonality, on the basis of those that are enthusiastic or leading even more aggressively, like LA Unified and others that have leaned into this, some of the Bay Area districts. We'll make assessments, but on the basis of, again, where we are today, we feel this is appropriate.
And Governor Greg Lee from KTVU, 2 quick questions. Are you aware of how many students this may affect in each of these groups? And then secondly, you've talked a lot about local control during this pandemic. We've seen a number of districts here in the Bay Area take this step in advance of the state. Can you talk about the calculus or what changed?
Well, nothing's changed. We've been consistent from day one, localism. We support local efforts. Compare and contrast to some of these big red states where they actually deny local decision. We actually
All right, everybody. Again, thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. It's been a busy morning since we first launched at 6 a.m. Eastern Time. We were just playing it in case you missed it segment. It was some major news from over the weekend out of the state of California. Governor Gavin Newsom announcing that all students planning on attending in-person learning must get the COVID-19 vaccine. So wanted to bring you some of his remarks here on Live Now from Fox as it is still being talked about this Monday morning. It's one of the top stories that we are bringing you here on this October 4th. It is part of the morning brief, which is those top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. Maybe you're getting ready for work, maybe you're getting ready to head out to school, but regardless of where you are joining us from, thank you so much for being with us and trusting us to bring you the major headlines each and every morning. We are starting starting the top of the 8 o'clock Eastern Time hour, 5 o'clock Eastern Time hour there on, the 5 o'clock Pacific hour there on the West Coast. We're starting off with a live now look of Las Vegas, Nevada. It is currently 69 degrees out there, as again, it is just a little past 5 a.m. out there on the West Coast. But we're going to go from the West Coast back out to the East Coast. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from our Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. I'll be with you for the next couple of hours before our very own Christy Larson picks things up from Phoenix, Arizona. You will also be joined by Daytona Everett today as well. And be sure to tune in to Live Now from Fox on the weekends, everybody. Rain Augustine hosting the show from here in Orlando, Florida, first thing in the morning before Stephanie Weaver also hosts later in the afternoon from Los Angeles, California. It is a nationwide operation here, and we would not be possible without the help of our owned and operated stations, as well as all of the guests that we bring on to provide expertise in major headlines that we are following. And for those of you who don't know, maybe not entirely familiar with our show, we actually as hosts control everything that you see on the screen. So we've got buttons here, we've got a full multiple monitors really, and whoever's at the helm, we provide little commentary as hosts. We actually don't read off of a teleprompter, so everything that you hear us say is completely our own remarks, all of the information that we are bringing you and getting on all of these top stories. But with the press of one button, we can change the shot and bring you back out to this camera shot of me, but we can also bring you out to all of the states and cities that we get live feeds from to our desk as well. I do want to let you know that we are following several top stories this morning, and if you see me turning my head, that is because I do want to bring you the latest video from a breaking news situation this morning out of Philadelphia. Unfortunately, we know that a man wearing hospital scrubs, a mask, and a backpack shot and killed a victim at Thomas Jefferson University Hospital. Now, as we have gone throughout the morning, we've checked in with our Fox 29 Philadelphia team. We do know that the suspect is a 55-year-old man, and he allegedly shot his co-worker, who was 43 years old, 6 times on the ninth floor hallway at this hospital. He was a nurse assistant, and he was unfortunately killed at the scene. So this is some of the footage that we got from the scene earlier this morning. Now, we do know that this is still a very active investigation. Philadelphia police did provide us an update around 3 o'clock this morning, so we are working to get you that here in full on Live Now from Fox. However, 2 Philadelphia police officers were hit during an exchange of gunfire after the suspect fled the hospital. There were 4 different officers involved in the shooting. 2 specifically, one was grazed in the nose and one in the elbow. The officer shot in the elbow will require surgery, but both officers are in stable condition at another local hospital out there. So we were joined by our very own Fox 29 Philadelphia's Shayna Ferreira a little bit earlier in our show, so we will continue to provide you any details when it comes to this situation. They do expect to get another update from police a little bit later today once they can gather more information. As we continue to follow more top stories here on Live Now from Fox, we've also got the shooting suspect of a school shooting in Houston from Friday expected to appear in court today, and his bail is set for more than $5 million. So this was breaking news that we brought to you Friday here on Live Now from Fox. Dexter Kelsey, 25 years old, shooting through the glass door in the front of the school building located in Southwest Houston midday Friday. He was able to get into the school and open fire, and police say he is a former student of the school and confessed to his role in the shooting. He did allegedly shoot the school principal in the back. So we do know classes out there in Houston at this specific school are not in session until at least Wednesday, and they are providing mental health counseling and any sort of resources to people and students that may be impacted by this shooting. We are also in another week of continuing to search for Brian Laundrie, the fiance of 22-year-old Gabby Petito. Some new developments over the weekend. We've got a hiker contacting police this weekend after an encounter he says he had with a man who he believes is Brian Laundrie. So we're going to get to that story here in just a moment on Live Now from Fox. Wanted to let you know that some other top stories we are following this morning include justice now wanting to be served for Miya Marcano. A very tragic update in a case that we have been following for the last week. Orange County Sheriff's deputies saying they believed to have found her body at another apartment complex in Orlando over the weekend. So we will be checking in with Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie here in just a couple of minutes. We are also going to be heading out to California this morning. Unfortunately, we've got a massive oil spill killing wildlife and closing shorelines at Huntington Beach. A 126,000-gallon oil spill from an offshore rig caused major damage in the waters, and officials have closed the area to beachgoers and canceled the final day of the Pacific Air Show over the weekend. So stay with us, because at about 9:15 a.m. Eastern Time, 6:15 a.m. Pacific Time, we'll be checking in with Fox 11 Los Angeles' Mario Ramirez as he is following how this is impacting people out there as well. So again, this is something that we're continuing to stay on top of here on Live Now from Fox. A little bit of a run through of top stories that we are going to be bringing you this morning. But in the meantime, I do want to start off our coverage with the latest surrounding the search for Brian Laundrie. Let's get the latest report from Fox's Charles Watson.
A potential new lead in the search for Gabby Petito's boyfriend, Brian Laundrie. Hiker Dennis Davis telling Fox News he was hiking early Saturday morning along the Appalachian Trail in North Carolina when a man driving a white Ford F-150 pickup truck stopped him and asked for directions.
I said, well, I'm not from around here, but what are you trying to find? And he said, man, I need to go to California. And I was like, wow, well, I don't know the directions to California, but he said, yeah, he said, me and my girlfriend had a fight, and man, I love her, and she called me, and I need to go out to California to see her.
After the encounter, Davis says he looked up photos of Laundrie and says there's no doubt in his mind that the man he saw was the wanted fugitive.
I'm absolutely 100% sure that was the guy. My heart was thumping. And I immediately called the FBI back, and I said, listen, I just called you guys, but I'm telling you, this was the guy.
The Haywood County Sheriff's Office says it sent a few deputies to the area, but did not find Laundrie or the white truck. Meanwhile, protesters continued to gather outside the Laundrie family home in Northport, Florida, demanding the family be more transparent about their son's potential whereabouts.
You guys have been lying from day one. We want the truth, and nothing but the truth.
Laundrie is officially wanted on bank fraud charges, but he remains the only person of interest in the death investigation of his girlfriend, Gabby Petito. In Northport, Florida, Charles Watson, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Charles Watson for that report. Again, we should be checking in with him here in just a couple of hours on Live Now from Fox to talk about exactly what he was just mentioning in that report, all of the latest developments when it comes to a possible sighting up north. So again, stay with us here on Live Now from Fox for any developments in the case of Gabby Petito and the search for Brian Laundrie. However, I do want to come back out here to Orlando, Florida. A tragic turn of events happening in our very own backyard here at our Live Now from Fox East Coast hub. We've got deputies discovering what they believe to be the body of 19-year-old Miya Marcano over the weekend. The only person of interest in her death is confirmed dead by suicide last week. Now, we did hear from her family and their attorney over the weekend. They now want justice for Miya and more safety protocols in place at the apartment complex where they last saw her. So let's get the latest from our Fox 35 Orlando team.
You can see just how loved 19-year-old Miya Marcano was. Her big family, all grieving her tragic loss.
Her life cannot be taken in vain.
one thing Mia taught us is to just love everybody.
Deputies say her body was believed to be found Saturday morning at a different apartment complex after she was last seen at the Arden Villas where she lived and worked. Deputies say last week a maintenance worker at the complex used a master key fob to enter her room. Later that night, Mia was missing. They named Armando Caballero as a suspect. Her family is now questioning why he was able to get inside and is calling for change.
You shouldn't feel unsafe where you live. That's supposed to be everyone's safe space. When you don't feel safe somewhere, you're supposed to be able to say, I'm going to go home, wrap myself up in a blanket and feel okay, and that's just not acceptable.
The family attorney tells me a lawsuit has not been filed yet, but says they are ready to pursue one. They're calling on extensive background checks. They claim security cameras did not work and want better security policies.
Mia's death was preventable. There is just no way that this man should have had access to her apartment or anyone else's apartment.
The apartment complex hasn't responded to comment today, but last week told Fox 35 they are taking proactive steps to enhance security and that they put a guard at the front gate to document who comes and goes. They also say maintenance requests will be by appointment. The family is demanding more.
You should not have to implement changes after the fact when something like this is just really common sense. When a person goes into somebody's apartment, there should be a reason. If there's no reason to go into that apartment, then they should not have access to.
And here is a Live Now look over the Orlando city skyline. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to be checking in with Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie as she follows this case this morning. So stay with us. That report coming up after this 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are staying on this skyline shot of Orlando, Florida right now. It is Monday, October 4th, And we are continuing to follow some developments in a tragic turn of events that occurred over the weekend in a case that we have been following. Anger and confusion out here in Orlando this morning after the search for Miya Marcano came to a tragic end. The 19-year-old college student was found dead in a wooded area outside an Orange County, Florida condominium Saturday morning. So I do want to bring in Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie. She is live at Arden Villas apartment where Marcano had been living before her disappearance. Amanda, good morning to you. Such a tragic turn of events. What can you tell us this morning?
Well, it's just absolutely tragic, and no family should have to go through something like this, and that's why the family and Miya's fellow residents are calling upon some serious change to enhance security protocols here. As of right now, no lawsuit has officially been filed, but the family's attorney tells us that the family plans to sue the Arden Villas apartment complex. Deputies say that Miya's body was believed to be found Saturday morning at a different apartment complex after she was last seen at the Arden Villas where she lived and worked. Now both her family and fellow residents are demanding change after a maintenance worker used a master key fob to get inside the 19-year-old's apartment. They're calling for extensive background checks and claim the security cameras did not work.
Miya's death was preventable. There is just no way that this man should have had access to her apartment or anyone else's apartment.
Miya, I can't imagine what this family is feeling right now. I know that this all did happen at her apartment complex. So, Amanda, what can you tell us as far as what is the family asking for? How do we move forward from this situation?
We've continued to reach out to the Arden Villas complex for answers to our questions, but so far we have not heard back. They are not giving any comment. They did tell us about a week ago that they are taking steps to enhance their security, but we're not specific. Now, fellow residents here at the apartment complex have made a list of demands that they have delivered to the Arden Villas, and some of those include that they want to be able to break their lease. As you can imagine, some of them are probably very troubled and upset by what has happened here and want to no longer live here. Now, they also want an updated policy on who can enter apartments and when, and they are requesting security upgrades, including working security cameras. So it remains to be seen how soon any of those changes will be implemented, but given what has been happening here over the past week, the family and residents are very upset, and they're very much concerned about what kind of changes can be made to increase their safety.
Absolutely. Well, Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie joining us live this morning. Thank you so much for providing us all of this information, a very tragic turn of events, and we'll continue to keep in touch with your team for any more developments. Thank you so much. All right, everybody, here is another Live Now look at the Orlando city skyline. A very somber morning here this morning as a community and Miya's family are demanding justice for this situation, for their daughter, for their loved one. Again, the only person of interest in her disappearance officially confirmed dead last week. It was believed that he did take his own life. So please continue to keep up with us here on Live Now from Fox as we follow all of the latest developments when it comes to this story. Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to head out to Capitol Hill in our nation's capital. Here's a Live Now look at a pretty cloudy day out there. We've got some more busy hours and days ahead of us as Congress is continuing to debate two major pieces of legislation while Biden is continuing to move forward with his own domestic agenda. We're going to check in with Fox's Doug Luzader when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are continuing to bring you all of the top stories that we are following on this Monday, October 4th. Taking a Live Now look at the White House over our nation's capital, President Biden will call on Republicans to raise the debt ceiling today before hitting the road this week to sell his domestic agenda. Democrats in Congress have been unable to move forward, and as Fox News correspondent Douglas Zader reports from Washington, the infighting continued over the weekend.
The president is heading to Michigan tomorrow to try to build some grassroots support for the two big spending bills that are stalled here on Capitol Hill. The White House and Congress are both controlled by Democrats, but they still couldn't agree on a simple question. When will the president's agenda move forward?
We don't have a time frame on it.
Presidential advisor Cedric Richmond said there's no timeline. Over in Congress, though, Democrats say it's Halloween.
Our goal is to get it done in the next month.
October 31st is our new target date.
But the central disagreement is over cost. Progressive Democrats scored a big win last week by scuttling Speaker Nancy Pelosi's plan for a vote on a bipartisan infrastructure deal because moderate Democrats, like Senators Joe Manchin of West Virginia and Arizona's Kyrsten Sinema, wouldn't spend $3.5 trillion on social programs.
We need a Build Back Better plan right now.
One advocacy group even followed Sinema into a restroom to demand she vote for the larger bill that progressives actually think is already too small.
The $6 trillion that I originally proposed was probably too little. $3.5 trillion should be a minimum, but I accept that there's going to have to be give and take.
And it is up to the president to make that give and take happen as Republicans relish the dispute.
Joe Biden has now walked the plank for the socialist Bernie Sanders budget. He's man overboard, and he can't swim.
And the longer this takes, the more difficult it becomes as we get closer to the midterm elections. In Washington, Doug Zader, Fox News.
Once again, everybody, taking a Live Now look over the White House in our nation's capital. We also have this look of the Capitol building. Now, it was a very active weekend out in Washington, D.C., as well as other parts of our nation. The first Women's March in 2017 drew millions to Washington, D.C. in support of women's rights. Now in its fifth year, marches all over the nation erupted on Saturday, keeping that message alive with a renewed sense of purpose amid a slew of legislation in multiple states targeting abortion. Let's get the latest from Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff, who has this story specifically from D.C.
Thousands walking along the National Mall Saturday in D.C. for the fifth year of the Women's March, with similar demonstrations taking place in dozens of cities across the country. The theme of this year's march is protecting women's right to choose, after Texas and other states either passed or proposed laws that significantly restrict abortions. In Arizona, a judge blocked components of a new abortion law that would have brought felony charges against doctors that perform abortions due to genetic abnormalities. Despite that ruling, activists say it's still a setback for women's medical freedom.
This is a ban on abortion. It is an outright ban, and we have to refer to it as such.
Because healthcare is a human right, whether it's for men or women, and I'm really tired of men making decisions for our bodies.
The Supreme Court begins a new term next week, and after they denied a request last month to block Texas's new law from taking effect, there's concern that the now conservative majority could put the future of Roe v. Wade in jeopardy.
I'm sick and tired of having to fight over abortion rights. It's settled law in the nation, and you are not taking that right away from us. Not now, not ever.
The court is set to hear a case in December regarding a Mississippi law that bans most abortions after 15 weeks. If that law is allowed to stand, it could threaten the protections provided by Roe v. Wade that have been in place for nearly 50 years. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
We are going from Washington, D.C. out to this gorgeous sunrise we have right now over El Paso, Texas. One of the vantage points we have near our U.S.-Mexico border. Now, there is new emphasis from the Biden administration regarding the southern border on who it chooses to detain and deport. Apparently, just being an illegal immigrant is no longer enough for arrest and removal. Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul is in Del Rio, Texas, with the latest on this situation.
When the waters of the Rio Grande are low and the sun is shining bright, that's when they make their move. Troopers clock them as they take their first steps into the river, and a few splashes and a helping hand later, these migrants are in the land of the free.
Freedom. Freedom. That's the word.
Tatiana and her group made the journey from Cuba, leaving everything behind.
Yes, my family, my father, mother, grandfather, my brother. I'm just coming with this.
Just a bag and a few personal items to start a new life in a new country.
Come around. I'll meet you at the gate.
Depending on their situation, many of these migrants are handed over to Border Patrol. They're loaded up and then processed, often given a notice to appear for a later date in court, then released into the U.S. During the Trump administration, agents were able to detain anyone who entered the U.S. illegally. And while a judge just ruled the Biden administration can still expel families due to COVID using Title 42, under a new directive, the act of migrating itself won't be a focus to arrest or deport. The emphasis will be on those who pose a threat to national security or public safety. But after the last massive migrant surge, border towns like Del Rio are bracing for what could be up the road.
Del Rio is a success story for them. Del Rio already looks like the point of entrance again.
However, for migrants like Tatiana, the concern is who they left behind.
My heart's have pain because they don't have anything like this. Food, freedom, nothing.
The mayor here in Del Rio, Texas says right now they have information that 20 to 50,000 migrants are in Mexico looking for a place to cross. Some authorities estimate that number could be as high as 60,000 people, and they could arrive here along the border within weeks. In Del Rio, Texas, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
Huge shout out to Jeff Paul. He has been at the U.S.-Mexico border for weeks now, providing us these updates, speaking with locals, speaking with people that are impacted by this influx of migrants. So wanted to bring you that latest report here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, we are also continuing to follow the situation in Afghanistan, both overseas and its impacts here on refugees now in the United States. A deadly bombing at the entrance of a mosque in Kabul, Afghanistan, is the most recent attack in a series of violent incidents in the area being blamed on ISIS-K. And there's increasing concern that the bloodshed could ultimately lead to a civil war in Afghanistan. Fox News correspondent Benjamin Hall has the latest from the Middle East.
Another worrying development out of Afghanistan today, and it is one that both experts and government officials alike had warned about, that when the US leave and the Taliban take over, there is likely to be an uptick in attacks from groups like ISIS. That in turn leads to chaos and down the road to civil war. The attack today took place at the entrance of the Eidgah Mosque in Kabul, targeting a memorial service for the mother of the Taliban spokesman. At least 8 civilians were killed and more were wounded. Although there was no immediate claim of responsibility, ISIS-K are the key suspects. And since the Taliban took over, attacks by this ISIS affiliate have increased dramatically. Indeed, there was another deadly ISIS attack today in Jalalabad that left 4 dead. And in the last week alone, ISIS-K have claimed a series of other attacks in the country's east, killing dozens of civilians and Taliban fighters. Today's attack was also the first such assault in Kabul since an ISIS suicide bomber killed 13 US soldiers and over 200 civilians near the Kabul airport during that chaotic withdrawal in late August. Experts have warned that a civil war in Afghanistan could replicate the chaos seen in Syria, from which ISIS was able to carve out its first caliphate. The only difference being the US had a presence in and around Syria. They do not now in or around Afghanistan. The bottom line is if the Taliban cannot offer security to the people they claim to govern by stopping attacks like this, if they continue to struggle to pay government salaries, and if they continue to subjugate a large portion of their population, I'm thinking here about women, they will struggle to govern effectively. And that very quickly leads to chaos, then civil war, and that is not a good thing for US national security. In London, Benjamin Hall, Fox News.
There are now over 53,000 Afghan refugees spread out over 8 bases in the United States. As you mentioned, some 700 have already decided to leave on their own. The Department of Homeland Security says they are not breaking any laws by doing so. DHS did not refute the Reuters story, only saying if Afghans choose to leave the bases, they are responsible for completing any medical requirements on their own and may forfeit other benefits. Afghan refugees were only supposed to be on the bases for days or weeks. Now that mission has been extended for months, according to the top general for U.S. forces in North America.
We're prepared to be here as long as we need to conduct this mission. That's best addressed by DHS, the lead federal agency. We stand ready to support. We'll be ready if we need to support through the winter months and into the spring.
There are still 14,000 Afghan refugees at bases overseas, including at Ramstein in Germany, waiting for flights to the U.S. that have been suspended for weeks because of a measles outbreak. Now General Van Herk says all Afghans have been vaccinated for measles, and those flights should resume soon. He says 84% of Afghan refugees have received the coronavirus vaccine. Fox News asked the general why Afghans were fully vaccinated against measles, but not for the coronavirus. He says he has a bigger worry.
I wanted to remind Lucas is that the COVID positivity rate is 0.4%, less than 1%. And so, we haven't had significant challenges. I will tell you that the task force's concern is primarily flu outbreak at this point, and we're working hard to get the flu vaccine as well across all of the Afghans.
Last week, a female U.S. Army soldier at Fort Bliss in Texas says she was assaulted by a group of male Afghan refugees. 2 other Afghans were arrested at Fort McCoy in Wisconsin, one for allegedly assaulting a child, the other for assaulting his wife. In Washington, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
All right, everybody, stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to head out to Houston, Texas for the next top story that we have for you here on Live Now from Fox. It was something that we brought to you on Friday when a gunman opened fire at a school near the Houston area. We've got the shooting suspect appearing in court today, and his bond is set for millions. We'll get the latest, checking in with our Fox 26 Houston team when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are taking a look at one of the vantage points we have over the Houston city skyline. Now, the man accused of shooting a principal at Yes Prep Southwest Secondary has his bail set for more than $5 million. Officials say Dexter Kelsey, who is 25 years old, shot through the glass door in the front of the school building located in Southwest Houston midday on Friday. From there, he was able to get into the school and open fire, and police say Kelsey is a former student of the school and confessed to his role in the shooting. So let's get the latest from our Fox 26 Houston's Matt Seedorf.
Shock and horror at Yes Prep Southwest School Friday in Houston.
He's outside the main entrance with a gun.
A man armed with a rifle shooting his way into the building.
We got spent shell casings inside, so we're up against the rifle. Anybody coming in this building, make sure you got your plates and helmets.
The front door, it's a glass door, it was locked. He gained entry by shooting through a glass door.
So they said he's inside the front office.
One person shot, identified as school principal Eric Espinoza.
Oh my God.
More than 1,000 middle school and high school students safely evacuated with their hands up.
Keep your hands up, don't do that.
Many now calling their principal a hero.
I was at lunch and the principal came running in there telling us to run and get out.
He was the one that alerted us that we were in the cafeteria. He was the one that came running.
The principal's sister tells Fox 26, "Thank you for your prayers for our family. My brother is okay."
Me and a male is wearing a poncho and a black shirt, rain boots at the front desk.
25-year-old Dexter Kelsey arrested at the school. The former Yes Prep Southwest student now charged with aggravated assault against a public servant and deadly conduct.
I wasn't told that he said anything. I know he surrendered without incident.
Yes Prep Public Schools tweeting Saturday, "We are thinking about our students, staff, and families today, and we're thankful Principal Espinoza is home recovering. There are counselors ready to follow up with students needing support."
At first, we just thought it was like just a drill, regular drill.
Reporting in Houston, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 26 News.
All right, we are going from Houston, Texas, out to a live now look we have from the Laundrie family home in Northport, Florida. Where is Brian Laundrie? That seems to be the major question as search efforts now enter a third week. Tomorrow is 3 weeks officially since Laundrie's family claims that they last saw or heard from him. Well, again, it's expanding as the FBI is investigating new tips of possible sightings. The latest comes from a hiker on the Appalachian Trail who tells Fox News he spoke with a man he's convinced is Laundrie. Now, we brought you some of the information earlier in our show, but the man who is alleging he saw Laundrie, his name is Dennis Davis, and he described to Fox News the moment he pulled up next to a man in a white truck he believes was in fact wanted fugitive Brian Laundrie, the only known suspect in the Gabby Petito case. It was around 12:30 Saturday morning near the Tennessee-North Carolina border. He said, "I started talking with the gentleman. I could tell right away something wasn't right with him." After the man drove off, Davis looked at photos of Laundrie on his phone and convinced it was him. He called 911 and the FBI. So again, this is live feeds we've got coming from outside of the Laundrie family home. We do know that the FBI was there a couple of days ago grabbing more items of Laundrie's to give to their canines to help aid in the search. They have still been searching that Carlton Reserve, the 25,000-acre nature preserve near the Laundrie family home, but it's been scaled back a lot. They've only really been using drones and any air resources they have to search the reserve. They did have conditions extra wet and extra mucky out there over the last week. So we also do know that we are following the fact that the FBI is following some leads having to do with Laundrie's sister as well. So we are hoping to check in with Fox's Charles Watson here in just a bit on our show. He's been following this case from the very beginning and is in Northport, Florida as we speak. So if we can bring you that information from Charles, we will let you know here on Live Now from Fox. I also do want to let you know that we've got feeds coming from Joint Base Andrews. We've got President Biden continuing on with his domestic agenda as Congress is still debating two major pieces of legislation. So just wanted to give you a Live Now look at some of the vantage points that we have coming from across the nation. Meanwhile, I do want to head out to California for this next top story that we're following. And as a matter of fact, in just about a half hour, we'll be checking in with Fox 11 Los Angeles' Mario Ramirez. Thousands of gallons of crude oil spilled into the water near Huntington Beach, California over the weekend, and officials say divers are out investigating the exact cause of the spill. Let's get the latest from Fox's Chris DeMeo.
Miles of beaches in Southern California were closed Sunday as crews raced to contain damage from a major oil spill. It's considered one of the largest in the region's recent history, pouring at least 126,000 gallons of crude oil into water off the Orange County coast.
We have boats deployed that are recovering oil that is able to be recovered, and we have teams, shoreline assessment teams on the shore that are assessing where that oil is landing.
The leak was first reported on Saturday, and by Sunday morning, oil slicks were visible in the ocean. Waves washed tar as well as dead birds and fish onto a stretch of sand in Huntington Beach, prompting closures that officials warned could last weeks or months. The spill reportedly originated from a broken pipeline just miles off the coast of Huntington Beach. Divers are still working to investigate exactly how the spill started.
We currently have divers on location at the potential source site. We are investigating the source and potential cause of this incident.
In nearby Newport Beach, officials urged people to avoid areas impacted by the oil spill.
We're strongly advising all of the residents to refrain from any activity on the beach like swimming, surfing, biking, walking, as well as gathering at this time.
Orange County officials sent a letter to President Biden requesting a major disaster declaration to secure federal assistance for cleanup efforts. Chris DeMeo, Fox News.
All right, everybody, we are going to continue following that story here on Live Now from Fox. Again, stick with us because at 9:15 a.m. Eastern Time, we'll be heading out west to check in with Fox 11 Los Angeles' Mario Ramirez as he follows the cleanup efforts as well as what the oil company responsible for this spill is saying this morning. Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to hear some remarks related to the terrible turn of events in the case of Miya Marcano. Orange County deputies here in Orlando, Florida, saying they believed what is to be the body of the 19-year-old college student. You also have her family calling for justice and changes at the apartment complex where she was last seen. So stick with us. We'll be listening in to some remarks from police and her family when we return.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for being here tonight. My name is Jody Lewis, and I am going to be the publicist for the family. Today, we have the family attorney, Daryl Washington, as well as the family of Miya behind me, and they're going to speak about how they're feeling right now. We will take questions afterwards, brief questions, and I'm going to bring on Kaylee, who is the cousin of Miya, first.
Hi everybody, I'm Kaylee Sue, Miya's older cousin, and this is Miya's family. It's a very small representation of everyone who considers Miya family and who is our family. We have family as, we have her great-grandma that's all the way from Virgin Islands, and we have family visiting from Trinidad, from New York, from Canada, from all over Florida. Anyone that could find their way here is here to represent and was here to help us search for Miya. As a family, we'd like to thank everyone for the support and for helping us in this search, and whether you were physically present or just sharing information. I had people who reached out that were not in the area but knew the area better than we do. We're not from Orlando. They would reach out with little tips, and I heard this, and have you checked here? All of that was greatly appreciated, and now we're just focused on making sure that we get justice for Miya.
Good evening, I'm Daryl Washington. I'm the family attorney. First of all, on behalf of the family, we would just like to thank the entire community for coming forward in this very unified effort. This has been an extremely difficult time for the family, as you can imagine. As we discussed, death is something that is very difficult. But what makes death even more difficult is when it's death that could have been prevented. And in this situation, this was a preventable death. And this is what makes it very difficult for the family. We've had the opportunity to talk to young girls who are college students, young girls who are tenants at the Arden Villas apartment. And people are living in fear, because what happened to Miya could have easily happened to one of them. And it's very awful that we have a complex that did not take the proper precautions to assure that this young lady was safe. When her parents allowed her to stay in that apartment complex, she was staying there because we thought this was one of the best. The families thought that this was a complex that you can live in and feel protected. And now we're learning so many different things. We're learning that there weren't even security cameras in a number of places at this complex. So again, there is a lot of frustration, but there is just simply no way that this young man should have had access. And I'm calling him a young man, but he was a predator. He shouldn't have had access to Miya's apartment. And we believe that there was so much more that could have been done to prevent this. Sadly, there are young students who live at this apartment complex today who are passing around a petition because they're demanding that there be justice. They're demanding that there be some safety precaution taken at this apartment complex so that their lives are not taken the way Miya lost her life. So again, we want to thank everybody who came out and helped in the effort, but this has been a very difficult time for the family. As you can imagine, when you turn around and you see this family, this is not everyone. So when they took Miya's life, they also took a piece away from this family that they can never, ever recover. And we just hope that after the day that there's not another family that has to deal with what this family is currently dealing with. So we're going to take a few questions now.
Are you currently filing a lawsuit against the apartment complex? And if so, what is the lawsuit asking for?
There's not been a lawsuit that has been filed at the current moment, but I will tell you that the family is currently looking at every legal remedy that is available to them. We do believe that there was negligence that took place. There was negligent entrustment. There was negligent hiring. So there is some liability on the part of this apartment complex. And again, we feel that had this apartment complex taken the proper steps, this person should have not even been employed at that apartment complex.
Attorney Washington, have you had any conversations with the complex, and if so, what has those conversations been like?
To be quite honest with you, it's been very disappointing, because Miya was not only a tenant at this apartment complex, but she was an employee. This apartment complex has not reached out to the family to offer their condolences. This apartment complex have not talked to the family. In fact, this apartment complex have been extremely difficult with the family getting answers. So it's been really disappointing the way this apartment complex has handled this.
Specifically, you mentioned the gate, you mentioned the lights, but any more specifics on the negligence that you're claiming for the complex?
Well, you know, when you just do just a quick background search on the person that had the key fob, you will find that there are some hits. There are some things that this person has been involved in. So if this apartment complex is going to entrust someone like that with the key fob that gives him open access to somebody's apartment, that's very problematic.
Has Laundrie Villas provided you with information on how they do background checks when they hire employees?
Once again, they have not provided us with anything. We've requested that. The family has tried to talk to the Laundrie Villa. They have not want to talk at all.
I have a question for you, if you don't mind speaking. Thank you so much, and I'm so sorry to be here.
Thank you.
What is, pursuing legal action against this apartment complex? How is that going to help your families' justice and help others at the apartment complex as well?
As he mentioned, there have been a lot of different parties that have reached out and mentioned not feeling safe living there anymore, and of course we wanted to, our goal was of course to find Miya home, bring her home and bring her safe, but if we could make the place where she lived safe for everyone, that would be the end goal. There are so many students and other tenants that came forward and shared their stories about maybe their interactions with maintenance workers that made them feel uncomfortable, or just in general not feeling safe anymore. We had vigils in the evening while we were looking for her, and sometimes there would be tenants that came up and said, I just don't feel safe here, and I'd say, okay, give me 1 second, let me see if I can find one of our cousins to walk you home. There were so many family members there that were willing for us to make them feel safe, so they should feel safe all of the time. You shouldn't feel unsafe where you live. That's supposed to be everyone's safe space. When you don't feel safe somewhere, you're supposed to be able to say, I'm going to go home, wrap myself up in a blanket and feel okay, and that's just not acceptable.
I have a question for Attorney Washington again. You said that the apartment complex really hasn't been responsive to you, to the family, so what would you say is the next step if they continue to not respond to the things that you guys are asking them?
Legally, they won't have a choice but to respond to us. We've tried to talk to the apartment complex. What's so disheartening, if you look at, there are a number of articles where you see the apartment complex already trying to be defensive, where they said that they conducted the proper background step. They are even coming out and saying that they're changing policy. So the fact now that they are implementing new policies already tells you that there was an issue. Otherwise, you wouldn't be implementing new policies if the policies that you had in place were there to protect the tenants.
When you say legally they won't have a choice, can you be a little bit more specific about what you mean?
And again, without getting into all of it, if this matter progresses on to a lawsuit, then there's going to be information that the court will require them to produce to us. So they're going to cooperate with us and give it to us, or legally they won't have a choice but to give it to us.
Okay, everybody, it is officially past the 9 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, and we are going to run you through all of the top stories that we are following this Monday, October 4th. Starting you off at the top of the 9 o'clock hour with a live now look of Air Force One. We've got President Joe Biden expecting to depart Wilmington, Delaware, to head back out to our nation's capital at 11:15 a.m. Eastern Time. He is expected to deliver remarks on the need to raise the debt ceiling after Senate Republicans voted twice last week to default in the state dining room. So you can bet that we will bring you those remarks live, raw, and in their entirety, because that is what our show is all about. We are also expecting to hear from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki at around 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And we've also got word that the Vice President is going to be dropping by some local businesses is. That is not confirmed when or where yet. So stay with us here on Live Now from Fox as we bring you all of these live events on this Monday morning. But as promised, we are going to run you through the top stories that we are following this morning here on our show. Want to start off by bringing you some footage we have of a breaking news situation we've been following all morning long out of the Philadelphia area. We've got a nurse assistant, unfortunately, losing his life this morning after a 55-year-old man entered a hospital out there. Specifically, I can tell you that the name of the hospital is the Presbyterian Hospital, Jefferson University Hospital. The Presbyterian Hospital is where 2 officers are recovering, but police say a 55-year-old man wearing hospital scrubs, a mask, and a backpack shot and killed a nurse assistant who was his former co-worker at Thomas Jefferson University Hospital. The suspect then fled the area in a U-Haul truck before being tracked down by police in a different section of the city, and as multiple officers responded, the suspect fired on them, hitting one in the arm and grazing the other in the nose. Now, we do know that the officer that was shot in the arm is going to need surgery. Both officers are expected to make a full recovery. Now, the suspect has not specifically been identified by name, but again, we do know over the last couple of hours we've learned he is a 55-year-old man, and we did hear from Philadelphia police around 3 o'clock this morning. It's still a very active investigation and scene there. So again, if we do hear from officers again within the next couple of hours related to this situation, you can bet that we will bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Continuing on with some more top stories we've got for you this morning. We've got a man on the Appalachian trails claiming that he spoke with Brian Laundrie, the 23-year-old fiance of now deceased Gabby Petito. Tomorrow will be 3 weeks when that was the last time that he was seen or heard from allegedly by his family. We're going to be checking in with Fox's Charles Watson out in Northport, Florida around 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time to talk about the latest twists and turns and these new tips coming in from completely out of the state of Florida, where we do know that the FBI have focused most of their search efforts. So again, stick with us for that live interview. We also are going to be checking in with Fox 11 Los Angeles' Mario Ramirez here in just 10 minutes for a really tragic ecological related story out of the state of California. A 126,000 gallon oil spill from an offshore rig causing major damage in the waters off of Huntington Beach. Officials are closing the area to beachgoers, and they actually canceled the final day of the Pacific Air Show over the weekend. So we're going to be checking in with Fox 11 Los Angeles' Mario Ramirez here in just a few minutes to talk about the cleanup efforts underway this morning, as well as what the oil company responsible for this situation has to say about what happened, why this happened, and how they move forward from here. The U.S. Coast Guard is leading the response to the oil spill. So as we follow this top story here this morning, I do want to play for you some of the latest remarks from Coast Guard officials as well as other Huntington Beach officials. They held a press conference shortly after we got word of the spill. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Just off of the Huntington Beach coast and our coastal neighbors. Our wetlands are being degraded, and portions of our coastline are now covered in oil. I want to reassure everyone that the overall cleanup effort is being expertly coordinated right now. That cleanup effort is being led by the Incident Management Team, or IMT, which includes federal, state, and regional response entities. In addition, the company responsible for this oil spill, which we understand to be Beta Offshore, a California subsidiary of Houston-based Amplify Energy Corporation, is working on the cleanup effort as well. In the coming days and weeks, We challenge the responsible parties to do everything possible to rectify this environmental catastrophe. Our local teams at the city and at Orange County are working in concert to support the cleanup and recovery efforts. As everything unfolds, however, there are some important Huntington Beach impacts that we need to share. First, the ocean and shorelines in Huntington Beach are closed. That is from Sea Point, the street Sea Point in the north, all the way south to the Santa Ana River Jetty. The beach order closure was issued in concert with the Orange County Healthcare Agency and the city of Huntington Beach. Of note, the closure means that if individuals are at the beach in the impacted areas, they should not cross into the shoreline or enter the water where we have oil impacts. The beach closure will be in place until further notice, and we will be providing updates regularly. We also wanted to let everyone know that while the overall cleanup efforts are being led by the Coast Guard here in Huntington Beach, our local response efforts have been focused on two major priorities. First, protecting the health and safety of our residents and visitors. And second, preventing an ecological disaster by mitigating the impacts of the oil on our precious wetlands and wildlife. We urge everyone to stay safe by avoiding the impacts and the areas that are contacted with oil. Please know that protecting our wetlands and wildlife are of utmost importance to us here in Huntington Beach.
Ominous words for the major disaster unfolding on local beaches. Oil slicks in the water, ugly globs of oil
laid a total of 2,050 feet of protective booms at 7 separate locations. Unfortunately, as a result of this oil spill, we are starting to see oil-covered fish and birds washing up along our coastline. The city has set up an oil response hotline, and if anyone in the community has concerns or questions about this situation, please call that hotline number at area code 714-374-1702. In addition, we know that Huntington Beach residents are a community that care and want to give up their time. And so we are coordinating efforts with our local nonprofits. We've worked with our local partners at the Huntington Beach Wetlands Conservancy and at the Surfrider Foundation to help support cleanup efforts. For those of you that have an interest in the animal rescue related efforts, we urge you to contact the Huntington Beach Wetlands Conservancy. That organization means a wildlife rescue facility on Newland and PCH here in Huntington Beach. They can be reached at area code 714-374-5587. In addition, at some point, we will need volunteers to help with the beach cleanup efforts. And to help coordinate that effort, we've partnered with the Surfrider Foundation. Anyone interested in helping on that front should go to their website and visit cleanups.surfrider.org. Again, that's cleanups.surfrider.org. In a year that has been filled with incredibly challenging issues, this oil spill constitutes one of the most devastating situations that our community has dealt with in decades. Rest assured that the team in Huntington Beach mobilized quickly, and we are proactively responding. We are doing everything in our power to protect the health and safety of our residents, our visitors, and our natural habitats. We are grateful for the outpouring of support and urgency exhibited by our community. In Huntington Beach, we come together, especially in times of challenge. Today, is no different. We will face this challenge together, and we will come out stronger because we are one HB. And with that, I will be happy to take any questions, and I'm also going to ask Eric McCoy, who's also our lead on this, to help answer any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, why not close the entire beach? If I've seen folks bringing oil up to this station, why not close the entire beach?
Well, the beach is closed for the city of Huntington Beach from Sea Point all the way down to the river jetty, and then the state has also closed their beach, the Huntington State Beach, that has also been closed.
Yes. I'm wondering what you saw this morning on your, I don't know, your drive
Yes.
out, and I'm also curious to hear how this feels from an emotional perspective as someone who lives in Huntington Beach.
Yeah.
I was so excited as I know about the air show happening
Yes.
today, and as someone who cares and loves this environment, and specifically the beach here.
Yeah, and you know, for people that know me, I am very much attached to the beach. My husband's a surfer. My daughter's been part of the junior guards here forever, and this is the main reason why we live in Huntington Beach, is this amazing natural resource that we have. And so to see the environmental impact on our shore, to me, it's absolutely devastating. And we're going to do everything that we can to clean that up quickly and make sure that the responsible parties do their part as well. But I do know that this community is resilient and that we will do everything that we can to mitigate this. And I really, my hat goes off to Chief McCoy, Chief Haverly, everybody here, because we took proactive measures to minimize the impact to our most sensitive areas. So do you want to speak a little bit about what we've done so far to further? We did. There's oil deposits all along the shore, and you can see the oil slicks out in the ocean, and so we know that there's going to be a lot more hitting our shores over the next few days. But go ahead, Chief, if you would like to say a few things.
Hi, Eric McCoy, Division Chief. Like we said last night, the crews were out for most of the night, last night as well as this morning. They're kind of finishing up this afternoon.
Alrighty, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Playing this In Case You Missed It segment. It is a top story that we are following this morning. An environmental situation that is expected to have major impacts in Huntington Beach, California, after a 26,000-gallon oil spill from an offshore rig caused major damage in the waters. Now, we do know that cleanup efforts are still underway this morning, so I do want to bring in Fox 11 Los Angeles' Mario Ramirez, joining us live from Huntington Beach this morning. Mario, good morning to you. I guess my first question is, how long will these cleanup efforts take? 126,000 gallons, is that correct?
Regina, that's right. A difficult task, and we can tell you that Orange County officials calling this an ecological disaster say it could be weeks, even months before stretches of the beach here are reopened. Access to the water completely closed during that cleanup effort and that spill, which we still don't have a timeline for. The spill drew a reaction, a response from local, state, and federal agencies, with the U.S. Coast Guard leading that cleanup effort. And this morning, we're just south of the Huntington Beach Pier. This area, access to the water has been closed for about 15 miles down the coast. And we can tell you, as of last night, the U.S. Coast Guard says 3,000 gallons of that 126,000 have been recovered. About 5,000 feet of barriers were deployed to try and contain the spread, and today divers will continue to inspect a 17-mile pipeline where the spill likely came from. That is still under investigation. Officials, however, say the leak appears to have stopped, but not before devastating portions of wildlife here, like the Talbert Wetlands, a wildlife habitat the city of Huntington Beach has been preserving for decades. And you can really see some of the images, how that oil is washing up on shore, spreading along the Orange County coastline. Again, fish and birds have been washing up on shore, with residents reporting globs of oil along the coastline. It's reminiscent of an oil spill in 1990 when an oil tanker spilled around 100,000 gallons and thousands of birds and fish during that time in 1990 were killed. So this is really concerning. They say, Orange County officials, with each hour, it has a devastating impact on the wildlife here. So we're waiting for an update from the U.S. Coast Guard, again, leading that cleanup effort for this oil spill here in Orange County, Regina.
Yeah, it's just so, devastating to hear about the impacts this is already having on marine life out there, on communities now. Mario, what has the company who is responsible for this said so far?
That would be the oil and gas company, Houston-based Amplify Energy. They operate the pipeline, so they continue to say that they will be committed to being out here and working on containing this oil spill until it's completely resolved. And they also added many of the workers are from this area along the Orange County coastline, so they're just as concerned about this spill as locals and nearby residents. So we're waiting for an update, and we expect to hear again from the company's CEO later this morning.
All right, well, Fox 11 Los Angeles is Mario Ramirez out there in Huntington Beach with us right now. Thank you so much for providing us with this update, and we will certainly be checking in with your team throughout the next couple of days to talk about the impact and cleanup efforts as they go on. Thank you so much, Mario.
Thank you, Regina. Take care.
You as well. All right, everybody, we are going to entirely switch gears here and take you out to a shot we have right now of Air Force One. President Biden expected to leave Wilmington, Delaware very shortly here this morning and head back out to Washington, D.C., where he is expected to deliver remarks at 11:15 a.m. Eastern Time. But in the meantime, the conversation that we had with Mario, most definitely something that we are going to continue following here on Live Now from Fox throughout the day and throughout as long as it takes to clean up the oil, 126,000 gallons. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to see how far along this departure is when it comes to President Biden leaving Wilmington, Delaware. So this is what our show is all about, everybody. A front row seat to the live, the raw, the unfiltered feeds that we've got coming to our desk each and every morning. Some of you are going to see that quick 2-minute commercial break. All right, everybody, we've got President Biden departing on Air Force One from Wilmington, Delaware, back out to Joint Base Andrews in our nation's capital, where at 11:15 a.m. Eastern Time, he is expected to deliver remarks on the need to raise the debt ceiling after Senate Republicans voted twice last week to default. In the meantime, it's a live feed that we've got coming to our desk right now. Let's watch this entire departure here on Live Now from Fox this morning. All right, so sometimes they do show us the full departure of Air Force One whenever it leaves a specific airport, but it does not look like they are doing so. However, again, you can be sure to watch President Biden's full remarks on the need to raise the debt ceiling at 11:15 a.m. Eastern Time. Up, and there we go. We do have wheels up in a couple of seconds. Air Force One departing Wilmington, Delaware, en route to Joint Base Andrews. President Biden trying to continue on with his domestic agenda as he is still waiting for Congress as they debate on two major pieces of legislation. It is also going to be a busy day in Washington, D.C. as well when it comes to the Supreme Court, everybody. So as we do say goodbye to President Biden on his way to Joint Base Andrews, I do want to read you the latest from a shot that we've got outside of the Supreme Court of the United States. Now, the future of abortion rights is in the hands of a conservative Supreme Court that is beginning a new term today that also includes major cases on gun rights and religion. The court's credibility with the public also could be on the line, especially if a divided court Court were to overrule the landmark Roe v. Wade decision from the 1973 case that established a woman's right to an abortion nationwide. The justices are returning to the courtroom after an 18-month absence caused by the coronavirus pandemic and the possible retirement of 83-year-old liberal Justice Stephen Breyer also looms. Justice Amy Coney Barrett, the last of former President Donald Trump's 3 high court appointees, is part of a 6-justice conservative majority. Barrett was nominated and confirmed last year amid the pandemic, a little more than a month after the death of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. The justices will hear arguments December 1st in Mississippi's bid to enforce a ban on most abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancy. Lower courts blocked the law because it is inconsistent with the high court rulings that allow states to regulate but not prohibit abortion before viability. The point around 24 weeks of pregnancy when a fetus can survive outside of the womb. Mississippi is among 12 states with so-called trigger laws that would take effect if Roe is overturned and ban abortion entirely. By a 5-4 vote in early September, the court already has allowed a ban on most abortions to take effect in Texas, though no court has yet ruled on the substance of the law. In early November, the court will take up a challenge to New York restrictions on carrying a gun in public, a case that offers the court the chance to expand gun rights under the Second Amendment. Before Barrett joined the court, the justices turned away similar cases over the dissents of some conservative members of the court. More than 40 states already make it easy to be armed in public, but New York and California, 2 of the nation's most populous states, are among the few with tighter regulations. A case from Maine gives the court another opportunity to weigh religious rights in the area of education. The state excludes religious schools from a tuition program for families who live in towns that don't have public schools. So again, a lot of notable cases that are going to be addressed in the Supreme Court over the course of their new term. We do know that Justice Brett Kavanaugh will participate remotely from his home next week during oral arguments after testing positive for COVID-19 despite being vaccinated. The court said on Friday that the 54-year-old justice has no symptoms. So we'll be getting back to work, but we'll be doing it virtually. So this is a shot that we have outside of the Supreme Court of the United States. You can see the media lined up out there hoping to get some remarks from some of the justices. But again, this is something that we will continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox. Again, a new term and lots of talkable cases that have been addressed and are going to be addressed there out in Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, I do want to bring you the latest from Fox's Doug Luzader, everybody, because, again, we've got President Biden continuing his domestic agenda. However, there is still 2 major legislations that are being discussed out there in our nation's capital. Let's listen in to Doug Luzader's most recent report.
The president is heading to Michigan tomorrow to try to build some grassroots support for the 2 big spending bills that are stalled here on Capitol Hill. The White House and Congress are both controlled by Democrats, but they still couldn't agree on a simple question. When will the president's agenda move forward?
We don't have a time frame on it.
Presidential advisor Cedric Richmond said there's no timeline. Over in Congress, though, Democrats say it's Halloween.
Our goal is to get it done in the next month.
October 31st is our new target date.
But the central disagreement is over cost. Progressive Democrats scored a big win last week by scuttling Speaker Nancy Pelosi's plan for a vote on a bipartisan infrastructure deal because moderate Democrats, like Senators Joe Manchin of West Virginia and Arizona's Kyrsten Sinema, wouldn't spend $3.5 trillion on social programs.
We need a Build Back Better plan right now.
One advocacy group even followed Sinema into a restroom to demand she vote for the larger bill that progressives actually think is already too small.
The $6 trillion that I originally proposed was probably too little. $3.5 trillion should be a minimum, but I accept that there's going to have to be give and take.
And it is up to the president to make that give and take happen as Republicans relish the dispute.
Joe Biden has now walked the plank for the socialist Bernie Sanders budget. He's man overboard, and he can't swim.
And the longer this takes, the more difficult it becomes as we get closer to the midterm elections. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, everybody, we are past the 9:30 a.m. Eastern time here on the East Coast, and we've got the Dow Jones Industrial up this Monday, October 4th. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we're going to head back out to the White House for just a couple of minutes. Going to bring you some of the latest remarks from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki as she lays out President Biden's schedule for this week. We do know right now he is en route to Joint Base Andrews from Wilmington, Delaware, and is expected to make remarks at 11:15 a.m. Eastern time. And you can bet that we'll bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. We are also just about 10 minutes away from a live report with Fox's Charles Watson out of Northport, Florida, talking about all the twists and turns that we've gotten in the case of Gabby Petito and the search for her boyfriend, Brian Laundrie. So stay with us. A lot of top stories and more news to follow when we return.
before getting care, and that providers, health plans, and issuers have a process to settle payment disputes. Also wanted to just give you a brief 3,000 foot on the week ahead, and we'll have more as the weekend proceeds. Of course, throughout the weekend and next week, the President will continue to make the case for his Build Back Better agenda and the bipartisan infrastructure deal. Also, he will be working with the Senate on the debt limit after Republicans voted twice this week to default. And toward the middle of the week, the President will travel across the country to make the case for his Build Back Better agenda and to discuss his administration's work to increase COVID-19 vaccinations, defeat the pandemic, and build an economy that works for all. Next Friday is, of course, Jobs Day. You can expect he'll deliver some remarks on the economy, and as always, we'll provide you with more details as we have them. Zeke, why don't you kick us off?
Thanks, Jen. Why is the President going to the Hill today? What has changed in these talks that he believes now's the time to make the drive over there, and what is his message to House Democrats?
He's going over there to make the case for his legislative agenda, which includes the infrastructure bill, and it includes his Build Back Better agenda. That would be in the reconciliation package. So he wants to speak directly to members, answer their questions, and make the case for why we should all work together to give the American people more breathing room.
Does he expect to walk out of there with agreement, consensus for a vote today on the infrastructure package?
I'm not going to make a prediction of whether there will or won't be a vote. I'll leave that to Speaker Pelosi to determine when she will call a vote. But he's making the case. He believes it's the right time for him to go up there. These are his proposals. These are his bold ideas. This is his plan that he's outlined to not just rebuild our roads, our railways, and bridges and put millions of people back to work, but also to make child care, elder care, pre-K more cost-effective, to address the climate crisis, and he wants to make the case directly to members.
You mentioned a few of those proposals that are in there. Senator Manchin has been calling to means test some of those new proposals. Is that something the President is open to? Is that on the table? Is that the substance of what is being hashed out right now?
I wouldn't say that's the substance of what's being hashed out right now. There's a lot of topics that are being discussed right now between a range of members, including Senator Manchin. I know we've talked over the last couple of days a little bit about this proposal for some means testing. What the President supports and what the President is focused on is ensuring that these plans are targeted toward the middle class, help the middle class, and help middle class families prosper, give them breathing room. And so as you look to some of his past proposals, there has been caps on income on some of his past proposals, some that were implemented as a part of the American Rescue Plan. So certainly, whatever you call it, he's open to discussing that.
Last one, we haven't really seen much of the President this week in public. Is it possible we'll see him, will his remarks to the Democratic Conference be open to the press? Will he make remarks? Will he speak to the American people today about the status of these negotiations?
Well, he's visiting the Democratic caucus, and as you may know, and as the Speaker's office will confirm for all of you, they make those rules. We don't make those rules, and those are closed press meetings. But obviously, there'll be a press pull with him. In terms of whether he'll address the public or speak to all of you, we'll see. We're quite open, and he will make decisions hour by hour. Go ahead, Jeff.
Jen, can you tell us what progress has been made in the last 24 hours or so on these two bills?
Well, I can tell you a little bit about what's happened over the last 24 hours. So, and some of you have been watching this closely, but White House officials, including Chief of Staff Ron Klain, Counselor Steve Ricchetti, Domestic Policy Advisor Susan Rice, Legislative Director Louisa Terrell, NEC Director Brian Deese, have been speaking with leadership and members spanning the caucus daily, moderates and progressives, members of the CPC, the Congressional Progressive Caucus, Blue Dogs, New Dems, and problem solvers. They've been on constant contact and on constant phone calls, and also, as you know, many of those officials I just mentioned, Susan Rice, Brian Deese, and Louisa Terrell, were up on the Hill yesterday from about 3 p.m. until midnight last night, meeting with members, discussing with their teams what the path forward looks like. The legislative team has also made now at least 300 calls, or had at least 300 calls or meetings with members, chiefs of staff, staff directors, and legislative directors since September 1st, and our policy teams have also had dozens of meetings directly with members and their teams. I would say over the last 24 hours, you've seen Obviously there's been the pressure of a timeline, which often can make progress, can crystallize for people what's at stake. What we're all trying to do here, which is to make life better for the American people. There have been discussions about what the path forward looks like, productive, constructive discussions. And as we said last night in the statement I put out, we feel we've made some progress. Those discussions have continued today, and they're continuing as we speak.
And it was that statement that I was referring to. Is
Sure.
there anything more you can delineate about what that progress is exactly?
Well, I think we all know what we're trying to work toward here, right? It's not a state secret. There are a couple of members of the Senate who want to be comfortable with what the Build Back Better package looks like. There are a couple of members of the Progressive Caucus, several members of the Progressive Caucus, however you define it, who want to know there's a path forward on the Build Back Better agenda. What we're working toward is unifying a path to get both of these packages done. As a part of that, and we all knew this from the beginning, compromise is necessary. It's inevitable. Some have come down, some have come up in the numbers and what we're looking at here. That's what the basis of the discussion and some of the basis of progress has been.
Just one quick question on North Korea. They've launched another missile. It's their second one this week. White House reaction to that and to Kim Jong-un's offer to open up a direct line with South Korea again?
First let me say that in our outreach, as I think I'll start here, we've made specific proposals for discussion with the North Koreans, but have not received.
Alrighty, everybody. Wanted to bring you this in case you missed it segment here on Live Now from Fox. We've got White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki outlining President Biden's domestic agenda. Again, stay with us here because at 11:15 a.m. Eastern Time, he is expected to make some remarks from the White House, specifically on the need to raise the debt ceiling after Senate Republicans voted twice last week to default in the state dining room. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we're going to head back out to Florida, specifically to Northport, to be joined by Fox's Charles Watson as we follow all the latest developments in the case of Gabby Petito and the search for Brian Laundrie. Stay with us. That report coming up after this 2-minute commercial break. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. A little after 9:45 a.m. here on the East Coast, taking a Live Now look at the Dow Jones Industrial Board on this Monday, October 4th, up this morning. Wanted to show you this here on Live Now from Fox. However, we're going to switch gears here and bring you some more information when it comes to the search of Brian Laundrie, the 23-year-old fiance of now deceased Gabby Petito. We have been bringing you every twist and turn when it comes to this case. Well, a potential new lead in the search for him, a hiker contacting the FBI over the weekend saying he is confident he encountered the 23-year-old in Tennessee near the North Carolina border. So I do want to head on over to Northport, Florida, where Fox's Charles Watson is outside of the Laundrie family home with the latest. Good morning, Charles. Another twist and turn that we can bring our viewers here this morning. What can you tell us?
Absolutely, Regina. This story has no shortage of twists and turns. We spoke to the Haywood County Sheriff's Department in North Carolina, and they tell us over the weekend they received nearly a dozen calls concerning possible Brian Laundrie sightings, but authorities say none were as descriptive as Florida hiker Dennis Davis, who says he has no doubts that he ran into and spoke to Laundrie near the Tennessee-North Carolina border early Saturday morning. Davis says the man who appeared to be Brian flagged him down in a white pickup truck. The man appeared dazed and confused as he rambled on about a fight with his girlfriend and questioned him about directions to California using exclusively back roads. Take a listen to what he had to say.
I'm absolutely 100% sure that was the guy. My heart was thumping. And I immediately called the FBI back and I said, listen, I just called you guys, but I'm telling you, this was the guy.
Charles, we know that the search for Brian Laundrie has really been focused on the Florida area. So what do we know as of this morning about the FBI following up on this tip? He seems to be pretty confident.
Well, this gentleman with this tip over the weekend, he told our Fox News digital team that he was growing frustrated because he had reached out to local police and the FBI and he hadn't gotten a response. Now, we do know from the Haywood County Sheriff's Department that they did send a few deputies out to the location that Davis gave them, and they searched around, they ran a few tags, and they pulled at least one person over, but they say they found nothing of importance. As far as the FBI, we haven't really heard much from them. We've reached out to them several times trying to get more details about where their search efforts have taken them, and their response has essentially been, our public statements on Twitter is what we have right now, and that's what we're going with. Now, we do know there were a lot of questions, particularly over the weekend, about the Laundrie family and a camping trip they appeared to take a few days after Brian Laundrie returned home from that cross-country trip without his girlfriend, Gabby Petito. The family, according to documents that Fox News obtained, went up to the DeSoto Park campground about 75 miles north in St. Petersburg, Florida. We also know that Brian's sister, Cassandra Laundrie, joined in on that trip, and that was odd to some people because you'll remember last month she spoke to the media. She said she hadn't seen Brian since he returned home on September 1st, and she did an interview with Good Morning America, ABC News, and said she wasn't able to get in contact with him. And then you have this information that the family actually went on a camping trip together. The Laundrie family attorney did release a statement and said that authorities are aware of those specific dates, the September 6th date. He says anything that Cassandra has said was, sort of a misinterpretation of a question that she was trying to answer. So, he's essentially saying, there's no foul play there. The family has been truthful in speaking with the FBI and trying to help them out in this investigation. But again, we don't know how much because the FBI has been silent on this case. Regina?
Yeah, and Charles, we've actually heard a little bit more from the Petito family when it comes to this investigation and situation. I actually want to show our viewers right now a tweet from Gabby's mom. It reads, "Mama Bear is getting angry. Turn yourself in at Joseph Petito agrees." So, Charles, what can you say about the fact throughout this entire investigation, really all the Petito family wants is justice for their daughter?
That's exactly, they want justice for their daughter. But again, I think it's important to note that Brian is still only considered a person of interest in the death investigation of Gabby Petito. Of course, he is wanted on those bank fraud charges. And at this point, we are still not clear about whose card he was using. But there's a lot of speculation about that it could have been his girlfriend, Gabby Petito's. But yeah, as you mentioned, the family is growing frustrated. We saw that frustrated tweet from Nicole Schmidt, Gabby Petito's mother, over the weekend, basically sending a message to Brian to turn himself in. Not clear if he's able to see that or how much he's going to listen to that, but obviously they are growing frustrated. Then there is the case of the Gabby Petito Foundation. The family says it's ready to launch it, had a site ready and everything, but apparently the site has been restricted because there are so many scammers out there trying to use this young lady's name to take advantage of others. Regina?
Now, Charles, my last question to you, because you are outside of the Laundrie family home, what has the activity been like out there over the last couple of hours? I know later last week we saw the FBI back at the Laundrie family home to get more belongings of Brian's to give to their canine units. Have we really seen much more activity since?
No, we haven't seen a lot of activity since the FBI was last here, but we have seen a daily showing of protesters, small groups out here on a daily basis in the morning using bullhorns or just shouting at the Laundrie family home, asking them to repent, asking them where is Brian, asking them why they aren't helping with police. Obviously, the Laundrie family hasn't really responded at all. We haven't seen them in days. We saw an Amazon driver drive up a couple of days ago and drop off a package. No one came to the door, but we have heard there were some spottings of them out in their backyard. But it's just been protesters and a lot of interested people driving up and down this street for days now, windows down in their cars, phones up, snapping pictures, taking videos. This home has certainly become a sight to see, Regina.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Fox's Charles Watson out there in front of the Laundrie home in Northport, Florida. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We'll continue to check in with you and your team on any new developments today. You have a great day.
You too.
All right, everybody, we are going to head back out to our nation's capital to show you this live feed we've got coming from outside of the Supreme Court of the United States. Again, stay with our Live Now from Fox team because we are following every twist and turn when it comes to the case of Gabby Petito and the search for Brian Laundrie. Tomorrow marks 3 weeks since his family claims they last saw or heard from him. So again, stay with us here. Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back.
So this is for News Live. Anybody that's out there listening right now, we're going to do one for News Live. This is we're up here. This is going to be the Orange County shoreline. We're looking at that oil slick that from that oil leak. It was basically a broken pipeline in the water over the weekend. It happened, I understand, started Saturday night. Sunday morning is really when they noticed it. They're saying over 3,000 barrels of oil were lost into the ocean out here in the Pacific Ocean. Now, most of the slick, this is the thing, from the helicopter, what we're seeing right here, this is just a very, very small part of that slick, and it is off the shoreline out here. This is going to be in the Huntington Beach area where we are. We flew the shoreline this morning. We saw a lot of oil up on the sand area, like basically a darker line in the water. And again, there are cleanup efforts happening out there on the beach as well. They're talking about a lot of wildlife has been affected out here. Thousands of birds and other sea animals have been injured or killed because of this, and there are beach closures out here as well. Now, is everybody taking this as seriously as it really is? We actually saw some surfers out there in the hard closure areas in the Newport Beach area, Huntington Beach area this morning. As far as the oil in the water, I don't want this to minimize what is actually going on out here, because from the helicopter this morning, we're not really seeing that huge devastation and that large response of people out here trying to clean it up, because what has happened is most of that oil basically has moved offshore about a mile or so and is actually making its way southbound. That's where a lot of the larger cleanup efforts are. There are actually ships out in the ocean trying to basically corral and get that oil off the top of the water. What's still out here in the Orange County area, well, there's been some proactive responses out here as well. There's wetlands nearby where some of the ocean water basically makes their way out there, and it makes their way to the inland area, and there's oil in that water. So what they've done, if they brought in earth-moving equipment and basically moved sand around, created this huge berm area, and that is part of what they're doing as well to protect some of that wildland out here. Right now, though, cleanup efforts are continuing, but what we're showing you from Skyfox this morning is basically a very small portion of a huge spill out here. And again, beaches are closed. People are told not to go in the water. And the oil, as we understand it, the actual break itself has been located. The pipeline has been shut down, so nothing more is being added. But what's already in the water is devastating. I'm Stu in Skyfox. Back to you.
All right, huge shout out to Fox 11 Los Angeles' Stu Mundell reporting for us in their chopper this morning on a very tragic ecological turn of events out there in Huntington Beach, California. Now, if you are just tuning into our coverage, I do want to read you the latest when it comes to this situation. Really sad that you can literally see the oil right there at the top of the ocean. You heard Stu say that a lot of beaches this morning are closed, and over the weekend the final day of the Pacific Air Show was also canceled because a lot of viewers sit there on the beach and watch the show. So we do know as of this morning a 126,000 gallon oil spill from an offshore rig caused major ecological damage in the waters off Huntington Beach over the weekend, and it is still so visible this Monday morning. You can see this trail of oil kind of just trekking down this shoreline in Huntington Beach. The U.S. Coast Guard is leading the response to the spill, which covers about 5.8 nautical miles between the Huntington Beach Pier and Newport Beach. The spill emanated from a facility operated by Beta Offshore about 5 miles offshore and was likely caused by a pipeline leak. Now, Huntington Beach Mayor Kim Carr said the spill of 3,000 barrels worth of oil was reported at about 9 a.m. Pacific time on Saturday and drew a response from all levels of government with a unified command established to handle the environment crisis. So unfortunately, this feed is a little bit wonky, but we do still have it up here for just a little bit. Again, this is courtesy of Fox 11 Los Angeles' Skyfox flying over the Huntington Beach, California area this morning. But again, we do get a little bit of some wonky feed sometimes, so I just wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. But again, my name is Regina Gonzalez. I am with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. That is just one of the top stories that we are following this morning. It is Monday, October 4th. We just checked in with Fox's Charles Watson out in Northport, Florida, as well as we continue to follow the investigation of Gabby Petito, the 22-year-old woman who unfortunately was confirmed deceased about 2 weeks ago now. The search still on for her fiance, Brian Laundrie. We actually do have a Live Now look from outside of the home here in Northport, Florida. So I do want to bring you out here for just a second on Live Now from Fox. You can see the family car, the Mustang, as well as the camper that the family allegedly took a trip in after Brian Laundrie returned without Gabby Petito from out west. We also have a very new twist and turn over the last 24 hours. A hiker on the Appalachian Trail in Tennessee claiming that he spoke with what is believed to be Brian Laundrie. So as we are a little past the top of the 10 o'clock hour here, I do want to bring you the latest report from Fox's Charles Watson.
A potential new lead in the search for Gabby Petito's boyfriend, Brian Laundrie. Hiker Dennis Davis telling Fox News he was hiking early Saturday morning along the Appalachian Trail in North Carolina when a man driving a white Ford F-150 pickup truck stopped him and asked for directions.
I said, well, I'm not from around here, but what are you trying to find? And he said, man, I need to go to California. And I was like, wow, well, I don't know the directions to California, but he said, yeah, he said, me and my girlfriend had a fight and man, I love her and she called me and I need to go out to California to see her.
After the encounter, Davis says he looked up photos of Laundrie and says there's no doubt in his mind that the man he saw was the wanted fugitive.
I'm absolutely 100% sure that was the guy. My heart was thumping. And I immediately called the FBI back and I said, listen, I just called you guys, but I'm telling you, this was the guy.
The Haywood County Sheriff's Office says it sent a few deputies to the area, but did not find Laundrie or the white truck. Meanwhile, protesters continued to gather outside the Laundrie family home in Northport, Florida, demanding the family be more transparent about their son's potential whereabouts.
You guys, day one, we want the truth, and nothing but the truth.
Laundrie is officially wanted on bank fraud charges, but he remains the only person of interest in the death investigation of his girlfriend, Gabby Petito. In Northport, Florida, Charles Watson, Fox News.
Again, everybody, stay with our Live Now from Fox team as we follow every development in the Gabby Petito case. In the meantime, I do want to bring you back out to a shot we have from Huntington Beach, California, a ground shot of the cleanup efforts that are underway after a massive oil spill was reported over the weekend. I do want to bring you the latest update from Fox's Chris DeMeo on this entire situation. It is likely that we are going to be following this story for days, if not weeks, when it comes to the impact that this will have on wildlife as well as beach communities in the area. And they are officially closed as of today until further notice due to this situation.
Miles of beaches in Southern California were closed Sunday as crews raced to contain damage from a major oil spill. It's considered one of the largest in the region's recent history, pouring at least 126,000 gallons of crude oil into water off the Orange County coast.
We have boats deployed that are recovering oil that is able to be recovered, and we have teams, shoreline assessment teams on the shore that are assessing where that oil is landing.
The leak was first reported on Saturday, and by Sunday morning, oil slicks were visible in the ocean. Waves washed tar as well as dead birds and fish onto a stretch of sand in Huntington Beach, prompting closures that officials warned could last weeks or months. The spill reportedly originated from a broken pipeline just miles off the coast of Huntington Beach. Divers are still working to investigate exactly how the spill started.
We currently have divers on location at the potential source site. We are investigating the source and potential cause of this incident.
In nearby Newport Beach, officials urged people to avoid areas impacted by the oil spill.
We're strongly advising all of the residents to refrain from any activity on the beach like swimming, surfing, biking, walking, as well as gathering at this time.
Orange County officials sent a letter to President Biden requesting a major disaster declaration to secure federal assistance for cleanup efforts. Chris DeMeo, Fox News.
All right, everybody, we are going to bring you this live event. We've got remarks from New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio coming from our Fox 5 New York team. An estimated 15,000 employees of New York City's Department of Education will not be allowed into work today after refusing to get vaccinated against COVID-19. Let's see if Mayor de Blasio addresses this situation here on Live Now from Fox.
We've seen our hospitalization rate go down, and it's really gone down in a big way in the last days. We're going to talk about that. It's very exciting to see the impact of all these vaccinations. Now, we said months ago we're going to use a strategy of mandates and incentives. We needed both. Incentives play a role, mandates play a role. We've had three key elements. We've been doing this since July. The $100 incentive, the workforce vaccine mandates for our public workforce, and the Key to NYC requirement for indoor dining and entertainment and fitness. These three strategies together have had a profound impact. As of today in New York City, from the beginning of our effort, we're past 11.5 million doses of vaccine given. And a lot of that is because of what we did in recent months with incentives and mandates. Since we announced the incentives and the mandates starting in July, over 1.7 million doses. This is from late July to now, so just over 2 months. Over 1.7 million more doses, a 45% increase in the daily rate for vaccination in this city since we announced these new approaches. Look, here's my message to all the mayors of America. Here's my message to all the governors of America. Put these mandates in place. Put these incentives in place. They work. Do it now. Save lives and ultimately save this country from a longer crisis that could hold us down for months or even years. If we don't stop COVID, we could have a prolonged problem, as opposed to really ending the COVID era by next year, which we could do with enough vaccination. We're going into the winter. We know the winter is a really challenging time with COVID. Across this country, from last December to February, 200,000 deaths. We can't let that happen again. It can be stopped. People can be saved with vaccination. There are 70 million people in this country who remain unvaccinated. It's a staggering figure, but it can be overcome. But cities and states need to step up. Put that $100 incentive in place. It clearly works. We've proven it. Put the mandates in place for public workforces. Put the mandates in place for indoor dining. Do the things that people will respond to. Now, one of the most important actions we took was the mandate for our schools. Our parents need to know their kids will be safe. They entrust us with their children. It's one of the most sacred things that happens when a parent says to a school community, I'm letting you have my child for the school day. Please help them to grow. Please help them to learn, but you got to keep them safe. That is what this mandate is all about. Every adult in our schools is now vaccinated, and that's going to be the rule going forward, and that's the way to keep kids safe and the whole school community safe. This has been now looked at by the court system over and over and over again. The New York City vaccination mandate for our schools has been upheld over and over in state court, federal court. There was an appeal to the Supreme Court on Friday. The Supreme Court made clear the previous court decisions stand. And so consistently what courts have said is New York City has a right to put this mandate in place for our schools, for the adults in our schools. It's the right thing today, the right thing to do. And as of today, all the employees in our 1,600 schools are vaccinated, and that is unprecedented, and that's on top of all of the layers of protection, all the health and safety measures that make up that gold standard that we put in place last year that's continued to deepen this year. Here are the facts as of this morning, and I think everyone's going to be pleased to hear this report. As of now, 95% of all full-time DOE employees are vaccinated. 96% of all teachers. 99% of all principals. An amazing effort, and I want everyone to know, since the mandate was announced for our schools, August 23rd, over 43,000 doses given to employees of our public schools. So much has been done. Thank you to everyone who participated, but I really want to thank the leader of the effort, because she believed from the beginning this was the way to go, and she made clear to everyone we had to get there together, and she achieved it. My great pleasure to introduce our Chancellor, Misha Ross-Porter.
Thank you, Mayor de Blasio. And as you've said, we've been climbing the ladder to this moment for months. And now 95% of all full-time DOE employees are vaccinated. This morning, I visited PS5 in Bed-Stuy, a true hidden gem in District 16, where Principal Gates shared that 100% of her staff got vaccinated, no staffing losses at all. It was just like a regular day for them. Parents dropping off their babies, educators welcoming their students into class, and every single staff member in the building vaccinated. It was wonderful. What does 95% vaccinated mean? It means our employees and staff members, as we've said, are doing their part to keep their community safe. It means there is an actual bubble of safety around our children in their school buildings, beginning today and every day going forward. With 100% of adults in buildings vaccinated, New York City schools are the safest places to be. And our incredible vaccination mandate made this possible. Every employee from pre-K to adult education, from the Bronx to Far Rockaway, cares deeply about our students, and that's how we got to this moment. Now, this used to mean staying after class with a student or bringing in school supplies for those in need. But in the age of COVID-19, it also means getting vaccinated. And I want to personally thank everyone, every educator, every food service worker, every school safety agent, every principal, assistant principal, every substitute teacher, every custodial worker, and every single employee in our system who stepped up and took this vital step to keep our children safe. 18,000 new shots were given out since last Friday. That's an incredible surge. To those who have not yet gotten vaccinated, it's never too late to get the life-saving vaccine. Get your first dose today. You are more than welcome to come back to work. Our students need you. Our city needs you. To parents who are worried about disruption in our babies' schools this week, we are prepared for this moment. We've been working so hard to get to this moment. We have thousands of vaccinated substitutes on hand, and we are working hand in hand to support and ensure the continuity of instruction in every school every day. A benefit of being the largest district in the nation is that we have the largest village of dedicated adults prepared to step up for our young people. This week, vaccination sites will continue to be in every single school with students ages 12 and over. They are there to provide both first and second doses, and we're happy to announce that today we're starting our first round of second doses in our schools for our students. If you are a mom or dad who's been sitting on the fence, now is the time to have your baby get vaccinated and be protected from COVID-19. Vaccination means more time in school, access to sports and extracurriculars, and more importantly, a faster return to our normal. Once again, thank you to every staff member who got vaccinated. Every single one of you is such an important piece in the armor protecting us from this pandemic. And thank you, Mayor de Blasio, for making sure school staff are vaccinated and reassuring parents citywide. Together, we are making sure our kids can stay in school safely and get the excellent public school education they deserve in each and every one of our New York City public schools.
Thank you so much, Chancellor. And Chancellor, I know that a huge amount of work went in with you and your team to get ready for today. I'm hearing really good reports from around our school system, our 1,600 schools, that the right steps were taken to keep everything moving forward. But it all begins with that amazing fact: 95% of full-time DOE employees have now received at least one dose of the vaccine. That's amazing. I want you to now hear what this means to families, what it means to parents, what it means to kids. I want you to hear from a parent from the Bronx, and she went through, like all of us, all the challenges of COVID in the last year and a half, but parents went through particularly tough challenges, trying to make sure that their kids could keep learning and growing even with all the problems surrounding them. And parents want to make sure that that environment is safe going forward because they want their kids in school. Paula Ellis has a 7-year-old and a 13-year-old at PSMS 5 in the Bronx. I want you to hear her story. Welcome, Paula Ellis.
Thank you, Mayor de Blasio and Chancellor Porter. My name is Paula Ellis, and I'm the proud parent of a 7 and 13-year-old in the Bronx. I want to thank every educator who stepped up and got vaccinated. The last 2 years have been hard on both the parents and the teachers. Parents became teachers, and teachers were separated from their students, the young people they do their job for. Every one of us has had to make the best choices for our children, often based on science that changed daily and a hope that it will become better. It was hard on us as adults, but even harder on our children. I kept my children remote last year because I had to weigh safety against everything I know about the schools provided them. They were separated from their friends, their teachers, and their education. When I heard that the mayor and the chancellor announced that every staff member will be vaccinated, I knew this year would be different. We have these amazing vaccines today. I can rest assured that my children have a powerful layer of protection around them. I know that every caring adult that comes in contact with my children today are vaccinated. My 7-year-old, who cannot be vaccinated yet, can go to school. I know he is protected by all the safety measures that keep him safe, which now include vaccinations. For my 13-year-old, he is vaccinated, and I know that his education will face fewer interruptions as he continues his high school journey. So I also want to thank every educator, principal, food service worker, and safety agent, and every caring adult who got vaccinated is making sure that my babies are protected. Also, thank you, Mayor de Blasio.
Well, we've lost her sound. Hey, Paula, can you hear us? We lost your sound there. I don't know if something got muted. It's a video connection. Okay, well, Paula, thank you. I'm sorry we lost the end of what you said, but I want to amplify your thanks to all of our educators and all of our staff who did the right thing and got vaccinated. Because hearing your voice, Paula, I can hear the reassurance that you now feel as a parent. So thank you for speaking up for your fellow parents, and thank you to everyone at DOE who did the right thing and got vaccinated. And I got to tell you, having a mandate, having some clear rules, having a deadline really makes a difference. Powerful tweet this morning from the White House Chief of Staff, Ron Klain, and he was responding to the news of the success of the New York City Department of Education with 95% of employees now vaccinated. He said this simply this morning: we all know it. There are people who just wait until the deadline. It's a reality, and it's why vaccine requirements are needed and effective. Exactly right, and this is why all over the country, schools should do it, cities should do it, mayors should step up, governors should step up for their states. These mandates work. It's what's going to save this country, and I want you now to hear from someone who is absolutely an expert, because he has the well-being of all the children of America as his responsibility. He is leading this country's efforts to educate our children, but he has an additional job now to lead the way in keeping them safe. And he was here with us on the first day of school. He's back with us on this very important day, and he's supported us every step of the way. As Secretary of Education of the United States of America, my pleasure to introduce Dr. Miguel Cardona.
Saludos, Mayor. Thank you very much. So glad to be with you all. Students across the country are back in school. They're back with their teachers. They're back with their friends where they belong. They've suffered enough, and we know that students learn best in the classroom. So I applaud everything that you're doing to promote a safe return to school. And that includes, better ventilation systems. That includes masking to make sure that we're reducing the spread. But that also includes taking advantage of what we have this year that we didn't have last year, vaccinations. We know vaccinations work, and every effort that you take to make sure that the folks that come in contact with our children are vaccinated is well received. Thank you for taking the leadership on that. Thanks to the leadership of the mayor, Chancellor Porter, and other leaders, students are back into the classrooms. And I was fortunate to visit New York to see the students in action, them smiling. I visited several places when I was there to see that firsthand. I went to Harvey Milk School, I visited Queens, and I visited PS 121 through on the first day of school to see that excitement. You know, the president made it very clear when not only he asked governors to move forward on vaccination requirements where possible, but also with $130 billion in the American Rescue Plan that Congress passed to make sure schools had the tools that they needed to safely reopen. And we're seeing that across the country. But it takes leaders like what I'm seeing here in New York, mayor, chancellor, to do the right thing. I remember the impact COVID had on New York when it first came out. New York City was one of the hardest hit areas, and it's going to take strong leadership to get out of this. And 95% of the staff that work there are vaccinated already. That goes to show that leadership matters, that the New Yorkers get it. In fact, I learned that there's less cases when schools reopen. So you're doing it right. Students need to be in the classroom, they need to be safe, and we need to make sure we're doing everything possible to let our staff get vaccinated and make sure that our schools are as safe as possible. Listen, we have a lot of important work to do to close achievement disparities, to improve college access, and it takes strong leaders like yourself and the team that you work for to make sure the job gets done. It's not always popular, but it's the right thing to do to protect our children. I commend all the educators across New York City for your leadership, for putting students first, and know that I support the work that you're doing over there. Continue to lead and continue to protect our students, keeping them safe, learning in the classroom where they learn best. Again, thank you for the invitation. Have a great day.
Mr. Secretary, thank you so much. I got to tell you, it has helped us every step of the way to have your support, to have President Biden's support for these mandates, for these strong measures. It's made a world of difference to have leadership in Washington backing us up every step along the way. So all I can say to you is muchísimas gracias. It has been tremendously helpful. And we look forward to hosting you again soon in New York City.
Thank you. Sigan pa'lante.
Everybody, I want you now to hear from a leader who is an elected official, but for years and years, he was a public school teacher. He understands how important it is to protect our kids. He can give the perspective as a teacher, but also as someone serving a whole district in the Bronx, and he's stood by us every step of the way as we put these crucial mandates in place to get everyone vaccinated, get everyone safe. My pleasure to introduce Councilmember Eric Dinowitz.
Thank you, Mayor de Blasio. You keep mentioning that 95% number. I think most students would be very pleased with a score of 95% on any of their tests with their report card. It's really incredible. So many people are vaccinated. I mean, teachers and paraprofessionals and school aides, food service workers, custodian, administrators, related service providers, social workers. I mean, they give so much, and you know, rarely do they hear thank you. So I first want to say thank you, and not just for getting vaccinated, but you know, for coming to work every day, every single day, even before the pandemic. You were giving so much emotional and physical energy to make sure the next generation in our community had a bright future. And with the pandemic, taking care of our kids and our city during the most tumultuous time in most of our lives, with ever-changing guidelines, and so many of those educators probably living with fear and anxiety, and carrying the burden of taking care of our children and their families who are also scared and frustrated. So thank you for what you do every day, and for what you've done every day since the beginning of the pandemic. And yes, thank you for getting vaccinated. I think, every educator knows what I knew when I was a teacher, that we deserve dignity and security in our career, but our career is not just about us. It's about the hundreds of students we help every day when they walk through our doors. It's It's about the families that come in for their child's IEP meeting. It's about the communities in which they live. So by getting vaccinated, our educators are ensuring that our children can be physically healthy, and with that physical health, we can improve our mental health and have that peace of mind that we are all at lower risk for contracting and transmitting COVID. I will use this platform to ask for one thing, and I don't know what kind of teacher I would be if I didn't assign homework. So to all the school staff, I think maybe the most incredible things you do in your career is develop trusting relationships with your students and their families. That work you do in the classroom extends far beyond the walls of the classroom. Those families, they trust you because they know how much of yourself you give to their children every single day, that you go above and beyond every day to give them a better future. So I ask, please, when you speak to our families, neighbors, they trust you. So please remind them that they can keep their children safe by getting vaccinated. It is safe. It's effective. And yeah, we're all struggling together, but if we do it together, we can beat this. And with the vaccine, continue to do what educators and parents do every day, which is make a better life for our children.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. That was really powerful. First of all, I'm glad you know how to still give homework. But second, look, you just said something.
I can't check the assignment, but I can assign it.
You can still assign it, that's right. But you said something powerful. People trust the educators in their life, the school staff, the crossing guards, you name it. And of course, the principals and administrators. When those folks who make up our school community get vaccinated, they send a message of respect to parents and kids. They also can help ensure that more parents, more kids get vaccinated. It's a virtuous circle. But today we're so happy to be able to say that 95% number. I'm going to keep saying it. You're right. That is a grade. Congratulations, yes. Chancellor. That's a great grade. And more to come, because we still welcome everyone who's not vaccinated. Get vaccinated. Move forward with us. Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you for your strong voice.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we've talked about the impact of the workforce mandates. Huge, clear. It's really, really made a difference. Key to NYC, we know that's made a difference. And the $100 incentive. So many people have focused on getting vaccinated the minute they heard that, and we have a milestone today, a really big milestone. Since we started the $100 incentive, 250,000 New Yorkers have taken advantage of it. 250,000 New Yorkers who got their first coronavirus vaccine dose. 250,000 New Yorkers got vaccinated for the first time because of that $100 incentive. That's a staggering number. Around here, we're used to big numbers. 250,000 is even a big number for New York City. And we know when we put out the idea of the $100 incentive, it just caught like wildfire. You can tell people heard it. It made sense to them. It gave them an incentive. Literally the same day, President Biden grabbed onto it and said, this is something we need to do all over the country. Listen to what we've achieved, because we wanted to reach people and we wanted to close disparities every step of the way. Since then, since the $100 incentive, 45% of the recipients of that incentive have been Latino. That is one of the reasons why the Latino community is now the second most vaccinated demographic in New York City. Went from a community that was very much under-vaccinated to now surge in the number of vaccinations, a community that's well vaccinated, and that's continuing. Another key goal was to reach younger New Yorkers. That was the incentive, but also, of course, the key to NYC. We knew a lot of younger New Yorkers valued getting to restaurants, indoor entertainment, fitness. Well, listen to this. 40% of the recipients of that $100 bonus have been in the 18-year-old to 35-year-old range. So the whole idea was to reach people who weren't getting reached, and it worked like a charm. Massive amount of uptake, making people safer. We also have the referral bonus initiative, a different kind of bonus, working with community organizations, houses of worship, community businesses, restaurants, you name it, even barber shops. The idea has been Go where the people are, and if a community business like a barbershop wants to encourage people and get people to sign up to be vaccinated, if that barbershop's going to help get more New Yorkers safe and all of us safe, we want to reward them with the $100 referral bonus for each person they bring in. Well, there's someone who heard the message loud and clear and acted on it. He is the owner of the Barber Factory in the Bronx. I want to tell you, I'm proud of him. 100% of his staff fully vaccinated. He believed he could make a difference, and because of him, 157 more New Yorkers are now vaccinated. What a great story, and it's my pleasure to introduce an entrepreneur who's done right for his community, Nestor LeBron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and my whole team is here. We appreciate you, and my whole team is here happily, and we're fully vaccinated. So we want to let you know that we're still working at it. Good morning, everybody. I'm Nestor LeBron, owner and operator of the Barber Factory in the Bronx. And we're here to tell everybody that we're using the incentive to help vaccinate our neighborhoods. This community means so much to me. It's where I work, it's where I live, it's where I raise my kids. And that's why we take the proper steps to make sure that, you know, all of us are vaccinated and we take care of each other. We had a vaccination event actually a couple of weeks ago. We combined it with a back to school drive, and there was a lot of haircuts. We cut about 170 kids in the neighborhood, and we had the Vax Fan outside. We took care of a lot of people, and it was a pleasure to be part of that. That was a really good event for the neighborhood and for the purpose of bringing NYC back. You know, having everybody up to date with getting vaccinated. We're also participating in the referral program. So for every customer who referred the Barber Factory and got vaccinated, they received $100, and we received $100. And we got 157 people referred so far. So while we're not necessarily relying on the $100 from the vaccination, I mean, it's a great way for recovery from the pandemic, you know, because our small businesses were affected because of the pandemic. Also today is really special because today was my son's first day of school, and you know, it's good to know that all the teachers, all the adults in the school are vaccinated. So that made me pretty thrilled and excited. You know, it's good for all our kids to get back in the classroom. I know how hard it was for everybody to do the remote learning, parents and kids. So happy for all the kids to be back at school, and you know, it was pretty cool.
Nestor, I am so proud of you. I got to tell you, I'm proud of you. You've done something great for the Bronx, something great for New York City. You and your stylish group of guys there, you obviously know how to give a good haircut, but you also really made an impact on the community. And I want to tell everyone this is the kind of business that we should thank. Nestor, tell everyone where you're located.
We're located at 4131 Laconia Avenue, Bronx, New York, 10466. That's the Wakefield part of the Bronx. And our website is www.thebarberfactory.com. Well,
that's the place to be in the Bronx, obviously. And listen, you did something great. It's making an impact. There's a lot of people who are going to be safer because of what you did, and the word's going to spread. And also, the small businesses listening right now, you could be like the Barber Factory. You could sign up and make a huge impact for yourself and your community. So, Nestor, I'm going to give you a big applause today and tell you're a role model by what you're doing. And we got to spread the word. We need more community leaders like you to step up. Really want to thank you.
And thank you from our team to you.
Amen. Good job, guys. Good job. All right. Now, everybody, this referral approach is making a big difference. I want to encourage, if you're a community organization, a house of worship, a community business, sign up. You can go to nyc.gov/vaccine referral bonus. nyc.gov/vaccine referral bonus. This is a win-win. It's a good news story. Everyone jump in because it could really make a difference for this whole city. Now, I want to give you the indicators for the day. And they are very, very powerful information, these indicators, and it is going to prove the power of vaccination once again. First of all, on the doses administered, we're actually pushing up now towards almost 11.6 million, 11,578,522, amazing number. A number 2 daily number of people admitted to New York City hospitals for suspected COVID-19. Today's report, 131 patients with a confirmed positivity level of 16.45%. But here is the number that we are all of us at City Hall, Health Department, Health and Hospitals, everyone is very, very struck by this number today. The hospitalization rate per 100,000 keeps going down. And what we're seeing today is 0.88 per 100,000. That is getting lower all the time. That's really important. To get under 1 per 100,000 New Yorkers is a very, very big deal and proves the impact of vaccination. And then number 3, new reported cases on a 7-day average. Today's report, 1,073 cases. Look at that downward drop. Vaccination making a difference. Okay, a few words in Spanish on the Department of Education vaccine mandate. El mandato de vacuna para los trabajadores escolares es como mantenemos a nuestro personal y estudiantes protegidos. Todos los empleados serán vacunados y la gran mayoría de ellos ya han dado un paso al frente. Hemos dado más de 43,000 dosis.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. You have been listening in to a live COVID-19 briefing from New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio, usually at some point making some remarks in Spanish like he is currently doing. So I do want to run you through some of the live feeds that we've got coming to our desk at this very moment. You can see just 2 of them on the right-hand side of your screen. So we will start with the Huntington Beach, California shot and bring you out there in full right now as I read you the latest when it comes to the cleanup efforts that are underway after a 126,000 gallon oil spill happened over the weekend. Again, 126,000 gallons coming from an offshore rig and causing major ecological damage in the waters off of Huntington Beach. Officials closed the area to beachgoers until further notice, really. And over the weekend, they actually did end up canceling the final day of the Pacific Air Show. Now, the U.S. Coast Guard is leading the response to the spill, which covers about 5.8 nautical miles between the Huntington Beach Pier and Newport Beach. The spill emanated from a facility operated by Beta Offshore about 5 miles offshore and was likely caused by a pipeline leak. Now, the mayor of Huntington Beach, Kim Carr, said the spill of 3,000 barrels worth of oil was reported early Saturday morning and drew a response from all levels of government with a unified command established to handle the environmental crisis. So while we do have this live feed coming to you right now, I actually do want to show you some of the aerials that we've gotten to our Live Now from Fox desk over the weekend. And I can do that for you right here. So this was over the weekend. We wanted to bring you that here on Live Now from Fox. You can see the oil literally building up in sections of the ocean. And earlier this morning, we did have Fox 11 Los Angeles' Sky Fox flying over Huntington Beach, where there are still plenty of runs of oil at the top there. So again, it's something that we're following here on Live Now from Fox. This situation is being described as a potential ecological disaster. That's according to the mayor of Huntington. She also said some of the oil had reached the shore and was impacting the Talbert marshlands and the Santa Ana River Trail. Now, we do know that a California representative sent a letter to President Joe Biden requesting a major disaster declaration for Orange County, California, specifically where this happened. So again, we do have that Live Now look of the situation right now, courtesy of our Fox 11 Los Angeles team. So wanted to show you that here on Live Now from Fox. We also have this feed coming in from Washington, D.C. that I do want to show you here as well. We've got protesters lining up outside of the Supreme Court of the United States as their new term is officially underway this morning. So I can read you some of the latest here as well. Now, the future of abortion rights is in the hands of this conservative Supreme Court. We also know that there's going to be talks of gun legislation when it comes to major populated states like New York and California. So as you can see, it does appear that a lot of these protesters are out there with signs referencing the latest surrounding abortion rules and regulations. Now, the court's credibility with the public could also be on the line, especially if a divided court were to overrule the landmark Roe v. Wade decision from the 1973 case that established a woman's rights to an abortion nationwide. The justices are returning after an 18-month absence caused by the coronavirus pandemic and the possible retirement of 83-year-old liberal Justice Stephen Breyer. That is also looming. Now, Justice Amy Coney Barrett, the last of former President Donald Trump's 3 high court appointees, is part of a 6-justice conservative majority. Barrett was nominated and confirmed last year amid the pandemic, a little more than a month after the death of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. So, again, very active scene outside of the Supreme Court of the United States this morning. We do know that Justice Brett Kavanaugh will participate remotely from his home this week during oral arguments after testing positive for COVID-19 despite being vaccinated. The court said on Friday that the 54-year-old justice doesn't have any symptoms, so he will be working, but just remotely. I also can show you the fact that we've got some live feeds coming outside of the home of Brian Laundrie. So I do want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox as well. Some new twists and turns over the last 24 hours. We've got a hiker along the Appalachian Trail, specifically in the Tennessee area, claiming that he definitely spoke to a person believed to be Brian Laundrie over the weekend. He put in a tip to the FBI, so we do know that the FBI is investigating the situation. Now, a little bit later in the week, last week, we saw some action outside of the Laundrie home again. The FBI back outside of the house, inside of the house, collecting personal belongings of Brian Laundrie to give to their canines to aid in search efforts. Now, we do know that they have been continuing to search the 25,000-acre Carlton Reserve. They focused a huge amount, basically all of their search efforts there the first week, and then you saw it kind of die down. Now, the tip that we got from the hiker, that was not in the state of Florida. Again, that was along the Appalachian Trail in Tennessee. So if we get any more news, any more developments, you can bet that we will bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. I also do want to bring you a shot that we have of the White House in our nation's capital, because stick with us here on Live Now from Fox in about, I want to say 25 minutes, slated for 11:15 a.m. Eastern Time. We are expecting some remarks from President Biden from the White House. We do know that he is expected to speak on the need to raise the debt ceiling after Senate Republicans voted twice last week to default. So lots of negotiations going on there in Capitol Hill. This is not in Wilmington, Delaware. This is actually in our nation's capital. So again, wanted to walk you through all of the live feeds that we've got coming to our desk right now. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We still do have Mayor Bill de Blasio speaking from New York City, so we will most likely check back in with him after this 2-minute commercial break.
this success now, I think it speaks for itself. James, Chancellor, what would you like to say?
I would just add, having not seen the quote either, I am elated at what we were able to accomplish today with the help of our entire DOE family stepping up and getting vaccinated. And so this was the moment we were supposed to get to. This was the day this was supposed to happen. And, you know, I just will say thank you to the 95% of our workforce that's vaccinated and protecting our children.
Thank you. Go ahead, James.
Thank you both. Also for both of you, somewhat related, the numbers that we're seeing, it's about 20% of school safety agents remain unvaccinated. What assurances can you give that there's enough school safety coverage with the number of agents available now, and how do you intend to increase their presence?
Yeah, James, the number that I have right now is that the level of vaccination has reached at least 84% with school safety agents, and we expect that number to climb. We've seen this here and around the country. A lot of people get vaccinated, most people get vaccinated by the deadline, and then you do see some others get vaccinated in the days immediately after. So we're at least at 84% now. I think that number will go up. We had a long discussion yesterday of the deployments that were being made, prioritizing certain schools, making sure that the school safety agents we had were in the right places. And I think the DOE, working with NYPD, did that effectively, but I'll let the Chancellor give any other update on that.
Yeah, no, we've been, again, working really closely with school safety and making sure that our buildings are covered. We pulled staff members who were not working in school buildings into school buildings. And again, we've seen jumps every single day. And so we're going to continue to encourage our staff to get vaccinated. We're going to continue to work together and expect to watch those numbers continue to go up.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Next, we have Katie from the city.
Hey, good morning, Mayor de Blasio, and all praise to Henry, although I hope for his sake he's not listening today. He's out having fun or something.
Well, wait, Katie, I really couldn't. I can't make out your words well. Let's start that again. I don't know. Is that on our side or her side? Because I couldn't hear it. Try again, Katie.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
I just wish you a good morning and well wishes to Henry Goldman, although I hope for his sake he's not listening today. He's doing something more fun.
Yeah, amen. Amen.
But I wanted to ask you, there was some reporting this weekend from my colleagues at the New York Times and the New York Post about Core Services Group, which has multiple homeless contracts with the city. And I and a colleague had written last week about how the Parks Department was going to give it, in part, some involvement in the Ferry Point golf links. So my question, knowing what we now know about the city and what it was doing with Core, including ordering its subcontracted franchise to cease operations, why was your Parks Department about to give a major franchise for this golf course to a Core company after your Department of Homeless Services, what we've now learned, had already ordered other Core companies to shut down, especially given the controversial nature of the golf course?
Yeah, well, what I'd say is this. The golf course itself is not the problem. The problem is who used to run it. And we needed a serious national provider, and as you know, that there was some misunderstanding about what even the role would be around personnel. There's a national company that runs golf courses. They are coming in to run the golf course. That's the most important thing for people to know. There was going to be a staffing contract, apparently, the Parks Department was working on to try and recruit community members to that work. I share your frustration. I don't understand why Core was in that mix. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't have all the facts in front of me, but it doesn't make sense to me, is the honest truth. Go ahead, Katie.
Just for a point of clarification, the LLC that was filed that was going to get the franchise was actually filed by Jack Brown III, who's the Core person. So I don't know how that involvement was. But was this something that your administration had anything to do with this arrangement? And have you known, we've been trying to get to the bottom of why this was involved. I don't know, maybe Commissioner Banks could speak on it too. I don't know if they were not properly flagged. Was there some intra-agency communication that did not work? So maybe Commissioner Banks wants to speak about this as well.
Yeah, and I think it's a very fair and important question. What I do think sometimes agencies don't communicate properly and information is not shared properly. That is my suspicion here too, because it wouldn't have made sense to pursue something with this nonprofit. Commissioner Banks, you want to speak to that at all?
All I can say is that with this particular not-for-profit, we've been working with DOI, with MOX, and as Katie, I appreciate your acknowledgement of the actions that we've taken to deal with this situation. Also want to just, for the record, make sure it's really clear that we work with more than 60 shelter providers, and I don't want the actions of particular executives in this instance to denigrate the work that those other great providers do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Next, we have Michael from the Daily News.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Michael, how you doing?
I'm good. Wanted to give a shout out to Henry as well. He's a great guy, a mensch, and it's been great working with him. So I just second what everybody else has said on Henry. I wanted to ask about the Department of Education staffing situation. How many people at this point have been suspended without pay, just the actual number of personnel?
I don't have the exact number in front of me. I'll see if the Chancellor does, and if she does not, we will get it to you certainly today. But again, I want to use the right term of art. They're put on unpaid leave. Different reality, unpaid leave. Go ahead, Chancellor.
We don't have the exact number right now because we also, folks are showing up this morning with vaccine cards. So we remain proud of the 95% of our workforce that's vaccinated. We're going to continue to encourage folks to be, like the mayor said, folks are put on unpaid leave and will be welcomed back in our system should they decide to comply with the mandate. But we'll get more specific numbers later.
Thank you. Go ahead, Michael.
Second question on, the $100 incentives the city's been using, and I'm not necessarily questioning the merits of that and the what you've achieved on it, but do you find it like a bit? Does it bother you at all that the city has had to pay $25 million to kind of get people to do something that's I think that you would agree.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. Wanted to let you know that you will soon see our very own Christy Larson from Phoenix, Arizona on your screen in just a little bit as she takes over. And we will continue to listen in the meantime to New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio's most recent COVID-19 update happening live on your screens. This is what our show is all about, everybody. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great rest of your Monday.
You can see it in the hospitalization rate going down. You can see it in our recovery speeding up. It was absolutely worth it. I understand your point. I really wish people had heard all of the science, all of the facts, all the information that was being offered to them and done, the right thing before the incentive. But I do want to say with some sympathy, people have been fed a nonstop diet of misinformation. Very much coming out of the reality, diet of misinformation, very much coming out of the reality of the rise of Donald Trump and all the forces unleashed by it. And beyond that, there's a lot of distrust out there. There's a lot of distrust of authority that has grown and grown and grown. In my lifetime, I'm kind of shocked, honestly, that we went from too little questioning of authority to the point where now, even when the authorities are right, they are not believed by lots of people just for showing up. There's just literally an inability to hear even our healthcare leaders when they're telling the truth. And that's sad to me. So I think, Michael, it's a reflection of the times we're living in. I don't think it has to be this way forever. I think people will get it at some point and start to give a little more respect to the folks out there who really are offering them the truth. But a lot has happened to cause distrust and misunderstanding, and we've had to fight against that. This has been one of the tools that's worked.
Next, we have Emma from the New York Times.
Hi,
Hi, good morning, Mayor. My colleague did, her story ran over the weekend about this shelter operator, and I guess I just wanted to ask you the bigger question. Should a shelter operator be making $1 million a year from side companies? How is this able to happen on your watch?
And Emma, I don't think nonprofit folks in general should be making that kind of money. As I assure you, there's way too many nonprofit leaders making big salaries, but to be fair, most of them are doing very good work and work that's absolutely necessary for the everyday life in New York City. I mean, we depend on our nonprofit sector intensely. How did this individual achieve what he did? I'd like that answer too, and I don't find it acceptable if someone's doing the wrong thing, they should not be rewarded. So there is an audit going on right now. We're ready to claw back money from CORE. Any improprieties we find, we're going to claw back money. Anyone who should not be working with us anymore, we have a history of using our powers to make sure that nonprofits don't work with us anymore or individuals don't. So we need to see a lot of change there. If they make changes, we'll keep working with them. If they don't make changes, we'll stop working with them. Go ahead, Emma.
And then more broadly, how do you plan to address self-dealing and nepotism within the shelter system? The story focused on this executive who hired members of his family and intermingled his personal business with his nonprofit, but he wasn't alone. How do you intend to crack down on the financial abuses within the shelter system?
Yeah, Emma, it's not acceptable. And I'm going to have Commissioner Banks speak to this. It's not acceptable at all. It's against a very tough, complex backdrop, where we need more good providers, and they are in short supply. But we have an obligation to provide shelter. It's the law in this city. Thank God it's the law. It's the reason we don't have the tent cities that you see all over the West Coast and so many people on the streets. You know, we have several thousand people on the streets. We're working every day to get them in. In West Coast cities, that's tens of thousands of people. So right to shelter comes with the obligation to provide all the services. That is hard to achieve. But any self-dealing executive or any nonprofit doing the wrong thing, we got to either get them to change or get them out. Commissioner Banks, you want to speak to that?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. I completely agree with what you said, but I want to add a few other aspects to this, Emma. First, I said this earlier in response to Katie's question, and I think it's very important to emphasize this, that we have more than 60 not-for-profit providers who do extraordinary work. And I don't want them tarred with this broad brush because there are individual bad actors. I think what is important here as well are two things. One is, before we integrated the Department of Homeless Services into the Department of Social Services several years ago, we didn't have the full range of tools that we now have to uncover conduct that isn't appropriate. And as was reported over the weekend, we did uncover there was inappropriate subcontracting and directed that be addressed. And as the mayor indicates, we'll be focusing on whether we were overcharged and taking action with respect to that following the continuing review. But we have directed and CORE has agreed to undo these subcontracting arrangements. Second of all, and the mayor was very clear about this several months ago, that we should work with DOI and obtain independent monitor to review all of the various practices with regard to conflicts of interest and nepotism. That review is ongoing. We have a goal of completing it by the end of the year, even though it's the kind of review that should take much longer. But I think that the steps have been laid in place with what the mayor directed several months ago, building on the steps that we had put in place previously, which, after all, did find this conduct that the paper reported on. And we then took the actions that the paper reported on.
Thank you very much.
We have time for two more today. Next, we have Elizabeth from WNYC.
Elizabeth? Elizabeth?
Oh,
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, there I am. I'd like to ask a follow-up to Emma's question about the shelter operator. So you're saying that if CORE doesn't make changes, we'll stop working with them. It seems as if they've already, the commissioner just said that the city did uncover inappropriate subcontracting. How many chances does a shelter operator get before the city stops working with them?
It's a great question, Elizabeth, and I do want to emphasize again, I think it's respectful to the people of New York City and respectful to the members of the media to not dumb this down and point out this is one of the really tough realities we face. There are only so many organizations that provide the services. We have a legal obligation to provide shelter. We have to do it as best we can. If an organization is unacceptable, we get rid of them. If they can be fixed, if we can work with them to make reforms and they provide a good enough product to serve people who are homeless, we are going to keep trying to fix that if we can. It's not as simple as just get rid of everyone who does anything wrong anytime they do it, because there would be very few left. We got to get it right. That is a high bar. I want to be clear. We will not accept self-dealing. We will not accept any corruption. We will not accept anyone who doesn't serve our homeless folks right. But we also have to provide support to all homeless people. It's the law. So with that preface, Commissioner Banks, please add on.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to amplify a little bit further, look, since the integration of the Department of Homeless Services into the Department of Social Services, our track record has been to phase out and stop doing business with providers that we did not believe we could reform. Also, it's important to know that, look, one strike and you're out policies haven't worked in many different contexts. And it's important when we discover information about potential wrongdoing that we not rush to judgment. Sometimes it can just be a mistake. Other times it can be nefarious. In this instance, we found information that was troubling. We took prompt action, and the provider has agreed to restructure the way that it does business to eliminate the subcontracting problem. The providers also agreed to a review that we directed of executive compensation. And as the mayor indicated, and we've indicated, where there is improper funds that were used for the conduct that we flagged and directed them to stop, we will claw that back. In the meantime, every night, there are thousands of people that are getting shelter from frontline staff at this organization and other organizations around the city.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Our education reporter, Jessica Gould, is hearing from principals who say that substitutes are not applying for or filling in for teachers. Can you and/or the chancellor confirm and clarify what's going on there?
Well, look, let's again not dumb it down. Some of the principals who are talking are those who might have ideological reasons to oppose the vaccine mandate. That's just blunt truth. But overall, what we're seeing all over the system is, since the vast majority of employees, including 96% of teachers, got vaccinated, there's relatively few substitutions necessary. They were worked on and already in place on Friday. They've been applied. If at any point, you don't have to name any names, you have a school that's saying they don't have a substitute, please let our team know, and we'll confirm to you either if they've gotten a substitute or if they're on the way. But I'm not hearing that problem in any substantial way. I think a lot of work was done to make sure that the help that was needed would be where it needed to be. Go ahead, Chancellor.
I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. We were creating sub-jobs as early as last Monday because schools had information about who was vaccinated and unvaccinated. They knew where the gaps were. Our superintendents, our central office teams have covered, we've sent folks out we've redeployed people, had subs in place, and we have an escalation process in place right now as we speak. I haven't heard of any place that has a significant sub gap that can't be covered. And so again, we're going to continue to encourage folks, and we're going to continue to work to make sure we are supporting every single school in New York City throughout this process.
Amen.
Our final question for today goes to Alex from Chalkbeat.
Hey everyone, thanks so much for taking my question. I sort of have a broader question about the places where there are, teachers or school safety agents who have not been vaccinated and are, now on leave. Sort of what the long-term plan is for filling those roles. Will there sort of be a rotating cadre of subs who rotate into those classrooms? Can families expect there to be like long-term coverage? What's the city's plan for that?
Yeah, I'll start and I'll turn to the chancellor. It's a great question, Alex. Look, the bottom line is we got a couple of different moving parts here. Again, what we've seen around the country as mandates are applied, you get that huge wave of people who do get vaccinated by the deadline, and then in the days after, some additional folks who decide they need to give it a second look and they come back and they get vaccinated. So I do expect you're going to see some more movement in that direction. Second of all, you might have some folks who go a month, 2 months, then say, wait a minute, this not having a paycheck thing isn't so good, and I miss my kids, I miss my school, they come back. But when it comes to the longer term, we got a lot of talented young people who are ready to take those jobs. And they're getting more experience now, and some of those subs undoubtedly are going to get hired as permanent teachers as part of our school system. There's plenty of people. This is an amazingly good job working for the New York City Public Schools. So there are literally people lined up waiting to grab those opportunities. Chancellor.
Yep. No, I agree. And I would also say no one expected us to get to this place, but we did, because we knew that our staff members would show up for all of our children. And just like last year, we built an amazing sub-pool to support us through the pandemic, and those folks got a lot of experience last year, and we look forward to making them permanent teachers in our system. Our principals also, we have received an enormous amount of resources from both the federal government and the state. And so principals have been interviewing where teachers have made clear their intentions to not come back, and working on, finding permanent teachers as well as long-term subs. So we're confident that we're going to be able to fill the gaps and continue and make sure our students get the education they deserve.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Alex.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
Okay, great. I just wanted to follow up on the WNYC question that was formulated by Jessica, and just ask. So, are you all saying that you're not aware of any instances of like schools having trouble finding subs to fill today?
All I can say is, and we went through this in great detail last night and checked in again this morning, I'm not hearing anything that hasn't either been covered or is being addressed as we speak. So, the specific instances we've heard so far, none of them are, if you will, hard to address. They're all being addressed. But Chancellor, you take it from there.
I would just add that if there was a school that had a gap due to a sub, first of all, there are thousands of sub jobs that go out every day that go unfilled. It's a part of the sub process. But we worked really hard to make sure we identified subs, we solidified positions, and where we could not, we also redeployed central staff. But getting to 95% of our system vaccinated really changed the game this morning, and we expect it to continue to change every day.
Yeah, and that's the point I want to close on today.
Sir, there's been a breach in protocol. We have a final word.
Oh, wait.
From the one and only Henry Goldman.
Henry Goldman, ladies and gentlemen. Henry, did you get to hear the nice things that I was obligated to say about you because they're true? Did you get to hear them?
I did hear those things that you felt obligated to say, and I appreciate them very much. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure covering you. And the few private moments we've had of conversation, you've heard me tell you that I respect so much your devotion to the issues of income inequality. And it's been a great experience engaging with the members of your administration and with the reporters who cover you. And I've got plenty of things ahead that I'm very excited to be doing now that I have
All right, guys, so as one of the reporters that used to cover the mayor on a number of stories signs off for the last time, again, moving on to new jobs, new opportunities, we're going to also move things along here for all of our viewers with us on Live Now from Fox. So we are taking a live look here at the White House as President Biden is set to make remarks here very soon on the importance of raising the debt ceiling. So this event was supposed to take place here just about a minute ago. So we'll just have to wait for President Biden, as again, he's going to be talking about the need to raise the debt ceiling after Senate Republicans voted twice last week to default it. So this will be in the state dining room. As soon as it does happen, we'll of course be going out to that here live on Live Now from Fox. We've also been taking a look at just some of those pictures and videos coming in from the oil spill. So here's just some video of our chopper that was up in the air earlier here today. Going to be getting a few different reports with our Fox 11 team after we head out to a quick 2-minute break. So more to come here on Live Now from Fox when we all return. So welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just a reminder, as soon as we do see President Biden in the state dining room where he is set to deliver remarks on the debt ceiling, we'll be jumping into that live here for you on Live Now from Fox. But until that time, of course, we always like to try to keep you up to date on the latest top stories happening all across our country. As I mentioned ahead of the break, there's been a lot of eyes on California as they have crews out there cleaning up after there was a major oil spill, and there are many who are calling this an environmental catastrophe. So let's head out to our Fox 11 team where they have reporters out on this story. Going to jump into their morning show, Good Day LA.
We'll get to that good news about the jackpot in a second. Good morning. Welcome to Good Day LA at 8 a.m. I'm Michaela Pereira, but we do have to start with a very concerning situation. Crews on the water and on the sand in Huntington Beach are working hard to try and limit and mitigate the damage from one of the largest oil spills in recent California history. Mario Ramirez is there on the beach. We have Sandra Endo on the water. You're getting the perspective from the beach there. Coastline, miles of coastline now will be closed for a while.
Yeah, that's right, Michaela. The cleanup effort continues today. A 13-square-mile area along the Orange County coastline, access to the water completely closed. And we're in Huntington Beach this morning. Just take a look at what we can see along this stretch of the shoreline, just south of the pier. And you can see small globs and traces of oil washing up on shore. As of last night, we can tell you the U.S. Coast Guard says 3,000 gallons of oil were recovered. About 5,000 feet of barriers were deployed to try and contain the spread. And today, divers will continue to inspect the 17-mile pipeline to find the exact source of that spill. And officials say the leak appears to have stopped, but not before devastating portions of wildlife along the coast. I have Huntington Beach Mayor Kim Carr with me now. Thank you so much for joining me, Mayor. I know you still have a lot of questions about the spill this morning.
We sure do. And primarily, we want to know when we can reopen our beaches, how long this cleanup is going to take, and exactly how much oil was dispersed into the ocean.
I mentioned that the leak appears to have been, taken care of, but you're still wondering about that.
Right. Well, there's still questions as far as, is it still leaking? We know that the pipe has been shut down, but we're not sure yet if there's still oil coming out of that pipe. And we also want to know exactly how did this happen? When is it going to be repaired, and how can we make sure that this never happens again?
And I know the city's not leading the investigation. You've had a chance to tour some of the areas most impacted. How would you describe that?
Well, I would have to say that it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be, particularly in the areas of our wetlands where the city took some very serious proactive measures to mitigate any sort of exposure to the oil. So we jumped on this right away, and we started laying boom down as soon as we possibly could. But down south towards Huntington Beach, at the far south of our beach, you do see some pretty significant oil. And we've already have reports of some dead wildlife coming upon shore. So we know that we're not out of the woods yet. And so each day we're kind of taking a look and assessing our next step. But I am really, really proud of the way that the city reacted immediately to make sure that we protected our most precious resources.
All right, Mayor Kim Carr, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We're expecting an update at 10 o'clock from the California Fish and Wildlife. We'll keep you posted here in Huntington Beach. Michaela, back to you.
That update coming around 10 a.m., but we've got the benefit of having eyes on the water right now. We'll leave you, Mario, there on the beach and go to the water where Sandra Endo is, along with some marine biologists and other environmentalists who are really concerned about the toll the oil spill will have on marine life, the water, all of this oceanfront area and the waters themselves. Sandra, I mean, you gave us such a beautiful view, but it was also terribly sad to see all those dolphins in the area.
Absolutely, Michaela, and I can tell you we are in it right now. We're 3 miles offshore Laguna Beach. Take a look at what we're seeing on the water in this boat. You see those globs? Well, that's not seaweed. That is globs of oil. And we see the sheen. We could smell it on the water. And look at the sheen just on the surface of the water here. It's like when you try to wash a greasy frying pan and you see that surface. That's the surface oil we're seeing right here in the ocean. And I have an oil absorbency pad right here, and if you put it in the water just for a couple of seconds, I could see the little debris and the globs of oil right here, the sheen. Look, I'm just soaking this for a couple of seconds. Imagine if it was for longer, but that's what we're pulling up. You can see the globs of oil right here as well, and we're trying to be very careful not to make sure this boat goes through this oil because it's very damaging even for the maritime industry here, for boaters, for fishermen who traverse this area by boat. Obviously, if they get stuck in it, it's really damaging to these boats. But you can see just so many globs, little ones right here, and then big islands of oil that we are in right now, just 3 miles offshore again from Laguna Beach, which is farther south from the epicenter of where this leak all started, up in Huntington Beach, which is about 20 miles away from where we are right now. And nowhere to be found are any booms that are really trying to capture the oil right here on the surface. At least we left that area where all the boom and the response has been. So clearly this is a very devastating scene for the wildlife, for the marine life, and also for just the environment right here. Obviously, it's a big concern for people who want to enjoy the beach. We don't know where this oil is going to go, where it's going to land, where it's going to come on shore, and when that'll happen. But obviously, this is also a very big fishing community, so that's going to impact fishermen as well as the marine life. Let me bring in Caitlin here real quick because this is a big concern. We have Captain Gary as well trying to navigate these waters to make sure the engine doesn't get filled with clumps of oil. This is so disturbing to see. What is going through your mind as we hit this really big patch of oil right now?
I'm kind of surprised it already made it this far down the coast because, like you said, it started so much further up the coast. But, I mean, there's always concerns for our boats. We love taking people out to see these beautiful animals, and, you know, it's hard to do that trying to avoid the oil. I know a lot of boats in Newport have had to cancel trips, too, so that's a concern as well.
So big industry is being impacted, not just the marine life, which is a huge concern because we've been seeing pods of dolphins greet us this morning, almost not knowing that they are swimming and feeding through this oil sheen and this oil spill. And then you have all the industries affected along the coast, beaches shut down, impacting business and commerce here too as well.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, we're a big tourist destination. We are the whale and dolphin watching capital of the world. We are also a whale heritage site. So a lot of people come here for that tourism, and so that's going to be greatly affected as well. So that is definitely an issue.
All right, well, we hope that this cleanup will happen very quickly, but clearly, again, I'm just going to leave you with this shot, Michaela. It is so disturbing to see this massive oil slick right here off the shore of Laguna Beach right now this morning.
There have been calls for federal assistance in the cleanup as well. If they determine it's a disaster area, they can get some of those federal monies in to help, because obviously they're not out where you are with the booms and the equipment cleaning up the area. But again, it's a large area, bigger than originally thought, and it's going to have a toll for longer than well, it's hard to say just how long the toll will be felt. But Sandra, thank you so much for being there, and we'll check with Mario and Sandra again. Time is 8:09. Let's go to Marie.
All right, guys, so thanks again to our Fox 11 team for those important updates from not only on the water, but also out there on the beach. And again, I heard Mario just speaking, saying that they are going to be doing a 10 a.m. press conference. That's 10 a.m. Local time, so over on the Pacific, and that will be something that we're definitely going to be jumping into here for all of our viewers with us on Live Now from Fox. And again, it's going to be with the representatives from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Oiled Wildlife Care Network, and we'll be bringing that to you guys as soon as that does happen. Also waiting for President Biden. He's going to be making remarks on the debt limit, but still here on this story, as we were getting in these pictures this morning and over the weekend, it is one of the largest oil spills in recent California history. It happened over the weekend. It closed beaches. It continues to threaten that wildlife. And again, there are many officials trying to work out if they can figure out exactly why this happened and where this leak actually occurred. It is an estimated 126,000 gallons of heavy crude oil that has spilled into the waters. This is just off of Orange County, and this had been starting late Friday or early Saturday. This is also according to the officials. And the leak became known when boarders had reported seeing a sheen in the water. And so you can see part of that oil just being seen from above with our Skyfox. Now, the U.S. Coast Guard took the lead in the response to the spill, which does cover about 5.8 nautical miles between Huntington Beach Pier and Newport Beach. And the pipeline and operations at 3 offshore platforms owned by Houston-based Amplify Energy Corp were shut down on Saturday night. And the 17.5-mile pipeline that is 80 to 100 feet below the surface was suctioned off, so no more oil would spill as the location of the leak was being investigated. So some residents, business owners, and environmentalists question whether authorities reacted quickly enough to contain the spill, noting how the oil sheen and heavy petroleum smell were observed on Friday evening, but operations weren't shut down until late on Saturday. So there's a lot of questions still surrounding this, and as we mentioned, coming up here at 10 a.m. Pacific time, 1 p.m. Eastern time, we are set to have a live update with some of the officials represented from California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Oiled Wildlife Care Network. So we'll be bringing that press conference to all of our viewers here with us as we continue to keep you up to date on the latest here out in California and all the top stories happening across the country. As I mentioned and showed you ahead of time, we are waiting for President Biden to be making some remarks on the debt ceiling, and so he'll be doing that here very shortly. I noticed that our shot of the White House has been taken away. Instead, now I have color bars, so that's a good sign. That means that this press conference could be taking place any moment. So let's go ahead, take this opportunity to jump into a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be bringing you more top stories coming up when you come back until President Biden does step out in the state dining room and begins those remarks. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, taking a live look in New York. Hardly there, but there is the Statue of Liberty standing through some of that cloudy mist as, again, we are saying hello to a Monday. A lot of folks getting ready for another busy week. We are now officially in October, and of course, when it comes to top stories, live events, we have you covered here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to let everyone know we do still have a shot here outside of the Laundrie family home. You can see here in Northport, we still have some crews outside as they search for Brian Laundrie, excuse me, does continue in the case of Gabby Petito. Now, Gabby Petito's family has continued to mourn the loss of their 22-year-old as authorities, federal and state officials, all continue their search for Brian. So we'll be bringing you, of course, more updates on that here on Live Now from Fox. But do want to shift gears to New York, because earlier here this morning, New York City Police Department is collecting and has collected hundreds of donations to deliver to Haiti for help in the recovery efforts after that earthquake did strike again in Haiti. So we're going to be jumping out to that press conference, but just a reminder, as soon as we do see President Biden, of course, we're going to be going into that press conference here for you live on Live Now from Fox. So again, going to be taking you out to Brooklyn as the New York Police Department is giving us some updates on recent donations they've collected to deliver to Haiti.
Morning, everyone. My name is Roberto Perez. I am the commissioner for the Mayor's Community Assistance Unit. Under this mayor, Mayor Bill de Blasio, I want to thank everyone for being here this morning. The Haitian American community is part of the fabric that makes up NYC. Our hearts go out to the Haitian people as they have gone through not only this earthquake, but several other natural disasters. I want to first thank our Mayor again, Bill de Blasio, the NYPD, Chief Juanita Holmes, Chief of Patrol, Michael Stamatis, the Red Hook Terminal, Lou Spano, Red Hook Shipping, Assemblymember Bishat Hermelin for her tireless effort and her advocacy, Councilmember Farrah Lewis, who has also worked with us on this endeavor, the relief agency Food for the Poor, and I need to mention our sister agencies, the Economic Development Corporation and the Mayor's Fund for their work, along with the NYPD. NYC continues to stand with Haiti. Our prayers go out to Haiti, and we hope this donation will help support the recovery from this devastation. Thank you all again for being here this morning. And with that, on behalf of the Mayor again, I want to thank those agencies and elected officials that worked with us on this effort, and have a wonderful day, everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to introduce the NYPD's Chief of Patrol, Juanita Holmes. Chief.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. First, I'd like to thank Michael Stamatis. He's the CEO of the Red Hook Terminals, who's our host here today. I'd like to thank Lou Spano, the head of Red Hook Shipping, which will be taking these 11 containers to Haiti today. The members of the MTC Trucking, who transported all these donations here from our collected point in Queens. Assembly Member Ranice Bichat Hermelin, and Council Member Farrah Lewis for their tireless efforts and their advocacy. I know the morning of when we first heard about the incident and the police commissioner called me up, he said reach out to Farrah Lewis right now and see what it is that we can do, and that's what we did. Also, a big thanks to Commissioner Perez from the Mayor's Office Community Affairs Unit. Thank you for your collaboration with partners in New York City, because he's responsible for making this connect. Also, thanks to Lieutenant Claude Celestin, the president of the Haitian American Law Enforcement Fraternal Organizations, and all his members here in support today. Our partners in the Port Authority, New York and New Jersey, and also let's not forget the Department of Correction, who also donated their hands in helping pack up these containers here today. And my deepest thanks to the men and women of Patrol Service Bureau. When the people of Haiti asked for help, you rose to the occasion. You donated goods and took charge of gathering contributions from city residents in all of our 77 precincts. If you want to see how generous the people of New York City are, you don't have to look far. We gathered 100 tons of supplies, enough to fill 11 shipping containers. These will carry donated water, diapers, formulas, PPE kits, and numerous supplies. As Haitians continue to recover from the earthquake in August, they will know that they have friends in New York City ready to assist. I would also like to thank Food for the Poor Haiti and its executive director, Bishop Auger Beauvoir. He and his group will be distributing these goods to the places in Haiti where they're most needed. I'm sure that everyone who receives these donations will be truly thankful to all the New Yorkers who donated these goods and to all those who made cash donations as well. I'm proud of everyone across the department and across the city who made this happen. God bless Haiti, and our prayers are with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Holmes. We want to now introduce Assemblywoman Ranice Bichat Hermelin.
Good morning. Thank you so much for inviting me here today. My name is Assemblymember Ranice Bichat. I represent the 42nd Assembly District, which is the heart of the largest Haitian populated residents of Little Haiti. And I am so pleased to be here today to witness a critical component of the Haiti relief efforts following the devastating 7.2 magnitude earthquake that hit the peninsula in the southwest of Haiti. We are here at Red Hook Terminal, a fascinating operation in front of the MV Anna cargo ship that will transport the needed goods that we have collectively across New York City collected to ship to Haiti. There are so many people who took part in this great effort, and I want to thank each and every one of you. First, I would like to thank Mayor de Blasio for realizing the desperate need to help Haiti and for providing resources to make this happen, including the New York City web link for the monetary donations and making these some organizations as part of the mayor's fund. These are organizations who are working hard on the ground. And I have to say, when this happened, my friend, Commissioner Roberto Perez, who's the Commissioner of Community Affairs, called me. I was away out the country.
All right, guys, just want to jump in here. We've been listening in to some of our leaders out of New York, including some of the police department members, speak about donations. They're going to be sending dozens of supplies. They have more than, I believe they said 7 shipping containers full of supplies that's going to go to Haiti. So we are going to jump into a quick 2-minute break. We are still waiting for President Biden to make some remarks in the state dining room. We had a quick podium shot for a second, and then they went back to color bars. So if we do get that podium shot, I'll put it back up on the screen for you. And of course, as soon as we do see the shot and President Biden come out, we're going to jump into that event live here. So once again, going to send some of our folks off into a quick break as we continue to listen in to these donations that are being sent to Haiti earthquake victims.
I want to thank NYPD for their huge effort in being the hub throughout the community and receiving donations from precincts. I want to thank you, Chief Patrol Juanita Holmes, for coordinating this effort. I also have to thank HALIFO, the Haitian American Law Enforcement Fraternal Organization. It was their idea. They're members of NYPD, but it was their idea. And they took it upon themselves to educate NYPD and New York City how important this was. And so I want to thank the President, Celestin Claude, Detective Celestin Claude, for moving this effort forward. Commanding Officer Celiba, Gabby, we have Natalie Michel, who was really detective, who was really instrumental as well. And as you know, we have also our Lieutenant Raymond. There's so many, and I know I'm forgetting a lot of names, but so many members of HALIFO put their time together to make sure that every single precinct across New York City, do you know how many precincts that is? It's a lot. Do you know how many goods we were receiving donations? A lot, tons. As mentioned earlier, we are here at this fascinating Red Hook terminal. I am so grateful for the support that Mr. Michael Samatis of Red Hook Terminals and Mr. Lou Spano of Red Hook Shipping have provided toward this effort. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We could not have done this without you at all. This is a temperamental time with shipping. Your dedication and support is appreciated by not only by me, but my Haitian community and just the communities all over here in New York. Last but certainly not least, I would like to thank everyone who answered the call to help Haiti. Without you, we would not be standing here today, ready to provide relief to Haiti. We've witnessed a real sense of community with the Haiti relief effort. Sometimes I would, stay in my office or in my home and I start crying just to see just the flow of love pouring for the people of Haiti. My office was considered the ground zero where everything was up to the ceiling, as you saw. And I'm sure your offices were too. But we would not be here again if it wasn't for your help and your support and love. So I thank you. I thank you. And let's continue to keep Haiti strong as they're again fighting another fight with Haitian migrants here. Let's continue to please embrace them and take them in as we deal with the tragedy that's happening in Haiti. Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Now, Lou Spano, the ship owner, who's the president of Red Hook Shipping.
Hello, everyone. I want to thank you for this moment. It's not many times I have moments like this. But first of all, I'd like to thank the NYPD, the ladies and women in blue. We could never do it without you, so I stand behind you. Second, Red Hook Container Terminal, Mike Stamatis, that makes this thing work. The union men that back us and keep the wheels rolling here. and how I enjoy this moment, but it's not mine. It belongs to the Haitians that support my company and make this possible.
And why the Republicans in Congress, what they're doing today is so reckless and dangerous in my view. Raising the debt limit comes down to paying what we already owe, what has already been acquired, not anything new. It starts with a simple truth. The United States is a nation that pays its bills and always has. From its inception, we have never defaulted. What we pay for, so it keeps us a great nation. Social Security benefits for seniors, salaries for brave service members, and benefits for veterans, and other financial obligations for our people and for our nation. We're able to meet these obligations based on the revenue we receive from taxes and based on our ability to borrow when needed. And in that case, we're able to borrow because we always pay our debt. We always paid what we owe. We've never failed. That's America. That's who we are. That's what's called for. It's called full faith and credit of the United States. It's rock solid. It's the best in the world. But here's the deal. There's a cap on what we can borrow called the debt limit. And only Congress can raise or lower that debt limit. So let me be really clear. This is really important to know. Raising the debt limit is about paying off our old debts. It has nothing to do with any new spending being considered. It has nothing to do with my plan for infrastructure or building back better. Zero. Both of which I might add are paid for. So if we're going to make good on what's already been approved by previous Congresses and previous presidents and parties, we have to pay for it. Social Security benefits. The American people are promised salaries for servicemen and women, benefits for veterans. We're going to have to raise the debt limit if we're going to meet those obligations. And raising the debt limit is usually a bipartisan undertaking, and it should be. That's what is not happening today. The reason we have to raise the debt limit is in part because of the reckless tax and spending policies under the previous Trump administration. In 4 years, they incurred nearly $8 trillion. In 4 years, $8 trillion in additional debt. In bills we have to now pay off. That's more than a quarter of the entire debt incurred now outstanding after more than 200 years. And Republicans in Congress raised the debt 3 times when Donald Trump was president, and each time with Democrat support. But now they won't raise it, even though they're responsible for more than $8 trillion in bills incurred in 4 years under the previous administration. That's what we'd be paying off. They won't raise it even though defaulting on the debt would lead to a self-inflicted wound that takes our economy over a cliff and risks jobs and retirement savings, Social Security benefits, salaries for service members, benefits for veterans, and so much more. A failure to raise the debt limit will call into question Congress's willingness to meet our obligations that we've already incurred. Not new ones, we've already incurred. This is going to undermine the safety of U.S. Treasury securities, and it will threaten the reserve status of the dollar as the world's currency that the world relies on. American credit rating will be downgraded. Interest rates will rise for mortgages, auto loans, credit cards, borrowing. Folks, watching at home, you should know this is the Republican position. Here's it is. They won't vote to raise the debt limit to cover their own spending. Democrats voted with them to cover that spending last 4 years, the previous 4 years. They say Democrats should do it alone. But then they're threatening to use a procedural power called the filibuster, meaning that we'd have to get 60 votes, not 50 votes, to increase the debt limit. This would block the Democrats from meeting our obligations and responsibilities to prevent raising the debt limit. So let's be clear. Not only are Republicans refusing to do their job, but threatening to use their power, to prevent us from doing our job, saving the economy from a catastrophic event. I think, quite frankly, it's hypocritical, dangerous, and disgraceful. Their obstruction and irresponsibility knows absolutely no bounds, excuse me, especially as we're clawing our way out of this pandemic. Democrats will meet our responsibility and obligation to this country. We're not expecting Republicans to do their part. They made that clear from the beginning. We tried asking to no avail. We're just asking them not to use procedural tricks to block us from doing the job that they won't do. Meteor is headed to crash into our economy. Democrats are willing to do all the work stopping it. Republicans just have to let us do our job. Just get out of the way. You don't want to help save the country? Get out of the way so you don't destroy it. We don't have time to delay with elaborate procedural schemes, which Republicans' proposals require. Scores of votes without any certainty at all, many of which have nothing to do with the debt limit at all. And that's when accidents happen. In the days ahead, even before the default date, people may see the value of their retirement accounts shrink. They may see interest rates go up, which will ultimately raise their mortgage payments and car payments. And the American people, look, I just say it this way. As soon as this week, your savings in your pocketbook could be directly impacted by this Republican stunt. It's as simple as that. Republicans say they will not do their part to avoid this needless calamity. So be it. But they need to stop playing Russian roulette with the U.S. economy. It's one thing to pay our debts already acquired. It's another to require a supermajority to pay the debts already acquired. It's not right. Let the Democrats vote to raise the debt ceiling this week, without obstruction or further delays. Democrats in the House have already passed a bill that would do that. It's sitting in the United States Senate where Democrats have the votes ready to pass it. That's the only way to eliminate the uncertainty and risk that's going to harm American families and our economy. Let us vote and end the mess. You know, we've got to get this done. We must get this done. It is, like, as I said, playing Russian roulette to play these games. We can do it this week. Just get out of the way and let us pass it. Thank you.
Mr. President, Senator Mitch McConnell says he has sent a letter to you explaining his view. Have you seen that letter? Have you communicated with him? And how dire do you believe this is if action doesn't take place in the next few days?
First of all, I did get a letter. I got it 10 minutes before I walked in here. I've read it. I plan on talking to Mitch about it. He and I have been down this road once before, back when I was vice president. And I hope we can have some intelligent and honest conversation about what he's proposing. And I think the easiest way to do this, and if the Republicans would not use the filibuster, would be to let us vote on what is already in the Senate right now, passed by the House, to raise the debt limit. And we could do that in the next several days.
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. You've often touted your experience in the Senate, your 36 years in the Senate. Your aides have talked about your abilities to be a closer on deals involving legislation. Why were you unable, Mr. President, to close the deal with members of your own party on key parts of your legislative agenda last week? Thank you.
I've been able to close a deal on 99% of my party. Two people. That's still underway. I don't think there's been a president who's been able to close deals that's been in a position where he has only 50 votes in the Senate and a bare majority in the House. This is a process. This is a process. We'll get it done.
President, it sounds like you're putting the blame squarely on two U.S. senators for your inability to close that deal, Senator Sinema and Senator Manchin. Am I incorrect? Is that who the blame lies with?
Look, I need 50 votes in the Senate. I have 48.
Leader Schumer has vowed not to raise the debt ceiling through the reconciliation process. So ultimately, if push comes to shove, Leader Schumer has said he won't raise the debt ceiling through the reconciliation process. So ultimately, if push comes to shove and Senator McConnell does not change his position, what is more important, that position that Senator Schumer has or raising the debt ceiling? And then I also have a question for you on Ethiopia.
I'm going to answer one. I'm not going to answer Ethiopia. Let's stick on the debt so we don't confuse the American people. Number one, the issue of reconciliation, which is like code to the American people. What's reconciliation? There is a process that I understand the Republican leader is willing to initiate, go through, that would require literally up to hundreds of votes. It's unlimited number of votes having nothing directly to do with the debt limit. Could be for everything from Ethiopia to anything else that has nothing to do with the debt limit. And it's fraught with all kinds of potential danger for miscalculation. And it would have to happen twice. So you could literally have several hundred votes over the next number of days. Everything else would come to a standstill, but you still find yourself in a situation where at the end of the day, you may have passed something that in fact then has to be undone again by either Democrats or Republicans. It's an incredibly complicated, cumbersome process when there's a very simple process sitting out there. Sitting at the desk in the United States Senate is a bill passed by the House saying, we Democrats will raise the debt limit, take responsibility for raising it, even though we didn't, some voted to acquire that debt as well. We'll go ahead and do that. That's the way to proceed.
If it comes down to reconciliation or raising the debt ceiling, which position would you take?
I'm not going to cross that bridge till we have to get there.
Would you address the allegations of genocide and why you haven't yet imposed those sanctions that you authorized 2 weeks ago, sir?
Speak to that later.
Regarding your Build Back Better agenda, we know the top line figure from Senator Manchin is $1.5 trillion. Senator Kirsten Sinema has yet to really give that number of where she's willing to go, how high she's willing to go, but she says she's negotiating good faith with the White House. What is her figure?
I'll let her tell you that. I don't want it. We're in negotiations.
Between 1.5 and 3.5? Is it higher at least than the 1.5?
I'm not going to negotiate in public.
Mr. President,
Mr. President, how is what the Republicans are doing now any different from when you opposed raising the debt limit as a senator during the Bush years?
Because we weren't calling for filibuster. We did not require 60 votes, and it was a straight up and down vote.
Mr. President, you're talking about how you have 48 Democratic votes right now. The other two have been pressured over the weekend by activists. Joe Manchin had people on kayaks show up to his boat to yell at him. Senator Sinema last night was chased into a restroom. Do you think that those tactics are crossing a line?
I don't think they're appropriate tactics, but it happens to everybody. From the only people it doesn't happen to are people who have Secret Service standing around them. It's part of the process. Yes, sir.
Just really quickly, a lot of people have been trying to attack immigration.
Mr. President, I know you don't want to comment on other senators' positions in the negotiations, but what do you think the size of the reconciliation package should be? What specific dollar figure?
Well, I laid out what I thought it should be. It's not going to be that. It's going to be less. I mean, look, the legislation, both the Build Back Better piece as well as the infrastructure piece, are things that I wrote. These didn't come from, God love him, Bernie Sanders or AOC or anybody else. I wrote them. I disagreed with Medicare for All, for example. I disagreed, but I laid out what I thought would be important. For example, I think in the Build Back Better program, it's required that we, in fact, have the best education available to us. And I'll be speaking to this in detail tomorrow. But look, here's the situation. How can we, in an ever-competitive world, increasingly competitive world, how can we not meet the educational standards at least other countries are working toward? Nobody is reducing the number of years they want their children to go to school or people to go to school. You've heard me say it before, as my wife says. If any country out-educates us, they're going to out-compete us. Look what China's doing. Look what the rest of the world is doing. They're investing. They're also investing in things that relate to ability for people to go to work and stay at work. We have several million women who can't go back to work because they don't have any way to take care of their children. So to give a tax cut to a working mom to be able to afford daycare, is that bad? Is that a bad idea? I think it's a darn good idea. We'll get people back to work. So there's a lot of things in the legislation I'm going to be talking about across the country that I think the American people overwhelmingly support. But the idea that somehow this is somebody else's legislation, this is what I wrote.
Would you accept a $2 trillion, say a $2 trillion reconciliation bill? Would that be acceptable to you?
Again, as you know, it's not a smart thing to negotiate with yourself in public. Let's see, we're in the process of continuing to talk to all the parties and see what we can get done.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Two questions. First, you said there was progress in the negotiation, but today you said you only have 48 votes. So what is this progress? And another question on the foreign, an international news that was big yesterday about the Pandora Papers. Do you have any reaction? You could fight against corruption as the core of Pandora Papers. The Pandora Papers. You said that you could fight against corruption in the core of your national security policy. So, what is your reaction, and do you plan to do anything about it?
We're looking at that right now. And the first part of your question was what?
Was about progress. What does progress look like for you in the negotiations?
Winning. That's the progress. The last question.
The Hyde Amendment. I just want to be very clear. Can you guarantee that the U.S. will not breach the debt ceiling, that will not happen?
No, I can't. That's up to Mitch McConnell.
So it is possible that the U.S. will not pay its debt. That is possible.
I can't believe that will be the end result because the consequence is so dire. I don't believe that. But can I guarantee it? If I could, I would, but I can't. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Senator Manchin says the deal is off if the Hyde Amendment is not included. Do you support that? Where do you stand on that, sir?
All right, things wrapping up there with President Biden answering a number of questions. And again, he says he's just waiting for Republicans to not be in the way of this debt limit being a deal being reached. He did say that he needs 50 votes in the Senate for it to pass, and he, as of right now, has 48. Taking a look here at the big board, again, we are now seeing a lot of red as our Dow does dip down more than 360 points. We'll have to just see how it plays out, not only in through the rest of Monday, but also this week as, again, our members of Congress continue to talk about the debt ceiling, raising it, the concerns surrounding it. So let's go ahead and we're going to step out into a quick 2-minute break. On the other side, don't worry, we have you covered with more live events happening across the country. We coming up soon not only have a White House press briefing with Jen Psaki, so even more questions will be touching on the debt ceiling, but we'll also be having coming up in the next hour out of California, officials talking about cleanup after there was that massive oil spill in Huntington Beach, California. So we're going to be hearing from many folks from there, as well as taking you down to Texas, where we're going to be hearing from not only our Houston Police Department, but also a task force about the arrests of a number of robbery rings that are happening down in Texas. So they've been doing an investigation. Now they've made numerous arrests of robbery suspects. We'll be getting that update also coming to us here soon. Here's that shot. You can see we do have our podium set up, our microphones standing there and just waiting for police and authorities to step out. So a lot still to come here on Live Now from Fox. Stick around. We're going to head into a quick break. Have more to come here in just moments. All right, guys, so we are taking a live look here in Houston. There's some photos that have been added, and police authorities all going to be stepping up to a podium any moment now to speak about a ring of a sting and ring of arrests with a robbery. So they've arrested a lot of robbery suspects. We're going to be getting more details coming up here very shortly, but do want to let everyone know we are continuing to keep an eye on the breaking news that happened over the weekend of that massive oil spill that took place out of California. So here's just some pictures of is our chopper up in the air, that cleanup underway, and it continues to be underway here, as we do know at this time that there was more than 126,000 tons gallons of heavy crude oil that spilled into these waters. Now, this is just outside of Orange County, and again, this is just some pictures of some of that cleanup efforts that had been taking place. But let's go ahead and take also, we do have a live picture coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. So here's a live picture of crews out there conducting cleanup, and this is one of the largest oil spills in recent California history, and it has closed a number of beaches. It's continued to threaten wildlife, and coming up here this morning in about an hour, we are supposed to not only hear about the efforts that continue around the cleanup, but we're also going to be hearing from some of our leaders out of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Oiled Wildlife Care Network. They're going to be speaking about the process and recovery for these animals that have been impacted. So did want to give you this live look, but it does look like our Houston event has kicked off. As I mentioned, this is some of our city officials speaking about a number of arrests that have happened due to robbery rings. So let's listen in live. We're on Unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Defender Squad. Let me just start off. For the past several months, local law enforcement agencies have worked together to solve a string of robberies targeting people near high-end stores and affluent areas in parts of southwest Houston, uptown, near the Galleria, Highland Village. You may recall that in May, Chief Fenner announced the arrest of several suspects responsible for aggressive robberies in affluent areas of the city. This is a follow-up to that. And I just want to say from the very beginning, extend my thanks to the chief, to ATF, to Fred Malinowski, to all of the individuals involved, the Violent Offenders Squad. They have done a yeoman's job, and I think what you will hear today will be the results of their hard work. Those placed under arrest targeted innocent people because they were driving luxury vehicles and wearing expensive jewelry. Nearly all of the suspects have ties to violent gangs, and they have criminal histories. Houston police, with the assistance of ATF, other agencies, and the use of technology, have worked nonstop, and literally nonstop, to solve these very dangerous and brazen armed robberies. These arrests have led to the resolution of other violent crimes as well, and I think what you will hear have also led to a significant reduction in crimes in all of those areas. Many major cities across the country are dealing with a wave of crime. We all know that. The city of Houston is no exception. We are not immune, and that's why I've instructed Chief Fenner to do what is necessary within his department and to let me know what resources the department needs and the officers need in order to crack down on these violent offenders and keep our city safe. I am pleased with the number of arrests that have been made, as you will shortly hear, and the number of people who are apprehended and off the streets. We will continue to partner with our law enforcement agencies and put forth the necessary resources and manpower to prevent and or apprehend those persons committing crimes. And once they are arrested, judges must be mindful of their criminal histories and not make it easy for them to return to the streets to become repeat offenders. Having said that, let me now bring up Chief Fenner.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I want to say, first of all, thanks to our great citizens and our media. Thank you for being patient. May the 14th, I stood and the mayor stood before you. I think Fred and our team was there. We made 10 arrests. To this date, there have been 24 arrests, federal charges and state charges. And Commander Gwen Shaver will speak in detail to that here shortly, but I also want to thank her. I don't get a chance to stand before you much and acknowledge a person that's been here 41 years and still charging hard from us, still leading from the front. But I also want to thank Special Agent in Charge, ATF, Fred Milanowski, the U.S. Attorney, Jennifer Lowry, our District Attorney, Kim Ogg, our Commander from Homicide, Kevin Deese, our Major Offenders, Commander Ron Borza, also our Gang Division Commander, Mike Faulhaber, also Midwest Commander Reed. And as far as our troops, Major Robbery Division, Major Offenders, our crime and crime reduction units, and also our Gang Division, and our ATF Gun Strike Task Force team. We have done great work, and I want people to know, and she'll go into a little bit of detail, but we do think these dangerous, very dangerous crews are responsible for the League City homicide, also our Grottos incident where a detective and another gentleman was murdered. These are very violent people. As she will speak to our commander, a few of them are still outstanding. There's still investigations going on. But just one thing before I pass it over to our ATF SAC. Sometimes we have to withhold information when we have investigations going on. And again, I want to thank you for being patient on that. I'll never stand before you and say, withhold information for no reason at all. But I do not want to jeopardize the case, especially when we're dealing with some very dangerous individuals. So, Fred.
Thank you, Chief. Mayor, first of all, I want to thank you and Chief Finner and let you know that the work that your investigators do on the ATF Crime Gun Strike Force is nothing short of remarkable. They're a great partner. I just want to give you a little bit about the Crime Gun Strike Force. There's about 65 persons assigned to the strike force, and that is 8 special agents, it's investigators, it's police officers, dedicated canine to find shell casings, it's crime analysts. We're very fortunate to have that team and have that team that works together every single day on violent crimes in the city. But when we have an increase, like we saw in the Galleria with these armed robberies, to have the violent offender squad assigned and embedded with ATF, it just makes it seamless for us to work these violations. So there's no friction on whether it's going to be a state prosecution or a federal prosecution. There's actually ADAs from Harris County DA's office and Assistant United States Attorneys assigned to our strike force. So the attorneys are talking, the investigators are talking, the crime analysts are talking, and it's just an incredible opportunity that we have in the Houston metro area to knock down some of these violent gun crimes. I will tell you, the strike force only focuses on 3 things. One is armed robberies. The second is multiple shootings linked by our NIBIN's ballistic program, which you've all heard lots about. And the third is firearms trafficking. Firearms trafficking means how do these criminals get these guns? So that's everything from breaking into gun stores to breaking into vehicles. And in the city of Houston, we have a significant problem with guns being stolen out of vehicles. Last numbers I got, about 3,800 a year are being stolen out of vehicles, and those are going directly to the criminal element. So we all talk about Second Amendment rights, and I'm a big believer in Second Amendment rights, but we also have responsibilities. And leaving a gun unattended in a vehicle when you're not in it is not being responsible, and we need people to lock those guns up, because that is what's funneling, one of the big areas that's funneling guns to our criminal element. With that being said, I know the commander here is going to give specifics, but I just wanted to, again, thank the mayor, thank the chief. Houston Police Department's been an incredible partner to us, and we will continue our dedication. As long as there's violent gun crime in the city of Houston, we're going to be there to work with your police department. Thank you.
I know we social distancing, but I want y'all to stand in. Get your chair. Got it. Come on, stand in. Yep. Got it. All right. Come on in. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm Tinsley Gwinshaver, Commander of the Robbery Division. And I want to thank Mayor Turner, Chief Finner, Special Agent in charge.
He stepped out.
He went somewhere. Thank you. Fred Malinowski, incredible partnership. Also Lieutenant Kathy Richards of our Violent Offender Squad and our Gun Crime Strike Force. And Russell Gray, he's been instrumental in investigating these particular crimes, and his crew as well. And also Ernest. There's so many people to acknowledge that I can't even be represented here today, because what started in May when we spoke was a very preliminary investigation. We did have 10 charges, but it was in its infancy. And like the chief spoke to, we were really hesitant to share a lot of information that would be compromise not only the investigation itself, but create a more unsafe environment for our citizens. So when we come today, we do have the partnership of the ATF. We have homicide, major offenders, our crime suppression units across the city. They were all instrumental in following the leads, submitting them for analysis, and orchestrating the tactical responses to get these suspects in custody. Of these suspects, we have 24 suspects have been identified working 2 different crews, a day shift crew and a night shift crew. Of these 24, 14 defendants remain in jail on state charges. 4 defendants remain in jail on federal charges. 2 have been charged and have eluded capture. And Lieutenant Kathy Richards will speak about these boards here with all the pictures we have in a few minutes and identify those for you. 5 suspects have been charged with capital murder. We have charged 36 state charges on aggravated related charges, from aggravated robbery to conspiracy. We have 7 federal charges. We have 4 currently out on state bonds. And 7 of the defendants were out on state bonds or out on bond when they committed these crimes. We still have evidence that's being processed, and as this evidence is analyzed and the reports are given to Lieutenant Richards and major offenders, our detectives will be going through them with our ATF partners, and I anticipate more charges to be filed, other suspects to be linked, all the way back through early 2020. So this is not by any means over, but we're at a place where I feel comfortable, where the chief felt comfortable to share more information with our media, because that helps make our community safer. And I would like to have Kathy Richards, Lieutenant, come to the boards and speak to the pictures and some of the suspects, identify those with Sergeant Russell Gray if he has any additional information for that, and then we'll do a closing and open to questions.
Yes, so this is some of the defendants that we have
Do
listed.
you need the mic? I think we could probably angle it to you.
So these are some of the defendants that we have charged.
Can you move that?
Thank you. You're welcome. Okay, take 2. Okay. So these are some of the defendants that we have charged in the Galleria-related cases. The top 2 on the chart here are Jeremy Haynes and John Trell Miles. Jeremy Haynes is wanted for capital murder at this time, and John Trell Miles was charged with conspiracy to commit aggravated robbery. He did receive a bond, and he decided not to show back up for court, so he has a bond revocation. So he is wanted as well. We are asking for the public's assistance in helping us find and locate these individuals. And if they do have information on where they are, they can call Crime Stoppers with that information, or our robbery division. It's important that they get captured and brought in. As we've already talked about, we have several murders involved with these cases, and these defendants are very violent. Just some of the other defendants on this page. All these individuals have been charged with aggravated robbery in some way or fashion involving the Galleria area cases. And then on this board, we have some of the watches that the suspects were shopping for whenever they targeted individuals in that area and followed them home. Below, on the bottom right, you'll see it's a bag full of guns. Just like the SAC Fred Malinowski was talking about, is these suspects do not acquire these guns legally. They robbed a Cash America pawn shop and stole about 24 guns out of that pawn shop. And when they were arrested, we recovered all of the guns from them. So they're not acquiring these guns legally, but stealing them using whatever they need to do. Any questions on that?
We have linked some of these suspects in this crew with the League City murder. If you remember that one, thank you. If you remember that one, the League City murder had to do with the boat owner of the company. We were working in collaboration with League City at this time, and we did not have charges on them, but they are linked with this crew. So evidence places them there, but we're still working with the DA's office to get charges on them.
So the Houston murder too.
And the Houston murder as well. So we can open to questions now?
Yep.
Do you have a sort of ballpark about just like how much contraband or money that, or watch?
I'll let you speak to it.
Value of all this stuff is gold?
Come right here, Sarge.
So basically, there's no set amount, but I would say collectively we're well over into the hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of stolen merchandise. These guys, get this off if you don't mind. These guys, they do target the expensive watches and jewelry. However, at any given time, whatever you have in your possession, they'll also take. And although they target the individuals leaving these places, they tend to follow them home and also do home invasions, which sometimes nets more jewelry or more valuables. So
sort of like a quite classic juggling scheme?
Slightly different from jugging, but there are some similarities.
And if you look at the watches, they range in value from $8,000 to over $100,000 for one watch. So the value of these things just goes exponentially.
Correct.
Anybody else? All right. Thank y'all. Very good. Lieutenant, Sarge, thank you.
Thank you.
Top notch.
All right, now, we're not done yet.
We got it. Thank y'all. Yes. All right.
All right, so Houston officials there wrapping things up, talking about the success that they've had targeting this ring. Again, it led to the arrest of a number of their robbery suspects that we've seen here today. So what we're going to do is go ahead, step into a quick 2-minute break. When we return, I'm going to be showing you some live pictures out of La Palma, where we continue to have a violent volcano eruption happening. It's all going to be coming up here on Live Now from Fox again after some of us go into a quick break. More to come right here when you return. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, taking a look at this volcano that continues to erupt here in the Canary Islands. Again, this is La Palma, where we've been seeing an erupting volcano. It's been now according to officials, getting more intense activity in the area. So they've had new fissures about 50 feet apart, sending streaks of fiery red and orange molten rock down towards the sea. Again, we do know that this lava has reached the Atlantic Sea as of last week, and the volcano was much more aggressive almost 2 weeks after it erupted on the island of La Palma. And this is according to the technical director of the Canary Islands Emergency Volcano Response Department. So over one of the nights, a few nights ago, there was 8 new earthquakes that were measured and recorded, and one was even up to magnitude 3.5. So the eruption was sending gas and ash up almost 20,000 feet into the air, and it has prompted, again, evacuations of more than 6,000 people since September 19th to help prevent casualties. So that's been some of the good news, is that we've been avoiding those. But again, there's been a lot of molten lava that has destroyed buildings and, of course, land. So there's a new area of solidified lava where the molten rock is flowing into the sea. It extends over more than 50 acres. Now, officials continue to monitor air quality along the shoreline. Sulfur dioxide levels in the area rose but did not present a health threat. This is according to La Palma's government. However, it is advised local residents do stay indoors. It's also recommended that people on the island wear face masks and eye protection against some of that heavier falling volcanic ash. Now, the volcano has far emitted some 80 million cubic meters of molten rock. Scientists estimate more than double the amount of the island's last eruption in 1971. The lava has so far destroyed or partially destroyed more than 1,000 buildings. This includes homes, farming infrastructures, and that's also been about 1,700 acres. So La Palma, home about to 85,000 people who live mostly from fruit and farming and tourism. It is part of the volcanic Canary Islands, and again, this is part of Spain's territory. Now, the island is roughly 22 miles long, about 12 miles wide at its broadest points. Life's continued as usual on most of the island, but again, for those people who are right in the path here, they are continuing to keep an eye out, as again, the volcano has been a bit more aggressive here lately. So we're seeing some live pictures of just some of that lava and that smoke rising. And again, these pictures have been just amazing, as we've been seeing some of these spurts of lava going up into the air, and then of course some of that lava flowing down, hitting the ocean. And again, they have had officials keeping an eye on any toxic gases that could possibly be coming from this, because we do know, again, that is something that we're going to have to continue to keep an eye on. So again, the Atlantic Ocean is where the lava has been reaching the ocean. And again, it's been setting off plumes of steam, and authorities looking out for possible toxic gases. And so they have, again, asked people to either remain indoors or, of course, wear the correct protection, even though they've been monitoring the air. So we'll, of course, keep an eye on this volcano, just as we keep an eye on all the events that have been happening across the country. If you need to know about it, you can be sure we'll have it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. So going to be, of course, monitoring a number of other events that are taking place across our country. We do have New York Governor Kathy Hochul, who's going to be doing a briefing here very soon. Also want to let everyone know that we are also waiting for a White House briefing that's set to take place coming up in the next hour. Also in the next hour, going to be taking us out to California, where we do have also our authorities updating us on that massive oil spill that happened out in California, where now a lot of the wildlife and animals are in danger because of that oil. So we are keeping an eye on a number of things happening across the country. Going to take us out, though, to New York, where Staten Island is getting a new ferry, and this ferry being named after a lost military member. So they do have some honored guests, including the Gold Star parents of Robert and Linda Ollis. The ferry is going to be has completed harbor trials and now has passed the U.S. Coast Guard inspections. It's going to be able to serve passengers for the first time a little bit later this year. And this is, again, an $85 million state-of-the-art ferry. It is named after Michael H. Ollis, a New York resident who was killed in Afghanistan, saving the life of another fellow soldier. This happened back in 2013. So let's go out to that event. As I mentioned, this is happening out at Staten Island.
Said, okay, Jimmy, you've got your boat. And Linda said, Jimmy, thank you. But there was also one other person behind the scenes by the name of Anita Selleck. Is she here? I know she's here. And she's hiding. Stand up, please. Now, I don't know Anita. Neither does Linda. This is a woman who took the cause up to get the petitions going through Staten Island for the name to help Jimmy fight City Hall. And I want to thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Your name is here also. Thank you, Anita. Thank you very, very much. But I want to thank a lot of politicians, the mayor, Senator Schumer. They were all announced before. I'm terrible with names. I'm lucky if I remember my own. And I want to thank them all. But I want to thank everybody that's sitting in front of me right now. I have the 10th Mountain standing over there. That's Michael's unit. And they just came out of the field, jumped in the car, and drove down this morning. So, and then they're going back 6 hours after the ceremony. So that's what the great soldiers, these wonderful Coast Guard. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all that. And the Cardinal stole Emerald from me, but again, I love you. Thank you for your service. You're the greatest generation. I can't say anything more but that. But I want to thank the Vietnam vets that are here, the Iraqi, Afghanistan soldiers. Michael was a tremendous part of that. And if you knew Michael, I think in some way you can you can understand what he did, that he fought from the front. He was a ranger. You go to the fight. You don't run from the fight. Just like 9/11, Stephen Silla, the rest of those guys, they didn't run from the fight. They ran towards the fight. And that was Michael. I can give you the whole story, but you've heard it, you've read it, and I hope you've read it 1,000 more times. I want to keep Michael's name rolling forever and ever and ever, because I think he deserves it. And it's not for me, and it's not for Linda or Kim or Kelly and my grandchildren, my son-in-laws. It's for Michael. This whole thing is for Michael. If he was here today, he'd say, Pop, what the hell are you doing? He said, get off of this thing. What are you doing? I don't want this. Get away. because that's how humble he was. But yet, guess what, Michael? We're forcing it down your throat, okay? So get used to it. And I'd love to hear your complaints, though. I really would. Believe me, I really do. But I thank all the politicians that are sitting behind me that came for their effort to help with the boat. I don't think there's one of them up here that can't say that somewhere along the line they jumped in to help name this ferry, help the president, the borough president, to get this ferry named after Michael. And again, I thank you all for coming. There's Mama. She's the best in the world. She's the one that had the child, carried him for 9 months, birthed him, fed him, educated him, clothed him. And what did I do? I went back and forth to work, and I had fun. She did all the hard work, and that's to all the mothers also. So Linda, thank you. And Michael, I know is here over you. And I thank my family for being here. And have a great day. God bless you all. I love you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Alice, for sharing Michael's legacy with all of us. At this time, please welcome Congressmember Nicole Maliotakis. Representative Maliotakis is not only speaking as a member of Congress, but is also speaking on behalf of Eastern Shipbuilding, who are the builders of all three of the Staten Island Ferry's Alice-class vessels. Their executives, unfortunately, could not make it here today from Florida. Eastern is based on the Gulf Coast of Florida, which has taken a battering over the last few years, including by Hurricane Michael, an enormous Category 5 storm that devastated Panama City in 2018. In the coming months, we expect and are looking forward to seeing the two other Alice-class ferries, the Sandy Ground and the Dorothy Day. Congressmember, we saw that you christened the Dorothy Day ferry earlier this year, and we look forward to seeing her arrive soon in Staten Island. So everyone, please welcome Congresswoman Maliotakis.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you to all of you for being here today. I just want to say thank you to the Alice family for sharing Michael with all of us and the world. He is someone who is our hometown hero, and all of us, even though we could never feel what you have felt losing a son, know that he definitely took a piece of our hearts. We are so appreciative and indebted to Michael's selflessness, that he gave his life for this country, for his community, and there's no other special way to honor him in this community than to name a Staten Island ferry after him. It is a symbol that everyone around the world knows. It is a vital part of our transportation system, and I want to thank the borough president for leading that effort and never giving up to ensure that this day came and that that ferry will bear that name for decades to come. It's not just Staten Islanders that were affected by Michael. As you mentioned, his unit is here. The Polish people from across the world are so indebted to his service. The people who built this, as a member of the Coast Guard and Maritime Committee, I was able to see the facility, the pride that they had in building this ship in honor of Michael. When you walk into their office, they have a letter from you thanking them, right? First thing you see when you walk in. He touched so many people around the world, and this will ensure that his name will be remembered for decades to come by millions of passengers, by all of Staten Island and New York City, and I join the entire community in congratulating you, and once again, thank you for what you've done to keep Michael's memory alive and to make sure that everyone in our community knows of his sacrifices. God bless you.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I'd like to ask Bernadette to please come back to the podium and grace us with another beautiful song.
As we continue to listen in to this ceremony taking place, again, this new ferry being named after a soldier who was lost back in 2013, saving another in Afghanistan. We're going to be stepping away for a quick 2-minute break. Some of our viewers are going to be jumping into that commercial right here and then returning, listening in to this Staten Island ceremony as they unveil this ferry, getting ready to serve passengers later this year. All happening right here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you, Bernadette. That was amazing. I'd like now to take the opportunity to welcome some of our local elected officials that are here today. So first, I'd like to ask Assemblymember Michael Cusick to please come up, say a few words.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to thank DOT for putting this event on. I want to thank all those who are responsible for this magnificent ferry behind us. Bob and Linda and the family. I want to thank the borough president, because what Bob had said about the letters and the tenacity and just the effort to get this done and named after a true hero, it's not always easy. And Jimmy Otto was able to do that. So, Mr. Borough President, thank you for doing this. Because there is no one more deserving than this honor than Michael Alice. You know, I've gotten to know Bob and Linda and the family since that tragic day, and I've been invited to many great ceremonies honoring Michael and his heroism. I was at the Polish consulate, I believe, in Manhattan. I was at the Alice VFW when the Army honored him, and all of those were just great honors and things that Michael and the family deserved. But as a Staten Island boy, you know, to have your name on the ferry, probably the most iconic symbol of our borough, and it transports our residents to work so they can feed and take care of their families. For me as a Staten Islander, this is a huge honor to have this named after Michael Alice. But what's great about it is, you know, I've listened to Bob talk about Michael, and I believe him that I think Michael would be like, all right, Cusick, get off the stage, you know, you're another politician, let's stop talking, let's get this going. But it seems like this vote will serve, and Bob, you had mentioned about people remembering Michael. This is a perfect way that they will remember Michael. You know, as elected officials, we try to put monuments and things that will have future generations remember our leaders and those who served our island well. Generations to come will know of Michael Alice. They will know what he did on that day, that bravery, that he didn't even think, he just did it. But what's great about his name being on that boat, I picture, and particularly my young daughter asking me one day as we ride on the Michael Alice, who was Michael Alice? And you don't just stop on that one day. you go through his life, right? And it was a short life, and I'm sad that I never met this young man. But that short life, I know by his parents and his family that he had the promise of doing great things past what he did that day. And my daughter and all the young people and the generations to come that will ride the Michael Alice will know that Michael was just a kid from Newark who became a hero, but will show everybody that we have heroes walking amongst us every day, and they just don't tell you, they just act. And that's Michael Alice. God bless Michael Alice, and thank you for having me here today.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Now I'd like to ask Assembly Member Michael Tanusis, please.
Thank you so much for having me here today. To the Alice family, thank you so much for the ultimate sacrifice that your son made. You know, Michael Alice made that sacrifice so we could have our freedoms. And he is the symbol of a true American patriot. And just like his legacy will continue to symbolize those freedoms, may this ferry boat also symbolize the freedoms that Michael Alice and all our true American patriots fought for so we could have. So I pledge to you, and I know I speak for my colleagues, when I say we will be there with you every step of the way. Anytime there is a battle to be had, just like we fought to have the parade this year, the run this year, and we will continue to do that to make sure that his legacy continues for generations to come. Thank you very, very much for having me.
Thank you, Assembly Member Tanusis. I'd like to now welcome Assembly Member Riley to say a few words.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Alice, for allowing me to be a part of this today. Thank you to my fellow veterans who are here representing to the U.S. Army active duty members here today. We have the K-9 named after Staff Sergeant Michael Alice here today as well with the MTA PD. This is, you know, we heard many speaking before me that I didn't get a chance to meet Michael either, but I wore that uniform, and that makes me his brother. Service, commitment, and leadership. That defines Michael. That defines his legacy. That service, commitment, and leadership will live on for years to come as he services all Staten Islanders with this ferry boat. Fidelis ad mortem, faithful until death. With this boat, he is faithful in death and will live on in our spirit, in our heart, forever. God bless you. God bless us, family.
Thank you, Assembly Member Riley. I would like to welcome Senator Diane Savino to the podium. Didn't see you. Sorry.
Thank you, Roseanne. I want to thank DOT and, of course, our borough president, Jimmy Otto, for making sure that we got here to this day, and everyone who was involved. To the Alice family, it's a very special day. It's also a very bittersweet day. The only reason that we're here dedicating this new ferry and placing Michael's name on it is because he made the ultimate sacrifice for all of us who are here and for the thousands of Staten Islanders who are going to ride this boat to and from in their everyday life for years to come. And as Assemblyman Cusick talked about, so many generations to come will say, who was Michael Alice? And it'll give us an opportunity to talk about him and talk about the sacrifice that he made and the sacrifice that men and women in uniform make every day. Those of us that Assemblyman Riley referred to, the people that he served with, the people who serve today. And that is, as I said, it's special and it's bittersweet. And I want to say a particular thank you to the Alice family because you invited us in to the most painful moment in your lives. You allowed us to share your grief, but in a profound and special way. to celebrate Michael's life, his commitment, his legacy, and his future as a remembrance of what can happen, what can be, even when your life is cut short, what you can accomplish. And so today is a special and bittersweet day, and one that we will remember for a very long time, as we will remember the legacy, the life, and the dedication of Michael Alice. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Senator Savino. It is my great pleasure at this time to introduce Staten Island Borough President James Otto, who worked tirelessly to bring his dream of naming the new ferry after Staff Sergeant Michael Alice into fruition. So please welcome Borough President Otto.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. You were familiar with Michael's story long before you came here this morning, and you have heard all of the wonderful and powerful words underscoring his amazing act, and that act of heroism. I'm not sure I or any of you out there, perhaps with the exception of those who have put on a uniform and served, can fully appreciate this act. The words describe it. You hear the word hero again and again. And intellectually, you understand what happened, what transpired, how he put himself in harm's way. And for all of the amazing praise so richly deserved, I still don't think that you or I can fully appreciate what he did. There was a really tragic day at City Hall, oh my God, 15 years ago, where a colleague of mine was assassinated. And I've talked about publicly that my first two steps went away from that, away from the sound. Think about something as simple as an unexpected sound and how you jump back, or a bee and how you move away. It's adaptive. Over millennia, we've trained to survive, to do that, to get away. And yet, Michael chose to go against human nature. So, I understand it, but I don't know if I fully appreciate the magnitude. What is much more readily apparent, what is much more evident, is the genesis of that. How, as Mike Cusick said, a kid from New York, a kid from Staten Island, grew into the man that would do that, grew into the soldier who would do that, and grew into that hero. Those roots are really obvious. He grew up in Bob and Linda's home. He is their son. And if you have spent even a minute of time with them, and I'm looking at you, General, you know the character and the integrity and the decency that they have that was poured into their son. And maybe you move toward the direction of understanding how Michael did that. I want to tell you a quick story. A couple months ago, the boat was being towed up to Staten Island, and I got a wonderful phone call from our DOT Borough Commissioner, Caroline, and she called me up and she said, I want you to be the person to call the Alice family. I know how emotionally invested you are in this, and it was a simple but really gracious and kind gesture. And I called Bob and Linda and I told them, and you could hear the excitement in their voice, and we talked about different places where you might be able to best view it. We agreed that Fort Wadsworth would be a really good spot. the family went out and scouted out the best spot for the next morning. And the next morning I got up and I went out, and you can make your way in the last parking lot at Fort Wadsworth and make your way through the tall grass, and you find yourself on the beach. You're half expecting to see half the Statue of Liberty buried at the end of Planet of the Apes, because Staten Islanders really don't go out there. And there's this makeshift jetty. It's rock and stone, and I climbed on it. And if there's any video out there of that, you would see I would last 30 seconds in the game Survivor. But I wanted to live tweet this image of this beautiful big orange boat coming in, and the boat was supposed to come in at 9 a.m. and at 9:45 I called Jason Rzefsky and Ed Burke and said,
And just a heads up, some of you are going to be seeing a quick break.
was the family up on the bluff waiting for this, and if this boat doesn't arrive, did we cause them even more angst? And I text Bob at one point and said, you know, we just reached out to DOT, it's coming, and he responded and said, we can see it in the binoculars, it's out there, it's coming, you could see it. And I tweeted that as part of this sort of live tweeting. And there's this constant crank out there who doesn't like me. No. And he took that tweet. Yeah, there's more than one, yeah. 90 days of that. And he took that tweet.
Can you give us your name and spelling so we get it for the
Yeah,
definitely.
What's your name? My name's Eric.
Good morning, and thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We're going to be listening into this live press conference out of the area where crews continue to clean up after one of the largest oil spills in recent California history. They're on Huntington Beach, California, and again, this cleanup going to be taking some time. Let's listen in live as we do have some of our officials here speaking to not only the cleanup, but also on the oiled wildlife recovery. So let's listen in live here on Live Now from Fox.
PRIC Laughlin, Laughlin, with California Fish and Wildlife. I'm not going to speak for that long. It's Dr. Zaccardi is going to provide an update pretty quickly here. So.
Whenever you're ready, it's 10 o'clock.
Yeah, there's a press conference that'll be held, at noon today. They're still finalizing logistics, but tentatively it'll be held at the Bolsa Chica State Park just down the street at noon today. That's going to be like what we had yesterday with the full unified command leading the response, Coast Guard, state, and the corporation CEO. That's tentative for noon today. Yeah, we're still confirming it, but if it changes, a media advisory should go out on that. Okay, so my name's Eric Laughlin. I'm one of the public information officers for California Department of Fish and Wildlife. We're here in Huntington Beach, and this is one of our Oiled Wildlife Care Network member organizations. It's being used as a triage center for oiled wildlife. I'm going to introduce one of our veterinarians. He's Dr. Michael Zaccardi. He's from UC Davis One Health Institute, and he oversees the Oiled Wildlife Care Network in California. So, Dr. Michael Zaccardi.
Thank you, Eric. As Eric said, I am Dr. Michael Zaccardi.
I'm the director of the Oiled Wildlife Care Network, and I'll be using the acronym OWCN throughout. So the Oiled Wildlife Care Network is a partnership between the UC Davis School of Veterinary Medicine and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife Office of Spill Prevention and Response. What our job is to respond to oil spills if wildlife are impacted or threatened to be impacted anywhere in the state of California, off the beautiful shores of Huntington Beach, all the way to the Inland Empire. Our program is made up of 44 different organizations throughout the state, all that agree to work collectively and cooperatively during spill responses to respond to animals in crisis. We have 12 different facilities throughout the state, such as the one here at Wetlands and Wildlife Care Center. And we have more than 1,600 trained responders ready to go at a moment's notice should a spill occur. We've responded to more than 75 oil spills in the state of California since 1994 and cared for 10,000 animals that have been oiled in those spills. So for this incident, we deployed field teams immediately upon activation by Cal Fish and Wildlife OSPR, had teams on the beaches at first light to start to cover areas between Bolsa Chica down to Newport Beach to look for oiled animals. We also activated our 1-877 hotline to start receiving calls from the general public immediately. So if people out on the beaches this weekend were seeing animals in crisis, we could immediately respond to them. We placed 4 of our facilities on standby. The wetlands facility here, our Los Angeles Oil Bird Care and Education Center in Long Beach, Pacific Marine Mammal Center in Laguna Beach, and SeaWorld of San Diego in San Diego, should animals start to be collected. We mobilized our entire management team based out of UC Davis, came down immediately, bringing equipment, trailers, specialized and targeted information and equipment that is necessary to capture these animals very quickly. We're currently actively searching from north of Bolsa Chica down to Laguna and farther south, both on water and on land, and have reconnaissance teams farther north and farther south to look for animals that might be flighted and oiled, but not in the general oil spill area. Additionally, we have what we call hotshot teams set up so that if we get calls from the general public, we can immediately deploy teams to respond to those calls to be able to get those animals. So to date, we have collected 3 live oiled birds, 1 brown pelican, 1 American coot, and 1 ruddy duck. Unfortunately, the brown pelican had chronic injuries that required us to humanely euthanize it yesterday. We do have a 4th bird that was just collected from our teams that will be sharing video that Eric will be taking later for you. That is an oiled sanderling. It's a small shorebird. We do have sightings of additional oiled gulls and other shorebirds that are flighted, so very difficult to catch, but we're pursuing other alternative capture strategies such as using mist nets and other techniques to be able to catch those animals very quickly. We also have additional staff throughout our 44 member organizations on standby should we need additional people to come in. But currently we have 10 of our 44 partner organizations here on site responding to these animals. So we have been asked many, many times, what can the public do? What can people do if they want to help? First and foremost, we need people to not try to catch oiled animals. It's not safe for the animals. It's not safe for them because oil can be a toxic substance. We ask that they report those sightings immediately to our hotline. So that's 877-UCD-OWCN. Those reports will be immediately responded to. If people are interested in volunteering, currently we are not taking general volunteers from the public. Again, we have 1,600 people that we have trained. These people have been trained upwards of a week or more in specialized capture and care techniques. Those are our first call for individuals who we need to help on this. If there are members of the public that are interested in helping out once volunteer opportunities open up, we direct you to the Cal Spill Watch page. There is a volunteer section of that will direct you when volunteer opportunities do open. To date, we have received over 300 calls to our hotline, but only 20 of those have been animals that have been observed to be oiled. So again, please, if public are interested in assisting, do not call our hotline for that. We direct you directly to that website. More information will be posted there as it comes through. So in summary, before I open it for question and answers, we know how important Huntington Beach is. We know the long history of oil spills in this area. In fact, the American Trader oil spill in 1990 was the incident that actually created the Oil Wildlife Care Network in the first place. So we know how important it is to the general community. We also know that our mission is to provide the best achievable capture and care to oil-affected animals. And right now, that is allowing our pre-trained staff to get out there, get those animals collected quickly, get them back to our purpose-built facilities, and start to get the rehabilitative care that is necessary to get them back into a clean environment eventually. Again, thank you all for being here today. Thank you for Wetlands and Wildlife Care Center for hosting us here on this site. And at this point, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have related to wildlife. Turn it over to Eric.
All right, yes?
Yeah, based on your extensive experience in this area, having, this number of reports and just these 4 birds, does this give you any hope as far as the impact of this spill? Initially, we heard it could be quite a disaster.
Yeah, it's an excellent question. It's one that we're pursuing actively right now. When we heard of the large size of the slick with the volume that was reported released, we had grave concerns about this impact. In our initial assessment of the area, the number of birds in the general area seems to be lower than we had feared. We do have active overflights from a specialized plane that the department owns that is going to be covering this area daily to look at animals, the locations, the concentrations they might be in, which will help us more target those areas. But at this point, we're cautiously optimistic related to the number of animals that might be affected at this point. Okay. Sure. So first question was related to dolphins. Marine mammals are of great concern for us. I spent 5 months at the Deepwater Horizon oil spill, actually in charge of the marine mammal response during that incident. So the impacts to bottlenose dolphins and other delphinid species are very near and dear to my heart. It's a concern of ours, but what we have found is they're much less susceptible to oil impacts than birds. Birds have a high body temperature. They use their feathers almost like a dry suit to keep themselves warm in the marine environment. If they get oiled, their first response is to get warm as quickly as possible. That's why they usually come ashore quickly so they can try to stay warm. It's one of the reasons why we also focus our recovery efforts primarily on the shoreline, because that is the first thing those animals are going to be in. However, dolphins can have problems if they breathe fumes in. It's one of the reasons why with our offshore cleanup operators, we're asking them to report any observations they have out there, so that if we are seeing animals that appear injured or in crisis, we can actually pursue that.
All right. As far as the marine mammals go, I'm understanding that usually those are kind of secondary to the birds coming in. How long do you expect the impact to take to reach them, particularly in our community? PMMC has released many sea lions and elephants, et cetera, back to the area, and a lot of them being around in the beach.
Sure.
Some of the rocks and Dana Point Harbor. What impact do you expect to see there?
Absolutely. It's an excellent question as far as long-term effects in marine mammals. To be absolutely honest, we don't have a lot of great information yet on long-term effects on marine mammals. A lot of that relates to ingestion or inhalation of oil that might occur in the environment. Just now we are starting to learn some of those long-term effects from the Deepwater Horizon oil spill more than 10 years ago. So it's a body of knowledge that's continuing to gain. The nice thing is with pinnipeds, oftentimes the external coating of oil doesn't affect them as much. They don't have to rely on their fur to stay warm. They have a blubber layer. So really it's more the ingestion, and that's a bit more chronic. But those are some of the things we're starting to learn, applying science, applying the knowledge that we're gaining from spills such as this, from spills such as the Refugio event in 2015 and Deepwater Horizon. Again, learning how oil might impact animals so we can better respond in the future.
Do you know how soon, if what you're saying, the external effect, do you know how soon sea lions or some of those marine mammals might show up, might strand themselves, with some type of ingestion of fish that are oiled or that type of thing? Would that come pretty soon? Or
As far as the external effects, we're probably looking at a matter of weeks. The chronic effects, that is one of the wonderful things about our marine mammal stranding network that occurs here in California, is we have excellent marine mammal responders that take these animals in on a regular basis. They also apply science and collect samples for a better understanding of the effects on those animals. Those are things that hopefully we'll be doing moving forward for animals that strand.
Okay, we have time for like 3 more questions and then we got to get moving. Okay, yes?
Can you talk at all about the effect on the food supply for birds? I mean, you see birds back here in Talbot Marsh.
Sure.
Feeding on things in the
It's a similar situation as far as the internal effects on seabirds and other animals. With birds, the primary acute effect is external, getting cold, not being able to forage, low body temperature, increased metabolic rate. There can be long-term effects, but a lot of it depends on the dose. So how much oil is in the food item, whether it's concentrated in that, etc. So there is a process called natural resource damage assessment that occurs during and after a spill. They actually have scientists that will be looking at that and modeling some effects so we can better understand some of the larger effects of spills such as this on wildlife species.
What about the impact on all the fish? How many fish are we looking at?
At this point, we're trying to collect that information. Again, that's a different group than ours. We tend to collect those animals that we can successfully rehabilitate. Fish, there are some sensitive species, there are some endangered species in this area as well. There are other experts that are looking at that. We don't. The question is how many animals may have perished in this. We don't have that estimate yet. Again, that we are collecting those animals that come ashore and can be collected. We do process the birds and the marine mammals completely. We do a full external examination to see if they've been oiled and document that. That information then goes into the natural resource damage assessment so they can combine that information with some modeling to determine the overall impacts.
Sir, what's your assessment of the impact that this is going to have in, that the oil spill is having? Would you say that it's bad? Is it catastrophic? What would be your assessment of this oil spill?
Again, at this point, all I can speak to is the impacts on the animals that are out there that we're collecting. Right now, obviously, with 4 live birds collected to date, it's much better than we had feared, but typically spills of this nature, we're here for several weeks to months continuing to respond to animals and respond to calls from animals that may be out there. So it's really too early to tell, but we are cautiously optimistic.
What's your personal thoughts on all this? Aside from being an official, assuming you're from California, it's devastated this region ecologically, environmentally. Just on a personal note, what do you want to say?
Yeah, it's, oil spills are traumatic. Traumatic to the community, traumatic to us individually. They are accidents, right? Nobody wants spills to occur. The operators, the public, the wildlife professionals. I'm a veterinarian, so my mandate is do no harm. So obviously the best spill is one that no animals are affected at all. But what we try to focus in on, if these accidents do occur, doing as much as we can to try to mitigate any damage that might be out there, both for the public, as well as the state and the agencies involved.
Doctor, just to make it clear, there are 4 oiled animals, including the one that was euthanized.
Correct. So 3 live oiled animals collected as of last night, one of which was euthanized, and we just had a 4th bird come in right now.
Do you know where they're coming from, those 3 or the 4 animals?
They're in this general area. I do not have the exact locations on me. In this general area, yes.
Once you don't have an explanation for those birds, like, do you anticipate the ones that are still alive to survive, or are they
So, obviously oiling is a traumatic experience for these animals, but in our experience, as far as large-scale spills we've responded to, we have more than a 50 to 75% success rate to return animals back into a clean environment. California is the model for the world as far as oiled wildlife preparedness and response, and we have the best techniques and the best success of any place in the world. So if any animal is going to be affected, this is the place to be.
All right, we only want to do a couple more questions so we can get you guys the video, and so 2 more questions.
Do you have any idea in terms of just a rough estimate of how much the number of...
So we've been listening in as, again, we do have the Oiled Wildlife Care Network talking about their process and recovery for animals that are affected by this oil spill. Again, they have an estimated 126,000 gallons of heavy crude oil that spilled either on Friday night or early on Saturday. Now, there has been obviously a lot of folks asking, was the response from officials quick enough? As again, there were boaters who had began reporting a sheen in the water. They said they could also smell it. U.S. Coast Guard did take the lead in the response to the spill. It does cover about 5.8 nautical miles between the Huntington Beach Pier and the Newport Beach. So our next update from officials is going to be coming at noon Pacific time. So we will be jumping into that again for all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. But of course, we're keeping an eye on a number of other news stories happening across the country. Do want to let people know we're aware of a situation happening in Tucson, Arizona. 1 person in custody following a shooting that happened in the Amtrak station. So right now, little details coming to us, but we do know that at least 1 person was taken into custody after a shooting at the Amtrak station. This is happening downtown Tucson, and Tucson Police Department did confirm the incident. It happened near the 400 North Toole Avenue, which is the station, and an eyewitness told KOLD News 13 that 2 men approached another man on the train. They said they wanted to talk to him. All 3 got off the train, and that's when shots were fired. So again, this is a live look at that breaking news scene, and TPD is asking people to avoid, obviously, this area. And there was, according to a person who was on the scene, the area was evacuated and shut down earlier. Now, that person, one of our reporters, said at least 84 Amtrak passengers were loaded onto buses and taken to another location, and DEA agents were on scene along with the TPD officers and SWAT. And again, this is just a live look at this scene that is still active with police. Obviously, crime scene tape also up here at this time, but they do say that they do have 1 person in custody. So did want to bring you this breaking news, as we always stay on top of the stories happening across our country, especially breaking news events. No matter where it happens, you can see Live Now from Fox on top of the latest for you here. So going to be sending viewers off into a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, going to be taking you down to Florida, where we do have sheriffs giving us an update on a triple homicide. So Sheriff Grady speaking right now. We're going to be getting into that here for you on Live Now from Fox when we all return. Again, some of you first going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Here is a live look outside of the Supreme Court of the United States of America as the Supreme Court starts a new term. Some of the issues that are going to be possibly discussed include abortion, which of course there's been a lot of controversy with some recent laws being added in the state of Texas, but also gun violence and also the death penalty for some of the Boston bombers. So we're going to be keeping an eye, of course, on all the events unfolding, not only inside the Supreme Court, but also outside as there were protesters out there earlier here today. But do want to let everyone know we're also monitoring the White House, because we will later this morning, early afternoon for a lot of our viewers with us on the East Coast, have a White House briefing with Press Secretary Jen Psaki. That did get pushed back, but you can expect a lot of questions to be on the debt ceiling, as President Biden earlier here this morning had made some remarks in the state dining room. He was speaking to his plea that Republicans need to let Democrats do their job, get that debt ceiling raised, and of course he was saying that they need 50 votes from the Senate. Right now, they only have 48. So we'll replay some of his remarks that he did earlier this morning a little bit later here on our stream. But I want to get down to Florida, where we are hearing from our sheriff out of Polk County. He is updating on a triple homicide. We're going to be jumping back to the beginning portion, as again, we had a lot of information shared in the beginning portion that we weren't able to jump out to. So we're going to be jumping into that here for all of our viewers with us on Live Now from Fox.
Hello everyone, thank you for being with me as we provide what we believe to be the final update of this triple murder from Saturday. I'm going to go down by the numbers and recount what we released Saturday and then our updates now. And as you know, this investigation is not over. It's not complete. So anything that I say is subject to modification or change at a later date. Well, let me just show you the book in photograph. This is the photograph we showed you Saturday. This is this current photograph of Sean Runyon. He's 39 years of age. It's important to start out by telling you that this is a cold-blooded, calculated, violent, murdering beast. He was going to murder folks that we're going to talk about in just a minute. He was currently out on a $75,000 bond out of Pennsylvania. And listen to these charges that he's out of jail on in Pennsylvania: strangulation, endangering the welfare of children, terroristic threats with intent to terrorize another, reckless endangering of another, 2 counts, simple assault, possession of marijuana, possession of drug paraphernalia, and harassment other than physical contact. This is all the violent charges he was out of jail on when he did this. So here's how this event all occurred. J&B Electric Company is out of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. They were contracted to do works for Publix Corporation in Lakeland. Sean, along with the other electricians, was living or staying in a short-term rental in Windsor Resort up in Davenport. Friday morning about 2 a.m., apparently they're working overnight, Sean gets into an argument with his supervisor. Now let me stop there to tell you that I'm going to give you the names of the 3 victims because their family gave us permission to. The 3 victims were electricians. They were wonderful family people, just solid folks. So it's Friday morning, they're at work at the construction site when apparently the supervisor, Kevin Lanzu, L-A-N-U-S-S-E-E, got on to Sean and said he's not working fast enough. Sean punched him, hit him, and fled in the work truck. Now, Sean is the half-brother to the owner of the company. The owner of the company then told him, just come home. Sean went north on Interstate 75 to Cordell, Georgia. Well, he heard an advertisement on the radio at the Broken Arrow Outfitters about a big sale they were having. So he pulled in. He pulled in to buy a crossbow so he could take this crossbow back to Florida and kill the 3 victims. That's right. He started on a Friday during the daytime to orchestrate this plan by buying a crossbow in Cordell, Georgia. Then instead of going on to Pennsylvania, where his half-brother and the owner thought he was, he turned around and he came back down 75, parked the company truck at the Tampa airport, and he rented a blue Nissan Versa. Well, what's important about that? Obviously, the company truck has logos all over it. And should he have used the company truck as a getaway vehicle, it wouldn't have been too hard to find it, since it was a big white Ford F-450 with a name on the side and clearly indicative of a work truck for electricians. So he had to have him an inconspicuous vehicle. He leased this vehicle, and then he went to a local Target store in Tampa where he bought a baseball bat. Now he's got a baseball bat and he's got a crossbow, and he's putting his plan together. He comes back to the Polk County area and sleeps in the parking lot of a Walmart. We think it might have been just across the county line in the Claremont area. We're still running that down. He sleeps Friday night there, and so you see he's had a busy day. He was supposed to be working Friday morning. 2 o'clock he has a fight. He gets in the truck. He goes to Cordell. He buys the crossbow. He drives back to Tampa on Friday, rents a vehicle, and now is sleeping near the home of the victims. So why does he know where they are and their sleeping patterns? Because that's where he stayed. He knew what bedroom the victim slept in, because that was where he stayed as well. So he gets up prior to 9:44 in the morning, which is when we received the 911 call, and he drives to the Windsor Resort, and he parks 2 blocks away. He knows they're going to be in bed asleep because they've been working overnight. He knows their pattern. He's now deciding, I got a baseball bat, I got a crossbow, and as he's planning, he decides the crossbow may be more cumbersome, so he just takes the baseball bat. He goes into the back of the house, enters through the back of the residence. His intent, as he told us in his confession, was to kill all 3 victims. He first went into Kevin Lanussi's bedroom, the supervisor, who was on the bottom floor. It's a 2-bedroom home. And he said, I went in there, Kevin was asleep. And thank God, Kevin never knew what hit him. He immediately, his quote, I went to town on his face with a baseball bat. Kevin never woke up. Kevin was hit so hard and so many times that, thank God, he wasn't aware of what was occurring to him. He said, when I was confident that he was dead, and by the way, he wasn't. He is the one that survived for a few hours at the hospital, but he was unconscious, obviously, the entire time. The only reason he made it to the hospital was great paramedics, because he coded on the way to the hospital and they were able to get a heartbeat back. So then he goes upstairs to the second victim's bedroom. Second victim is Dulon Donnell. They knew him as Dew. from Baltimore, Maryland. He was asleep in bed, covered up. And he said, I beat Dew in the head until I was confident that he was done. And then he went in the bedroom of the third victim, and this is all by his statements to us, of Greg Dolezal, D-O-L-E-Z-A-L, who's from Akron, Ohio. He said, and I closed the door, and that must have woke Greg up because Greg fought with him. And he said, I started hitting him with a bat. Greg fought back, so I took my knife out and started stabbing him. And he repeatedly stabbed him. They fought upstairs, and then Greg was able to come downstairs onto the front porch where he collapsed and died. There was a fourth victim who survived. He was struck in the back and the shoulder area but he was struck one time. The suspect, Sean, continued to focus on the three people. He never said he wanted to kill the fourth one, but he hit him, I guess, for good measure while he was there. Our suspect then fled from the residence back to his vehicle and ended up on an obscure street in Lake Wales, Florida, talking to an obscure person. Well, we've sorted that out. This obscure person is a Publix employee who we're not going to release his identity. And the Publix employee got to meet him while he was on the construction site, and he was going to do some tile work for this Publix employee. He knew where he lived, and that's how he showed up at his house in Lake Wales. He had blood on him. So the Publix employee said, what happened? He said, well, I was in a fight. And he says, and I was raped. And the Publix employee gave him a cloth to help clean up and then said, you need to go to the hospital. And he did. Thank goodness we have this absolutely wonderful community we live in who understand the community must help. And our person from Lake Wales immediately called 911 to express what occurred and said, I sent the guy to the hospital. Well, the guy went to the hospital, went to Lake Wales Hospital. And that's where we arrested him and took him into custody.
So as we continue to listen into this update with our Polk County Sheriff, let's go ahead and send some of our folks off into a quick 2-minute break, and we'll continue to listen to these details as this happened over the weekend investigation. Now they are able to share some of that information. Again, we're listening in here on Live Now from Fox.
There is absolutely, unequivocally, zero evidence to confirm what our just outrageous, violent beast of a human being did. What we saw was 3 electricians, 3 family men, 3 folks that were here working and doing a really good job so that they could support their family and their children. What we saw here was 3 victims, 3 men, 3 electricians with children. At least 2 of the 3 had children. Dew had a little girl as young as 4 years of age. We also know that Kevin had children as well, and they're gone. They don't get to see their children grow up. Dew will never have a chance to walk his daughter down the aisle when she gets married or see his grandchildren. The little 4-year-old girl will have to grow up without a dad. These were good people who traveled across the country to do work, and they were met by this evil, evil person. So at the end of the day, the case is solved. He's in jail. I understand people have a right to bail, but it does occur to me, if he'd still been locked up for his May arrest in Pennsylvania, we would have these fathers, these good men, alive and working and with their family today. I told you about other victims. There was also a 7-year-old in the house at the time this occurred with her father, who's another one of our witnesses, and his wife. None of them were physically injured. So there were a total of 7 in the house when the attack began. His 3 targets were viciously murdered. They were the focus. That's who he went after. Instead of having time to calm down from his rage when the supervisor chastised him, he only got worse over the next 24 hours to when he actually executed his homicidal plan about 9 a.m. on a Saturday morning. Are there any questions?
You seem like the ticking time bomb to me. Was strangling his significant other back in Pennsylvania. You know, obviously that was never resolved, and it just seems like this is an extension of that uncontrolled anger. What do you say?
Obviously, you had an anger management problem. We saw violent acts against his family, people that were very special to him back in May, or allegedly special to him. And we see that he not only fought with and hit his supervisor on the job, but then when the boss, who by the way is his half-brother, says, "Come home," he makes it to Cordell when he goes, they're having a sale here at the Outfielders. That's where I'll get my crossbow to go back and murder them. He planned to murder them the entire time after he left.
And I know you said that he confessed several times. Can you just describe one more time his demeanor while he told these events? Did it seem like he may have been on drugs, or?
He was totally cooperative. He clearly, by his own admission, had used cocaine and marijuana in the past. He said he was of clear mind when this event occurred. However, we have evidence to indicate to us that he had cocaine and marijuana in his system. He was in a rampage. 3 or more people are considered a mass murder. He had a pre-designed plan to viciously murder these folks.
He had plenty of time, seems like, to change his mind, slip it off and did it anyway.
Yes, sir. He had plenty of time to change his mind. Instead, he spent all of that time preparing his plan. What we believe he was going to do is commit the murder, escape, take the rental car back, get in his vehicle, and go, I was on my way to Pennsylvania. I don't know what happened back there. Like, that would be hard to figure out.
Did he ever say why he ended up in Lake Rose?
Yes, because he had met this Publix employee at the job site and had agreed to do some tile work in his home. So that's why I think he's, on drugs then. I mean, he shows up on Saturday morning unexpected, bloody, He knew where he lived because he was going to do tile work for him. And that's when the Publix employee says, whoa. Oh, and he said that when he said he was raped, he said, they won't do that again. That's as close as he got to a confession to that witness. But at the end of the day, this is bizarre. And my heart goes out to the victims. You know, murdering someone is never, ever acceptable. But when you viciously attack 3 people who were in bed sleeping with a baseball bat, and there is home video, and we can see the obvious bend of the bat where he hit them that hard. At least 2 of the 3 victims never knew. They were hit that hard initially and in repetition that many times. But our 3rd victim fought. He fought for his life. And when he couldn't get the best of our 3rd victim with a baseball bat, he pulled a knife out and started stabbing him and cut him to death. It not only makes me angry, it makes this community angry. And it makes us angry on all fronts, not just the cold, calculated murder, but leaving those children and those families without their loved one who simply was halfway across the country away from their family, working to make a living for them. Something that we all get up and go to work every day to take care of our family. That's what they were doing. And on Saturday morning, after working at night, he knew they would be vulnerable. He knew they would be asleep. He knew he could take out this vicious attack without opposition because they would be sleeping. And that's what he did.
There was a supervisor he got to fight with. Did he say why he targeted the other 2 people?
No, he didn't, other than this fictitious rape story of his, which was his excuse, but you know and I know that just is not correct.
Do we know how long they were here before this happened?
No, I don't know how long they've been working on the job here, but we do know he, as recently as May, had been arrested up north. Okay? Thank you all very much. That should be, like I said, our last update. If there's any modifications of information, we'll get it to you. Obviously, as my predicate that I say every time, we haven't finished this investigation, but as my policy is to keep the community and you briefed on where we are. So if any of this is subject to change, then we can let you know that later.
All right, so once again, an update with Sheriff Grady Judd out of Polk County, as again there was a disgruntled employee who went on a rampage, unfortunately killing 3 people. Of course, if there's more updates, he just said he would let the people know, and we'll let our viewers know. Do want to let everyone also know that you might be experiencing some outages on some of your favorite apps. Well, you aren't the only one who is seeing Facebook, WhatsApp, and also Instagram down at this time. There's a widespread down usage for users around the world. This is according to Down Detector. Now, the social messaging apps were experiencing outages in multiple countries, and it's not clear what the cause of this disruption is, and outages did seem to have started just after 11:40 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're one of those people trying to get onto one of those social media sites, pages, and you can't, well, you aren't the only one. So it's not just your phone or your internet connection. There is widespread outages that have been reported in multiple countries. All right, we're going to send some of our viewers off into a quick break. When we return, even more coming out of New York as Governor Hochul does make an announcement about helping restaurants and families. More on that again after a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, taking a live look at the Dow as we continue to see a lot of red here on the big board. It's going to be something we'll obviously be keeping an eye on all week here as we start a new week for our stocks. And of course, a lot of debate still happening on Capitol Hill when it comes to our debt limit. As we mentioned, President Biden earlier this morning talking about raising the debt ceiling and calling out that he needs at least 2 more senators to support this to get it passed. So we'll keep an eye on all of the news coming out of our nation's capital right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Also want to let our viewers know we are expecting to hear from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki a little later here this morning, early afternoon for some of our viewers, and you can expect a lot of questions to be regarding that. So let's go out to more events that we haven't gotten to yet here today. Just a little bit earlier, we did have New York officials along with our Governor Kathy Hochul. They were speaking on helping give relief to restaurants and feeding families. Let's listen in here again on Live Now from Fox as we continue to stay up to date on all the top stories happening across the country.
Welcome to Senate District 19. It is a pleasure seeing all of you here today on this very important event. Governor Hochul, welcome again to Senate District 19. You've come to my district on several occasions, first as Lieutenant Governor and now as our duly sworn governor. Today I'm excited to be here with you, my colleagues, advocates here in Brownsville, and everyone, yes, this is Brownsville, to sign this critical legislation that will help many food insecure New Yorkers who cannot prepare or cook food purchased with SNAP benefits in their dwelling spaces. It is an exciting day for all of us who've advocated for this. Some New Yorkers may be temporarily sheltered in an efficiency unit or hotel without food or kitchen service access. Many seniors and people with disabilities living in the communities cannot prepare or cook their meals without assistance from a caretaker, and so this legislation is important to them. Under this legislation that I've sponsored with my colleague, Assemblymember Karine Reyes, the New York State Office of Temporary and Disability Assistance will apply to the federal government for authorization to operate this statewide restaurant hot meals program. It is not only exciting for constituents who utilize SNAP benefits, but for the entire restaurant industry. It is a win-win for everyone. This is not an abstract concept. A month ago, when Hurricane Ida ravaged many neighborhoods in New York, Long Island and elsewhere, SNAP recipients displaced from their homes were immediately allowed to purchase hot or prepared meals. Again, it's not a novel idea that we're bringing up today. COVID-19 made existing food insecurity exponentially more acute, and New York has been innovative. In her previous capacity as food czar for New York City, State Operations Director Catherine Garcia set up a nimble and expensive emergency food delivery infrastructure. This site here was a hub for that food distribution, and so we have been doing food distribution all along. The program has been responsive to varying dietary needs and religious traditions. Still, we must keep in mind that many of these emergency programs across New York State are temporary. Many New Yorkers will return to normal congregate meal sites which will be fully operational again. The bill that Governor Hochul is signing today recognizes the ongoing emergency faced by disabled, displaced, and older New Yorkers who cannot prepare meals before the pandemic, and so this will assist them ongoing. Once OTDA has been approved by USDA, New York will be joining other states, including Arizona, California, and very soon, Illinois, in providing the option eligible to SNAP beneficiaries. Governor Hochul, thank you again for your swift and compassionate response to our request to have this legislation signed. Assemblymember Karines and I are excited today for what will be happening. So, my constituents, the constituents who are served by Assemblymember Latrice Walker, who's here, the constituents who are served by Assemblymember Karines, all of our constituents will be excited. And to all of the merchants who will benefit from this program, we thank you for your participation. I'd like to quickly, before I call up on our governor, acknowledge some of my colleagues who are here today. Assemblymember Latrice Walker, we're in her district. Assemblymember Robert Rodriguez. We will be joined also shortly by Assemblymember Andrew Hevesy, Councilmember Stephen Levin, and Senator Jabari Brisport. We're also joined today by Gary Jenkins, HRA Administrator, Rachel Sabila, No Kids Hungry, Amy Sonneman, United Way of New York City, Tommy Grassi, Melito Health and Welfare Council of Long Island, Zach Hall, Food Bank of NYC, Dr. Melody Samuel, I saw her campaign against hunger. I thank all of you for being here today on this exciting time for us. And without further ado, I'd like to call up my friend, someone I'm proud to work with, the Governor of the State of New York, Kathy Hochul.
Good morning, Brownsville. Oh, okay, you can do a little better than that. This is a good news day, my friends. First of all, to my great friend Roxanne Persaud, we have been sisters since she first found her way to our state capitol, and I could see in her this deeply held passion for the people she represents, and we've done so much together. And she continually says, I don't think I've seen her once when she says, when are you coming back to my district? When are you coming back to my district? I say, I was just there yesterday. I was there the day before. But she's persistent, but she's impactful. And I'll give her another round of applause for our great assembly.
Once again, we're listening in to Governor Hochul as well as other officials address food insecurity, talking about how they're helping restaurants and families in New York. Let's go ahead, step into a quick break right here on Live Now from Fox.
How you put your heart and soul into your work as well. It's leaders like this who are truly transforming our state, and I want to thank them for their leadership on these issues. Assemblymember Latrice Walker, yes, I'm always in your district too. I know. You're saying, how come you're not in my district? Right? So thank you for all you do, and Assemblymember Rob Rodriguez and all the other partners in state government. I truly, having been and served in every level of government there is, I want to thank you for your incredible partnership and helping just bring the needs of your constituents to the forefront when we're taking action in Albany, and even when we're not in session, just making sure that people are taken care of. So to our elected leaders in this room, let me give you all an extra round of applause. We have amazing partners in the private sector, and you have been called to be superheroes during this pandemic. The extraordinary pressure that you and your teams have been under. On a given day, non-pandemic world, you are already out there scrambling to get the resources, the money, the food into your facilities to get them out to needy New Yorkers, and then you throw a pandemic on top of it. You truly are the unseen heroes who need to get recognized, and I want to thank you for what you're doing, and thank you for your advocacy of the bills that I'm signing today to make a difference in the lives of New Yorkers. Again, let's give all of our partners a round of applause. You'll be hearing from Andrew Riggi in a couple minutes at the end here, and he's the executive director of the New York City Hospitality Association. I can't think of another industry that's been harder hit than the hospitality industry in the state of New York than the New York City Hospitality Association. We have to do whatever we can to bring you back, not just because of the restaurants and association members that you represent are the heart and soul of New York, but also the thousands of jobs that just aren't back yet until we can fully say this pandemic is behind us. And I thank you for hanging in there, as well as Jerome Nathaniel from City Harvest. Thank you for all you've done. We've visited many times. You guys are just extraordinary. And I want to thank all of you. I think Senator Brisport will be here as well in a few minutes. Today is about feeding people. It's very simple. Basic human need. To be fed. And that whole premise of what is a simple proposition that people deserve to have food on their table, and little children go to bed not with their tummies growling, but with a full sense that they have been nourished and they have the ability to continue and do well in school, and people can just have a good, healthy life. That is as basic as it gets, my friends. And that right has been denied for too long through no fault of anybody else's, other than this pandemic has been brutal. It has turned people's lives upside down in ways we could not have foreseen 18 months ago. And the duration of this, people thought, I was at the food banks early on, well, we're doing okay. We have this Nourish New York program. We're bringing money in, or produce from farms all over the state to help the farmers. We get it out to people. It was a military operation like I've never seen. And I've been in Afghanistan, my friends, so I've seen military operations. I was so impressed with what I've seen when I visit your many facilities. But how do we know it would just keep going on and on and on, and jobs weren't coming back? And in addition to the stress about people's jobs they lost their ability to feel secure in their homes when people couldn't make their rental payments. And that's why, again, I thank our legislators for coming back in the first days of my brand new administration, coming back in the end of the midsummer, to say, yes, we'll do what it takes to extend the eviction moratorium, to do what it takes to keep people in their homes. Okay, they're in their homes, that's great. But they also have to eat. And so many people have challenges, people who are elderly and disabled, and when someone can't come in and take care of them every day, my father's taken care of by people. If the aide calls in sick, I'm not sure my dad is eating that day. That's the stress that people feel. So why not, with this whole advent of people relying on the delivery services, the takeout food, the ability to get your dinner from a restaurant when you might have thought, I'll just make it at home. That is a lifesaver. That is what we're offering today, a way to do things differently with our SNAP program and to start the process so we can join 3 other states and be among the first to say, why not? Why not help the restaurants that need the income? Why not make it easier for people with disabilities and our elderly and even people who don't even have a home to cook and are homeless? They have to eat too. So that's what this is all about, to find a way to get those programs to them. We also increased our SNAP benefits. So a family of 4 will see their allotment go from $680 to $835 under the new plan, which still does not sound like a lot, my friends, but it is something. You can give that a round. I look like you want to clap on that. You can clap that. That'll bring an additional $1.4 billion from federal funding to New Yorkers. So we are going to allow our homeless, elderly, and disabled SNAP recipients to use their benefits to purchase prepared and hot food from participating restaurants. That'll make sure those who are the most in need in our state will have the resources they need. But also, let's just take a look at our restaurants. It has been so long and hard. I spent 5 years working in a tiny restaurant, making chicken wings and pizza and pasta, and I cooked the food, I served the food, I took the phone orders, I have scars on my arm to show how hot the oven was when I made the pizzas and didn't do it very well, and here I was, a 15, 16, 17-year-old. I have a deep appreciation for the entrepreneurs who start a restaurant because they often give people their first job. We have to keep them alive and healthy. I'm today announcing a $25 million restaurant resiliency program to help the restaurant industry continue facing the challenges from COVID-19. Let's get that money in their hands. Let's give them a hand. And what we're going to do is, along the lines of Nourish New York, we're going to award funding from the New York Department of Health to New York's network of food banks across the state. They will be able to purchase food from the restaurants to get out to the people they serve. It's that simple. Let's just get that done. So we've been through some extraordinary times, but what we're doing today, increasing the ability for people to use the SNAP benefits in restaurants directly, giving more money to our restaurants, and giving more people to individuals, more money to individuals directly to increase the amount they have to purchase food. This is how we start bringing the state back and start taking care of people in their most vulnerable times. That is my highest priority. Get through this pandemic. Get people vaccinated. And I don't want to bring in any negative news, but this zip code only has a 48% vaccination rate. Can we leave here today committed to the cause of bringing more people to the realization that the only way we're getting out of this pandemic, and we don't have to worry about these emergency food sources the way we have to right now, or emergency assistance for people who are going to lose their rent, because they will have their jobs back, they'll have their lives back. That's how we start getting back to whatever the new normal is going to be. All I know is that the status quo, we're getting real tired of it, aren't we, friends? We are real tired of the way things have been, and we need to start breaking through. The only way to have a true breakthrough is to get more people vaccinated, particularly in these most vulnerable communities like where we are. So thank you, everyone, for participating today. Thank you for being here. But more when we leave, this is not about a press conference. It's about what you're going to do and we're going to do when we leave here and directly affect the lives of our brothers and sisters who are struggling right now. They need our help right now, and we're here to deliver that for them. Thank you very much.
I'd now like to call on Jerome Nathaniel, Director of Policy and Government Relations, City Harvest.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jerome Nathaniel. I'm the Director of Policy and Government Relations at City Harvest. And I'm also happy to say that I'm a longtime resident of East New York, so it's great to be here. I'm very thankful and grateful to be here with the governor, as well as Senator Prasad and Assemblymember Reyes and other elected leaders for their leadership in making sure that the restaurant meal program has been signed, and also for the increases in SNAP. City Harvest has existed since 1982. So over the past 40 years, we have been serving New Yorkers facing food insecurity. Since last March, City Harvest delivered over 200 million pounds of food to hungry New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs. That's 200 million pounds. Many of those families also rely on the SNAP program. Just to share a few stories, we know that many of the families that go to our pantries are also in the SNAP program. Unfortunately, towards the end of the month, a lot of families that use our services run out of SNAP benefits. So the increase is very critical for helping families make it through the end of the month. We also know that sometimes our parents or our grandparents who might be shut in, and we have to make sure that they're able to eat tonight. Before this, if they were in a SNAP program, they wouldn't have been able to buy a prepared or hot meal. So as the governor said, if someone wasn't able to feed our parents or grandparents, we might have to worry, how are they going to eat tonight? Are they going to have a hot or prepared meal? I also think of some New Yorkers that might be homeless or displaced that go to City Harvest programs. How will they prepare their food at home if they don't have a home or they don't have a kitchen? That is why I'm very thankful for the leadership of the governor, the senator, and the assembly member, and all the advocates here today for making sure that this very important program is moving forward in New York, and also for the increases in SNAP that are going to help families make it through the end of the month and being able to access hot meals, prepared meals, and nutritional meals at a time when food can be more expensive than ever. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce Andrew Ridgey.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Ridgey. I am the Executive Director of the New York City Hospitality Alliance. Of course, I'd like to thank the governor, the assembly member, the senator, and everyone else, the advocates in this room. As the governor put it, you know, our state and our city's restaurant industry has been devastated by the pandemic. We've lost thousands of beloved businesses. We're still about 120,000 jobs short in our city's restaurants and bars compared to pre-pandemic employment levels. And we know that our restaurants are anchors of our community, and they're in crisis. But we also know that our fellow New Yorkers that are hungry, they have been in crisis as well. And when our restaurants were shutting down, losing their livelihoods, laying their workers up, what happened? Our restaurants came together. We helped feed our neighbors, feed our communities in need. I see here Andrew from Fusion. I see Luca from Taralucci Vino, our presidents of the Hospitality Alliance, Melba Wilson, and Jonathan from Queens Together. These are people that got together with restaurants, their own and others in the neighborhood, that help feed New Yorkers. And being able to be here with our elected leaders to see them pass legislation that is going to help feed New Yorkers in need while at the same time supporting our local restaurants is really, really heartwarming, because I know all the work that all of you do collectively, and that if we want New York to recover, we need people and kids going to school without their bellies growling, going to bed without their bellies growling. And we know we need our restaurants being vibrant in our communities and employing people in our communities. So it's just really incredible to be able to stand here today with legislation that helps our whole entire New York City ecosystem, both from a social standpoint and an economic standpoint, and making sure that we're feeding people. Because we know the one thing that brings people together, no matter what culture, what background you're from, is food. And restaurants are social spaces. So thank you so much for doing this again. Thank you to all the advocates. And you know you have a partner in the New York City Hospitality Alliance. Thank you. Senator Prasad, are you?
All right, guys, so we've been listening into New York officials, but what I want to do is, of course, keep you up to date on breaking news as it happens. We do have some pictures that were coming to us from our Skyfox, who was up in the air over Detroit and the Canada border, where there was an incident that shut down both directions of the Ambassador Bridge. Now, since this time, we do know that Canada to U.S. has reopened, but we've not heard that U.S. to Canada has opened. But let's let you know what we do have confirmed at this time. So police in Windsor, Ontario are investigating possible explosives that were found near the Canadian side of the Ambassador Bridge, and have they had closed both directions of that bridge. Now, according to the police department, officers were on scene near the bridge that in an area where they evacuated after possible explosives were found in a vehicle. And during a secondary inspection they did around 10 a.m. So the Canada Border Services Agency says there was not a threat associated with the possible explosives. There's not believed to be a threat. Windsor Police said there were no direct threats made, and the bridge was originally shut down for traffic incoming into Canada, then later closed traffic heading into the U.S. as well. And again, we do know at this time that at least one direction has been reopened. Now, drivers on the Canadian side had been urged to avoid the area as the explosive disposal unit was investigating. On the U.S. side of the bridge, Michigan State Police advised traffic will be backing up, and they said because of this closure, drivers should avoid the area. So once again, this was just a picture of some of that area, as well as the action that had been happening. This investigation obviously still going to be underway and conducted as they look into where those explosives possibly were headed. As again, we had heard from Windsor Police Department, they had no direct threats made, not believed to be a threat. So just wanted to bring you this breaking news, as we always keeping an eye out for news stories and, of course, breaking news events happening all across our country. Going to step into a quick commercial break. When we return, going to be updating you on an incident that happened in downtown Tucson, plus more of our press conferences we haven't gotten to yet here on Live Now from Fox. Going to be coming up again after a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, taking a live look down in Tucson, where we still have a heavy police presence, first responder presence here. Again, this is all following a incident that took place a little bit earlier here this morning. So police do say they have one person in custody following a shooting at an Amtrak station in downtown Tucson. Now, police saying the incident is being investigated as an officer-involved shooting, and they're working with other agencies to determine the extent of injuries. So they're saying in a tweet, the incident was reported as a shooting just after 8 a.m. near 400 North Toole Avenue. One person has been detained. And so they are still encouraging people who are in this area to stay away from where police have this perimeter set up. And again, this has now been determined as an officer-involved shooting, and they're trying to work on determining the extent of injuries. So as soon as we do get another update, more information on this breaking news scene, of course, we'll be bringing it to all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. And again, this is still a very active scene. If we do see police stepping up, or any of our officials there stepping up to a microphone to give us a little bit more details with our cameras, of course, we'll jump into that coverage for you live here on Live Now from Fox. Also want to let everyone know we're obviously keeping an eye on the White House, where we will have Press Secretary Jen Psaki stepping out, giving us a briefing. Just a little side shot of the room. You can see we still have quite a few empty chairs where usually we see a room full of reporters. So they did push this press briefing back. It is set to take place here in just about 12 more minutes. So we'll have to see if we get more reporters filing in. And then, of course, as soon as we see Jen stepping out, we'll jump into this press briefing with all of our viewers here on Live Now from Fox. So we've been keeping an eye on a number of different stories happening across the country, all the way from COVID-19. New York officials also jumping on the train, joining California was the first for the requirement of the COVID-19 vaccine for students. We've been in New York for quite a few different stories, and what we're going to do is go out now to Philadelphia, where we're getting an update on a homicide case, plus hearing from officials on gun violence in their city. It's all going to be played out here for you in a press conference we haven't gotten to yet here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Bob Listonby. I'm one of DA Krasner's first assistants. I'm here today to provide the GAO weekly community press conference to update folks on what's been going on, particularly regarding gun violence in our city. We'll be providing a weekly gun crimes update, stressing our commitment to holding shooters accountable and ensuring that drivers of gun violence face appropriate consequences here in the city and county of Philadelphia. Today we're going to highlight the District Attorney's Office's Homicide and Non-Fatal Shootings Unit and staff. We'll be providing some prosecutorial updates on one case assigned to our Homicide and Non-Fatal Shootings Unit. I'd like to acknowledge community stakeholders, staff, and media. First, Chesley Lightsey, who is the supervisor of our Homicide Non-Fatal Shootings Unit, and Clark Belgine, who's also with me today, who's Assistant District Attorney in the District Attorney's Office Special Investigations Unit. Let me provide first the gun crimes update. From September 25th, 2021 through October 1st, 2021, there have been, to date, 418 homicides. At this date last year, there were 354. This marks an increase of 18%. There were 12 homicides during the same period from September 25th to October 1st, and 31 non-fatal shootings. There were 193 gun or gun violence incidents, 79 arrests made by law enforcement, and 71 cases opened and charged by the District Attorney's Office. As you know, we maintain a very strong position on the importance of ending cash bail. The median bail set for illegal possession of guns during this period was $75,000. And the median bail set for violent offenses with guns was $75,000. Our goal is to encourage the development of a cash bail system so that people who are engaged in gun violence can be held, not released back to the streets or to their communities, and people who deserve to be released, not those with guns and who are out here shooting up the neighborhoods, will be able to be released. This system exists in other places, most notably Washington, D.C., and has existed for a while, and we strongly support this idea so that we do not end up with shooters back on the streets. There was an active shooter incident on October 1st, last Friday at approximately 11:30 a.m. on the 5200 block of Old York Road. A black male, approximately 25 years old, a security guard at that location, was shot one time in the head. Shortly thereafter, he was pronounced on the scene. An apprehension has been made by the Philadelphia Police Department and a weapon has been recovered. Assistant District Attorney Chesley Lightsey is present and available to respond to questions regarding this incident at the end of today's press conference. On Sunday, October 3rd, at approximately 11 p.m. on the 700 block of Huntington Park Avenue, there was a triple shooting. This is in the 25th Police District. There was one victim, a black male, approximately 41 years old, was shot twice in the face. He was transported to Temple Hospital and placed in critical condition. There was a second victim, a female, approximately 27 years old, was shot one time in the leg. She was transported to the Cooper Hospital in Camden, New Jersey. However, her condition is unknown at this time. A third victim, a Hispanic male, approximately 31 years old, was shot once in the left hand. He was transported to Temple Hospital and placed in stable condition. Thus far, no arrests have been made by the Philadelphia Police Department at this time. This remains an open investigation. If there's anyone out there who has information about this incident, you should contact the Philadelphia Police Department's East Detective Division Unit. The number there is 215-686-3224. And again, we give these numbers because sometimes there are folks out there who know something about these incidents, and we'd like them to call in and help us find these folks who are out here shooting up our neighborhoods. This morning, there was another active shooter incident and a homicide. There was an active shooter incident shortly after midnight in Center City and then in West Philadelphia. Assistant District Attorney Clark Beljean and Assistant District Attorney Chesley Lightsey will be available to respond to questions from the media at the end of this press conference about that incident. Our hearts and our thoughts are with the person who was killed and also with the officers who were injured in this incident, and to all law enforcement partners who risk their lives on a daily basis to address incidents like this. Additionally, our hearts and prayers are with the co-victims in the community who are impacted by the homicide, by the murder of this civilian. As I indicated, at 11:59 last night, the Philadelphia has reached its 418th homicide. No child, no young adult, no senior citizen, and no resident of our city should feel unsafe or live in fear in their own neighborhoods. We have and will continue to hold shooters accountable in this city. There will be consequences. I want to stress this. There will be consequences for those people who are arrested, charged, and prosecuted for shootings here in the city and county of Philadelphia. We will hold these folks accountable, and we will hold them accountable in a very serious way. So my message to anyone who should decide to pick up a gun is be aware that law enforcement will find you, arrest you, and we will prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. We are better than this as a community. We're better than this as a city. We're better than this as a society. And we've got to show that. All throughout this city, I hear from folks who are telling me over and over again that they're concerned about their safety anywhere in the city. And we've got to stop this. We've got to stop it now. I want to emphasize one other thing. We have our CARES team. They've responded to 11 families, providing advocacy, crisis support, and referral services as needed. Our CARES team is out there responding to these problems all over the city all the time. It doesn't matter what time, day or night these incidents occur. Our CARES team tries to get to the families as soon as possible and work to support them for the first 45 days that they're dealing with these problems. I want to, at this point, stress one other thing. We have a very strong homicide non-fatal shootings unit. You'll hear from the supervisor of that unit. They have been actively prosecuting cases here in the city and county of Philadelphia since the courts opened up last year in September.
All right, guys, so we've been listening in with the DA's office out of Philadelphia again as they address gun violence and update us on some recent cases that they have taken on. But a lot of eyes still down in Florida as the search for Brian Laundrie does continue. And we do want to bring in Fox's Charles Watson as we, of course, want to get the latest information. So, Charles, what do we know? Laundrie family still hiding out inside of their house.
Well, what we know so far, the latest detail is this Florida hiker who says he has no doubt in his mind that he saw and spoke to Brian Laundrie along the Appalachian Trail over the weekend. The hiker has been identified as Dennis Davis, and he says the encounter happened early Saturday morning near the Tennessee-North Carolina border. Davis says that Brian lookalike was apparently in a white truck that resembled a Ford F-150. He said this person flagged him down, flashed their lights at him, and when he stopped, the gentleman seemed dazed and confused before he started rambling on about a fight with his girlfriend and asking for directions to get to California using exclusively back roads. Now, just a short time ago, the Haywood County 911 dispatch released an audio call of that gentleman calling 911. He says he didn't really realize who he was speaking to or who he may have been speaking to at the time until the man pulled away, and he said maybe that may be Brian Laundrie. So he pulled over and pulled out his phone and looked up some photos of Brian, and he says that was 100% Brian Laundrie. He called police, told them exactly what I just explained to you, and the Haywood County Sheriff's Office tells us that they sent a few deputies out to the Appalachian Trail to sort of check things out. They said they encountered a few cars out there and ran a few tags and pulled over at least one person, but they didn't find anything of importance. They've been getting a lot of calls in the last few days about Brian Laundrie sightings, but that gentleman, Dennis Davis, police tell us was the most detailed call so far.
And there's, of course, been a lot of these small little details that have been unfolding. Right now, I want to ask Charles, where are they actively looking for Brian? Because a lot of people remember they were making their way through the heavy, thick area of the Carlton Reserve. Do we still have people out searching that area today?
Yeah, actually, we have seen video of search teams out in the Carlton Reserve. The last we heard from local law enforcement out here in Northport is that those searches have been scaled down. As far as the Appalachian Trail and other areas where folks have reported sightings of Brian, that's unclear right now because the FBI is just really tight-lipped about where their search efforts have led them. We've reached out to them, and their response has consistently been that we should refer to their public comments on their Twitter page. So right now, the FBI and the local police here in Northport are keeping quiet about their search efforts. But again, we have seen them out in the Carlton Reserve, at least today, searching in some swampy area.
And lastly, Charles, we just saw a police cruiser drive by the Laundrie home that you're standing in front of. We have seen, of course, a lot of action from protesters. What is it like out there this morning, this afternoon?
Well, right now it's fairly quiet. We probably have like a couple of protesters who are still around right now. But this morning there were a few more out here with their bullhorns. They've been out here on a daily basis, really every morning, shouting messages at the Laundrie family home. Trying to get them to the parents inside. Asking them if they're Christians to repent for their sins. Asking where's Brian, and calling for, in their words, justice for Gabby Petito. Now, the Laundrie parents, they've really been held up inside of their homes for days, but just a short while ago, we saw a U.S. postal worker come and drop some mail off at the house, and we got a brief sighting of Chris Laundrie come out into the screened porch area and pick up their mail, but that is as much as we've seen them in the last couple of days. For the most part, they've been inside their homes. We have no idea what their mental state is right now, but outside is quite the sight to see as people drive up and down this street all day long, snapping pictures and taking videos of this home, and again shouting those messages to the Laundrie family to find justice for Gabby Petito.
Yeah, and of course, as we've mentioned, we're keeping an eye on all the latest happening outside of the home, but also with all these searches taking place as the search for Brian continues. Charles Watson, thank you again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, providing us with the latest updates in Northport, Florida.
You bet.
And once more, when there's updates on the Gabby Petito case, the search for Brian Laundrie, we are on top of it here for you on Live Now from Fox. Get a step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More to come right here when all of our viewers return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, taking a live look at some of the cleanup efforts that continue to be here underway in one of the largest oil spills in recent California history. This, of course, started over the weekend. It closed beaches and it continues to threaten wildlife as officials are trying to work on determining where and why this leak occurred. So again, we're taking a live picture with Skyfox up in the air. There is an estimated now 144,000 gallons. So going to update that info for all of our viewers here with us. As again, we always continue to try to bring you the latest news and information. So now that has been increased to an estimated 144,000 gallons of heavy crude oil has spilled into the waters just off of Orange County. It started about late Friday or early Saturday, according to officials. Now, the size of the spill originally had been estimated, as we mentioned, to 126,000 gallons, but that number has risen here on Monday morning, according to the Huntington Beach Mayor, Kim Carr. Now, the leak became known when boaters had began reporting a sheen in the water, and the U.S. Coast Guard took the lead in the response to the spill, which does cover about 5.8 nautical miles between the Huntington Beach Pier and Newport Beach. The pipeline and operations at 3 offshore platforms owned by Houston-based Amplify Energy Corp were shut down on Saturday night. This is according to the CEO, but the 17.5-mile pipeline that is 80 to 100 feet below the surface was turned off so no more oil would spill as the location of the leak was being investigated. Now, there's some residents and business owners and even environmentalists who have been questioning whether authorities reacted quickly enough to contain the spill, noting how the oil sheen and heavy petroleum smell were observed on Friday evening, but operations were not shut down until late on Saturday. So again, there was a lot of people who were emailing, a lot of neighbors even asking, do you smell that? And some boaters, even on Saturday morning, going out to the marina to where their hulls were covered in oil. So once more, we've been taking that look. Is again, we do know that this is going to be an ongoing investigation, a lot of cleanup efforts. Let's go out to some of the video that we saw just from a little bit earlier here today. This was Skyfox just earlier this morning out giving us this look at just some of those cleanup efforts that were underway. So again, the environmental group Orange County Coastkeeper president did say there was a desire, decried a lack of initial coordination among the Coast Guard and officials in dealing with this spreading oil slick. And he said, by the time it comes to the beach, it's done tremendous damage. Our frustration is it could have been averted if there was a quick response. So he does also live in Huntington Beach. So you can only imagine just the amount of people out there who've been upset with what they've been seeing. Now, on Sunday, crews were racing to contain the oil, which will likely to continue to wash up on shore for several days and affect Newport Beach and other nearby communities. The mayor of Huntington Beach did say that beaches in the community nicknamed Surf City would remain closed anywhere from a few weeks to a few months. So this was being said by the mayor, saying, in a year that has been filled with incredibly challenging issues, this oil spill constitutes as one of the most devastating situations that our community has dealt with in decades. We're doing everything in our power to protect the health and safety of our residents, our visitors, and our natural habitats. So once again, they are saying that this is a potential ecological disaster, and crews led by Coast Guard deployed skimmers, and they did also lay down some 3,700 feet of floating barriers known as booms to try to help stop more oil from seeping into some of the other areas, specifically the Talbert Marsh, a 25-acre wetland. So a lot of, again, reports of species being impacted by this, as well as, of course, all those beachgoers and the boaters who incurred oil damage to their crafts. And now they have some of the beaches shut down. So we are expecting to get an update here at the top of the hour from officials, giving us some more information where they are with these efforts to get the area cleaned up. But we did want to bring you the latest, especially as now that estimated containment has grown, those number of gallons again has grown now to 144,000 gallons of crude oil spilled in the ocean. All right, so with that update, we of course want to now jump into more live content that's coming in here to Live Now from Fox. Jen Psaki just stepping out, starting her White House briefing. We're going to jump in live here on Live Now from Fox.
That created supply bottlenecks and led to a drop in effective plant and slaughter capacity, leading to the shorthand of that, increase in prices as people go to the grocery store and try to buy meat and other products to feed their families. We also know farmers and ranchers are losing money when they sell their livestock to the processing plant. Consumers are paying more. It's the meat processors in the middle that are making up the difference. We need more competition, something he noted then, and we can do that by helping small and mid-sized farmers and small and mid-sized processors, because the more processing capacity we have, the more competition there is for farmers, the better prices will get, the better price they will get, and consumers will get fair prices too. That's why today the Department of Agriculture is announcing the new Food Supply Chain Loan Guarantee Program, using $100 million in American Rescue Plan funds to leverage hundreds of millions more in loan guarantees to expand capacity for meat and poultry processing and address bottlenecks in the food supply chain more broadly. This is a meaningful step forward, and today's announcement adds a new commitment to the $500 million previously announced to support meat and poultry processing capacity under the Build Back Better initiative. Amr, welcome back, I guess. I haven't seen you in a while. I don't know. You have a rotation? Go ahead.
Thank you for the welcome. Senator Manchin has said that he wants to see the Hyde Amendment included in the reconciliation bill. Congressman Jayapal and others are opposed to that. Where does the president stand on inclusion of the Hyde Amendment in the reconciliation bill?
Well, I'm not going to negotiate the package from here, but as you know, the president opposes the Hyde Amendment. That has not changed.
On the Pandora Papers, I was wondering if there's it's a lot to absorb, but the main underlining issue seems to be that sheltering of assets of the world's rich, powerful, and sometimes notorious actors are getting promising levels of protection and secrecy that now rival or surpass what was seen overseas now in the United States. What, if anything, does this administration want to do about addressing this matter? Should states be allowed to continue to set sort of these financial regulations that make some states, including Delaware, some other states, particularly attractive for these trusts?
Well, broadly speaking, the president is committed to bringing additional transparency to the United States, the U.S. and international financial systems, and you can see that in policies he's proposed and supported over the course of his presidency and even prior to that. In June, he issued a memorandum establishing fighting corruption as a core national security interest, and through work responsive to this memorandum, the government, we have elevated efforts to curb illicit and opaque financial transactions at home and abroad, including by reducing offshore financial secrecy, robustly implementing federal law requiring U.S. companies to report their beneficial owner to the Department of Treasury, and as necessary, identifying the need for new reforms. He's also pledged to work with partners and allies to address issues such as the abuse of shell companies and money laundering through real estate transactions, something that we've certainly seen and was a part of this reporting. And I'd also note that last year, Congress came together in a bipartisan fashion to direct the Treasury Department to develop a beneficial ownership database that will meaningfully increase transparency and accountability. I would also, last thing I would say, and then you may have follow-ups, is, you know, if you look at the president's proposals in the Build Back Better agenda, he has been clear he wants to make the tax system more fair, wants to crack down on people who are not paying their fair share, whether they are businesses or whether they are individuals. That has been central to his policies, his proposals, and central to what he's fighting for in Congress right now.
If I can hit on just one other thing outside of Pandora. OPEC said today that it'll add only 400,000 barrels per day to production in November. Is current price level an obstacle for recovery, and should OPEC be pumping more?
Well, the United States is not a member of OPEC, as you know. Well, we do communicate with our international partners who are members of OPEC and convey, as we did a few months ago, our urging to find a compromise solution to allow proposed production increases to move forward, as they did several months ago. I would note, as it relates to gas prices here, what we're seeing in some parts of the country is that gasoline prices naturally ticking up in part in the wake of Hurricane Ida, because the hurricane hit a region that is a key center of the nation's oil production and refining infrastructure. And we've been working around the clock with the state and local governments for the last month to, of course, restore electricity and also help facilities get back online for production to ensure that did not have an impact on oil prices and gasoline here. And the Department of Energy also authorized several million barrels of strategic petroleum reserve exchanges through that period of time. We also announced a couple of recent steps. So the point is here, while we're not a member of OPEC, we're also taking a number of steps and have been to plan for, protect against rising prices here within the purview of what we have. In the Department of Transportation extended and amended an emergency declaration offering temporary flexibility to how many hours a truck driver can drive. They applied nationally to goods that support COVID-19 response, as well as gasoline and other types of fuel, building materials, et cetera, in an effort to ensure this was not having an impact. And the last thing I would note is that back in August, NEC Director Brian Deese also sent a letter to the FTC Director Lena Khan asking the FTC to use all of its available tools to monitor the gasoline market and take action as needed. She responded to that and said she would look into it. So we are going to continue to use every tool at our disposal, even as we're not a member of OPEC, to ensure we can keep gas prices down for the American public. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Was there any concrete movement or progress in the negotiations with Senators?
And as we continue to listen in to these reporter questions during the White House briefing, let's go ahead, step away for a quick break. More to come right here as we continue to listen into this briefing. Live on Unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
To have a discussion about the path forward, which includes the recognition that this package is going to be smaller than originally proposed. And what he wants to hear from them is what their priorities are, what their bottom lines are, so he can play a constructive role in moving things forward. I would expect that later this week he'll have probably another virtual meeting with members who might consider themselves more moderate or however you want to define them. They're all out of session this week, as you know, so hence that's why the meetings are virtual. We have been in touch, or we've stayed in touch with staff and a range of members over the course of the weekend as we work to continue to make progress. But I don't have any additional updates from Senator Manchin or Senator Sinema at this point.
How long do you plan to give those negotiations with Manchin and Sinema? Is there a deadline?
Well, I would say that our objective is getting this done and delivering for the American people, and we're going to continue pressing forward until we get it done. So, yes, it requires Senator Sinema and Senator Manchin moving forward and supporting a path forward. It also requires agreement on what a package would look like. So the president's going to continue to work with a range of members from across the Democratic caucus.
And just on one other topic, I'm assuming you saw what the Facebook whistleblower had to say last night. Did these revelations change the way the White House thinks about regulating Facebook and other social media giants?
Well, as we saw the revelations that came out in that interview, in our view, this is just the latest in a series of revelations about social media platforms that make clear that self-regulation is not working. That's long been the president's view and been the view of this administration. They validate the significant concern that the president and lawmakers on both sides of the aisle have expressed about how social media giants operate and the power they've amassed. Reports in recent weeks, and I think obviously the whistleblower came forward last night in the report, but about efforts to attract young users and negative effects on teenagers' mental health are certainly troubling. They're hardly isolated incidents. And so our effort is going to be continue to support fundamental reforms, efforts to address these issues. Obviously, that would be up to the purview of Congress, but certainly we view these as a continuing in a series of revelations about the power of these platforms.
Thanks, Jen. Senator Sanders said pretty clearly this weekend, we've got the President of the United States on our side. Is that how President Biden views it, that he's on the side of the progressives in this fight right now?
He's on the side of the American people, and he is going to continue to press forward with both the infrastructure package and the reconciliation package, and that's what the discussions with members of Congress are focused on.
Does he see Senators Sinema and Manchin as the roadblocks, as the obstacles right now?
Well, as he stated earlier today, he knows that, and you all know, that the majority of members are support moving forward with a bold and ambitious agenda that is going to fundamentally make us more competitive in the world, help compete with China, rebuild our roads, rails, and bridges, give the American people more breathing room, and we know that fundamentally we need 2 more votes in the Senate.
Circling back to one thing he did say on the debt ceiling, that he can't guarantee that the U.S. won't reach this debt ceiling. Given the dire economic consequences that have been laid out, if indeed the U.S. defaults, can you elaborate on what he was saying in terms of what the American people should be preparing for as a worst-case scenario? Does he see this as potentially an inevitable at where we are today?
No, he also said in the same set of remarks or in comments, that he couldn't imagine it going to that point because Congress has raised the debt limit 80 times. They've done it in a bipartisan fashion, and it is imperative that we move forward given the impact this could have on the American people, whether it is people's bank accounts, their Social Security accounts, their economic security. There is a great deal of retirement savings, salaries for service members. There's a great deal that is at risk for Americans who are going to be waiting at home, watching how this might impact them. Now, the moment we're in, as the president talked about earlier today, is despite the fact that under the last administration, nearly $8 trillion in bills was compiled. I think I have a little chart here just to give you a little visual. Almost $8 trillion during the Trump administration, $676 billion during the Biden administration. So what Senator McConnell is refusing to do is to pay the debts of what were rung up under his leadership when he was in the Senate, still continues to be, of course, and when Trump was president. The debt limit is about paying for bills we have already spent. It is not about initiatives that we're talking about and debating now. And this tells you exactly where those costs came from. Go ahead.
The president said this morning that he intended to speak with Senator McConnell. Have they had that conversation yet, and will it be face-to-face, or?
I think what the president was conveying is that he's, of course, open to speaking to Senator McConnell. That's the role, or should be the role, of any president, to work to address what could be an economic catastrophe for the American public. They have not talked yet. I don't know when it will be scheduled, but what is clear is this is not a negotiation. We know what needs to happen here. What is happening in the Senate right now is Senate Democrats have proposed that they would do all the votes to raise the debt limit. They are happy to be the adults in the room. They're not even asking Republicans to vote for it at this point. We know they're unwilling to be the adults in the room. They are blocking the effort by Democrats to raise the debt limit themselves. So it's pretty clear what needs to happen. That is the fastest, the simplest, the cleanest, the least risky way to get this done, and certainly that's what the president would convey if and when they speak.
Obviously, the president has known Senator McConnell for a long time. He said they've been down this road before, I think, this morning. He also knows that he's not someone who generally changes his mind or bows to pressure like this. So if Republicans do not give on this, what is the president's recommendation to Senator Schumer as the clock is quickly ticking toward that deadline?
Well, when we keep ticking, we'll keep having a discussion about that. Obviously, the Democrats have expressed a willingness, an openness, and a desire to get this done. Unlike the Republicans in the Senate, despite the fact that $2 trillion of that $8 trillion was for tax cuts for the wealthiest, which were unpaid for. And the rest of it, they supported, most of them supported across the board. The president, as you heard him say, he wasn't ruling out options this morning as it relates to legislative paths forward. But what is very clear here is that the cleanest, easiest, fastest way to get this done is by the Republicans allowing Democrats to move forward with a vote. They can do that tomorrow, and we can reduce the uncertainty for the American people.
So he's not ruling out reconciliation, just to be clear.
He was not ruling out, but let's be clear about what that process. That is a long procedural process, potentially.
That's why I was asking.
Well, right, but this is an important point because it's a long procedural process. It allows for the Republicans to do unlimited amendments that could be about any topic that may or may not have anything to do with the debt ceiling. Why are we going to play around with the security and the economic security of the American people and the security and the full faith and credit of the United States? That's the president's point he was making this morning. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. First, does the president agree with Dr. Fauci that it's too soon to tell if people are going to be able to gather for Christmas?
Well, the president relies on CDC guidelines, and they have not changed their guidelines about who can gather together, those who are vaccinated, but we leave it to them if they need to change their guidelines based on where the pandemic sits.
Thank you. Following up on something that you just said, you said that the president's going to have a virtual meeting with House progressives to talk about how this Build Back Better package is now going to be smaller than $3.5 trillion. But you have been saying that it costs zero. So are you now admitting that the plan does not cost zero? Or is it less than zero?
Well, let's not dumb this down for the American public here. What we're talking about is how much the top line investments are, which are all paid for, so therefore it costs zero. No matter what the cost or size of the top line investments are, we have ways to pay for it. So the point is, that's important to the American public, all of your viewers too, is that this is not going to cost the American public $1. We're going to pay for this by asking corporations, the highest income, so people under $400,000, I should say, corporations' highest income, to cover the cost of these necessary investments.
So just to not tone it down then, does the plan cost nothing or is the plan free?
The plan costs nothing for the American people who make less than $400,000. If you think that companies that paid zero in taxes last year, 50 of the top companies should continue to pay zero in taxes, we're happy to have that debate.
Then just one more.
All right, guys, as we're hearing just a little bit back and forth between Peter and Jen here, let's go ahead and send some of you off into your last 2-minute break in the hour. More to come as we listen into the White House press briefing. Plus, do want to let all of our viewers know we are also waiting for a press conference that's going to be taking place out of California, an update on that oil spill. So more to come, all happening right here on Live Now from Fox.
And Senator Sinema put out a statement this morning. So as she said, and I would reiterate from here, the protection of the freedom to protest, to speak out, and to criticize is fundamental to our democracy. The president believes that. Maybe he shorthanded it, but he wanted to make that clear this morning. What happened this weekend was that her classroom, her students, and the safe and intellectually stimulating environment she's worked to create during the years of teaching at ASU was breached. That's inappropriate and unacceptable. And I think the context of what happened here is important, despite the fact that, of course, the president stands for the fundamental right of people to protest, to object, to criticize, as they often do outside of the gates of the White House.
So does the White House condemn these protesters who chased her into the restaurant?
I just said it was inappropriate and unacceptable. I think that pretty much.
Them not to do that again.
I think that's pretty clear that they shouldn't breach the classroom and make the students feel like their privacy, their intellectually stimulating classroom, and their time as students in college is being broached upon.
Jen,
Go ahead.
I have a follow-up to Peter's question.
China
follow-up,
again
Jen?
sent airplanes.
I'll come to you next, Emerald.
China again sent warplanes flying over Taiwan. What is the White House's interpretation of what China is doing, and what can be done to kind of ratchet down those tensions?
Well, we remain concerned by the People's Republic of China's provocative military activity near Taiwan, which is destabilizing, risks miscalculations, and undermines regional peace and stability. We urge Beijing to cease its military, diplomatic, and economic pressure and coercion against Taiwan, and we have an abiding interest in peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. That's why we will continue to assist Taiwan in maintaining a sufficient self-defense capability. We maintain our commitments as outlined in the 3 communiques, Taiwan Relations Act, and the 6 assurances. Our commitment to Taiwan is rock solid and contributes to the maintenance of peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait and within the region. We have been clear privately and publicly about our concern about the PRC's pressure and coercion toward Taiwan, and we will continue to watch the situation very closely.
Is the White House monitoring the oil spill in California, and are you guys engaged on that, and kind of what are you taking away from it moving forward?
We are certainly monitoring the oil spill, and we are very engaged in it. We're working collaboratively with state and local partners to address efforts to find the leak, contain the spill, and assess impact and address potential causes. The response is currently a 24/7 operation, and response efforts are scheduled to continue until federal and state officials determine that the response to the crude oil spill is complete. All available actions are being taken to ensure the safety of the public and response personnel, to control the source and recover spilled materials, to maximize minimize the protection of environmentally sensitive areas and minimize impact to maritime commerce. So early on Sunday, a unified command was established between Amplify Energy, the operator, the Coast Guard, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, as well as the cities of Long Beach, Newport Beach, Huntington Beach, and the Orange County Sheriff's Department. The federal government has so far 14 boats have been conducting oil recovery operations since Sunday afternoon. 4 aircraft were dispatched for overflight assessments. Shoreside response was conducted by 105 government agency personnel, and approximately 3,150 gallons of oil have been recovered from the water, and 5,360 feet of boom has been deployed. So we are very engaged in the effort that is 24/7 at this point in time.
Next question. Now, White House economic advisors predicted there would be short-term inflation, but now we're seeing more reports that this is, going to be more long-term, maybe well into next year. Did the White House misjudge the situation, and what is the White House doing to maybe manage these new expectations?
Well, the Federal Reserve and the OECD continue to project that inflation will come down in the next year, and we look to those projections. Obviously, it's under the purview specifically of the Federal Reserve. I would say over the long term, what we're working to do is get our Build Back Better agenda passed, something that outside economists, Nobel laureates have said would address inflation over the long term, reduce costs, and that's one of the reasons a huge priority for the president. Emerald, I promise I'd go to you next. Go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate it. First, following up on Jeff's question regarding China and Taiwan, China has grown increasingly aggressive under this administration, and then now we're set to start trade talks back with them. There was concern when President Biden took office about his son's business dealings with China. He was supposed to divest himself of his stake in a Chinese private equity firm in December with ties to the Chinese central bank. As of April, he had not yet done that, and at some point you were going to get back to us on that. Do you have an update on that? Has he dissolved that interest now?
I'd point you to his representatives on that. He doesn't work in the administration. I would say, though, Emerald, that, and I think you're referring today to the announcement, this speech by Ambassador Tai about Phase 1. And what I think it's important to note here is that this approach definitely differs from the approach of the prior administration, in our view. Their approach hurt select sectors of the American economy and wasn't targeted to address strategic problems we have. These initial steps will help, are going to realign our trade policies towards, from the PRC toward our priorities. And that's the objective of this president. It's just the first stage in this process. Obviously, the ambassador gave an extensive speech today.
As we enter into this, though, the president has said during the campaign that none of his family will have any business relationship with anyone that relates to a foreign corporation or a foreign country. Wouldn't it be assuring to the American people as we head into this if they just let the American people know if Hunter has divulged himself of that?
Well, again, I conveyed to you, and then I think I'm going to have to move on, that you should talk to his representatives. And there's no reason to yell. I'm certainly not yelling. You should talk to his representatives. That remains his policy. He's been working to wind that down. Beyond that, I think would talk to his representatives.
Follow up on what Peter asked regarding Dr. Fauci. Dr. Fauci has indicated that in the time of COVID, people should be willing to give up personal choice or personal civil liberties for the greater good. We're also seeing very disturbing images out of Australia. So first off, I want to know, does the president agree with that statement by Dr. Fauci? And then secondly, does President Biden support what the Australian government is doing in their country? And would he consider similar measures in the United States if case count goes up, continues to go up over the winter?
The president has been pursuing our own policies here in the United States, which has led to nearly 80% of the American public getting at least one shot, and bringing the cases of COVID down dramatically over the past several months. So we'll continue to abide by and conduct our own policies. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. The president acknowledged today that the top line spending number in the reconciliation bill is going to have to be less than he envisioned. Has he started considering what for him would be a priority to keep in the bill versus not? And is he talking about that or sharing that view in these conversations that you're talking about with moderates and liberal lawmakers on the Hill? Is he sharing what he thinks ought to stay versus what can maybe go?
It's a conversation, but the president's red lines continue to be that he will not raise taxes for anyone making less than $400,000 a year, and that he wants to give the middle class in this country some breathing room. But what he wants to do is have a conversation, hear from everybody on what their top lines are and what their priorities are. These were his initial proposals, right? So really, this is a conversation to move the ball forward, and that's part of the conversation I'll have with progressive members and other members later this week.
Can you talk a little bit about tomorrow's trip to Michigan, why he decided to do that,
Sure.
what he hopes to accomplish there?
Sure. So tomorrow, he will be traveling to Michigan. As you all know, it's a state that would benefit greatly from both the bipartisan infrastructure package and the Build Back Better agenda. Just to give you a couple of examples, Michiganders, I confirmed that is actually what people from Michigan call themselves, with Chris over here, spend an extra 67% of their time commuting because of the need for updating infrastructure. I mean, this is something that impacts people across the state every single day. Almost 10% of people in Michigan don't have broadband access. That is really something that will help level the playing field for people, whether they're in urban or rural communities. 44% of people in Michigan live in childcare deserts. These are all issues that are addressed by both of these packages. There's more details, and we're happy to provide more to you as we lead into tomorrow, but this is a state that could benefit greatly from the president's bold and ambitious agenda. He wants to go out there and talk about the components and the pieces of these bills that will make people's lives better, even as we're having very important conversations about the legislative logistics here. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Jen. Thank you. For international visitors,
the
administration is looking at the CDC to guide which vaccines will be accepted. Right now, the CDC considers fully vaccinated those who got Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson, of course, but it also says the guidance can be applied to vaccines that have been listed by the World Health Organization. Will there be any change to this guidance? And, for example, the Russian vaccine, who is not in the WHO, will be accepted?
I would point to the CDC. As you know, we're going to have an update on our international travel guidelines as we get closer to November. Early November remains the timeline that we're focused on, but I will leave it to our health experts to outline more specifics. Go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. After a couple of weeks ago, the last update on those guidelines, Canadians can fly, for instance, from Vancouver to Seattle, but can't drive across the border for a non-essential trip. Now, that's had a big impact on border communities all across the country, especially like Point Roberts, Washington, which can only be accessed by land through Canada. Governor Inslee, Senator Murray, Congressman Dobene have asked the administration to either change that policy or at least explain it. Haven't heard anything. Can you tell us anything about the reason for that difference?
Again, it's determined by our public health officials, and our objective, of course, is to return to overland travel, just like we're working toward returning to international travel, but we leave it to them to make that determination. Go ahead. I don't have anything more on this. Go ahead.
Thanks. I wanted to go back to you and the president earlier said that reconciliation was a risky way to get the debt ceiling through. And I know that you've said that there's potentially votes that could happen, but the parliamentarian has said that it's not going to impact your other reconciliation bill in any way, and Democrats control the Senate, so therefore you have the majority to knock down any amendment that Republicans would offer. So while I totally take the point that it would be cleaner if there was just a vote on the bill, I'm wondering if you could identify what the risk is, and particularly in the context of, I think what Republicans say is, you guys don't want to go down this path because rather than a sort of pause that would be a set time limit, reconciliation would force you to put a actual dollar amount on what the debt ceiling increase would be.
Well, the reason why, obviously, as you know, but others may not, it would be a separate reconciliation bill, not the same as the reconciliation package we've been debating and talking about, which, by the way, we've been working on for months now, as you know. The reconciliation process would mean essentially starting from scratch. And the point is, why wouldn't it be the preference? Why, for everybody involved, Democrats, Republicans, the American public, we have a bill that we could vote up or down to raise the debt limit. It's a much easier, cleaner, simpler, less risky process. And yes, Democrats are in control of the Senate, but Republicans can still bring up a range of amendments, as they have in many other cases, about a range of issues, extending the process. They can be unlimited. That's how the process and rule works. So to us, that doesn't make sense as the preference. We're not ruling out options, but the clear, clean, fastest, least risky option is very crystal clear to us here.
I wanted to ask about the energy crisis that's going on abroad, and we kind of touched on it earlier. you spoke about efforts to sort of shore up energy in the United States, but there's a couple crunch points. One is, as other nations, including China, are struggling with energy, it leads to those inflation issues because we have much of our supply chain is broad and factories aren't functioning there. In Europe, some of our closest allies are seeing lines for fuel around the stacking up. So I'm wondering what we're doing to sort of deal with this crisis internationally, and if you mentioned that there had been a conversation with OPEC a couple months ago, but in the past week, I know last week you said you'd kind of circle back on what message we had conveyed. We asked them to accelerate beyond what a few months ago, the sort of gradual increase in production that we had asked for.
Well, I think one of the questions I was asked last week is about Jake Sullivan, our national security advisor, who was meeting with Saudi Arabia and the UAE last week. So in those meetings, while the Saudi Arabia meeting was focused on Yemen, and that was the primary purpose, he and his team did reiterate the imperative of creating conditions to support global economic recovery. And included in that is, of course, the price of oil.
All right, guys, so we've been listening into Jen Psaki as she's been talking about a number of topics happening across the U.S. You heard her talk about the oil spill. Let's go back to some of those live pictures that we have coming in from Skyfox up above. Again, boaters and beachgoers reported seeing a sheen on that water over the weekend, and now we do know that the estimated amount of gallons has continued to increase. Let's go ahead and bring in Fox 11's Sandra Endo with the latest on what we do know at this time. Good afternoon, Sandra.
Hi there, Christy. Good afternoon. We can tell you that estimated gallon number in terms of how much oil has leaked onto the coastline here in Orange County has increased. According to local officials, they say at this point they estimate about 144,000 gallons of oil that has emerged from that oil spill that was reported about 48 hours ago. So clearly a big concern here. And we actually went on to the water this morning and we wanted to get an up close look at what exactly we're looking at, the problems we're seeing. Obviously, Christy, we've seen those tar patties wash ashore along the area beaches, but it is something to see from on the water. And we actually discovered it for ourselves this morning. Take a look. We started out just before sunrise from Dana Point. Less than 48 hours from when the oil pipeline leak was first reported off the coast of Huntington Beach. On a chartered boat heading north, we were greeted by pods of dolphins, oblivious to the contaminated waters they were playing in. But we could see the devastating impact of the spill. First, we smelled it. You see those globs? Well, that's not seaweed. That is globs of oil. And we see the sheen. We could smell it on the water. And look at the sheen just on the surface of the water here. It's like when you try to wash a greasy frying pan and you see that surface. That's the surface oil we're seeing right here in the ocean. And I have an oil absorbency pad right here. And if you put it in the water just for a couple of seconds, I could see the little debris and the globs of oil right here, the sheen. Look, I'm just soaking this for a couple of seconds. Imagine if it was for longer, but that's what we're pulling up. Captain Gary Brighouse navigates through these waters every day.
I've never seen anything like this, and I never want to see it again. And unfortunately, if we don't switch off of fossil fuels, we're probably going to see it again, and we can't let that happen.
And it's definitely something that we're expecting to affect our animals. Already has started affecting a lot of birds especially, and those effects we'll start seeing even more of in the coming days and coming weeks.
Closer to Newport Beach, about 4 miles offshore, we saw cleaning efforts underway. And you can see what is called the California Responder. This is one of the ships that is actually responding to this oil spill right now. And if you could see the line trailing that ship, it's black along the surface of the water. That's boom. And boom is obviously what they use to try to contain a massive oil spill along the water and the surface of the water as well. But the damage is done and the effects could last quite some time.
If you want to help out, you can donate to organizations that are on the front line of helping these animals that are affected by the oil spill. So that includes Pacific Marine Mammal Center and Wetlands and Wildlife up in Huntington, as well as the Bolsa Chica Conservancy. So definitely donate to them. If you do see an animal affected by the oil spill, you can call in. There's a whole team, the Oiled Wildlife Care Network, that can definitely assist them.
And besides marine life, obviously boaters, fishermen, beachgoers, they are all concerned, as well as many businesses along the coastal communities here in Orange County, about how this oil spill is actually going to affect them for weeks to come. So clearly a big concern for this area. Christy.
And as you had mentioned, we saw in that video from you being out on the water this morning, there's a lot of marine life that are really going to be impacted by this spill. Isn't that right, Sandra?
Absolutely, and we're already seeing calls and obviously some of that wildlife, those birds coming in to these rescue centers just covered in oil, and this is just a couple of days in. A lot of those impacts and the effects of it will be seen in the days to come, so clearly it could be long lasting. This is one of the worst oil spills along this coastline, Christy, in the last 30 years. So obviously there's been a lot of improvements and technology as to preventing these oil spills and responding to them, but this is very devastating right now, and it'll impact this coastline for many years to come.
Right, and of course a lot of as you mentioned, business owners and beachgoers also feeling the impacts of this. So we'll continue to keep our viewers updated. Again, Fox 11 Sandra Endro joining us live from the beach there. We do appreciate your time giving us that update here on Live Now from Fox. And here's once again just a look at the Sky Fox video of some of the areas where the beachgoers are not impacted. So again, we do have quite a few different looks coming in here from our Live Now from Fox desk. But let's go ahead and continue to keep everyone up to date on another breaking news scene that we were out at just earlier here today. Here's some look at what was going on out in Tucson, Arizona, because, again, we did have some breaking news after there was a report of a shooting that was happening. Again, this was near an Amtrak station, and now some new details finally coming about. So let's go ahead and bring in Fox's Stephanie Bennett with more on this story as we're trying to get new information to all of our viewers. And thanks again, Stephanie. What do we know at this time about details of this incident?
Hey, Christy, yeah, there's still a lot of heavy police presence around me. You can see behind me, that is the Amtrak train that is in question. There's FBI agents that just showed up within the last hour who are over there taking a look. Kind of a big group of law enforcement walked over there to see the scene. Still a lot of roads are closed or restricted at this time, but I'm here off of North Toole Avenue and 6th Street in downtown Tucson, and there's a lot of information floating around, but what we know as official so far is, according to Amtrak, the Sunset Limited Train 2 was traveling from Los Angeles to New Orleans and arrived here at the Tucson station around 7:40. Now, there were 137 passengers and 11 crew members on board, and all were evacuated, they say. After the train came to the station a little after 8, you could hear multiple gunshots. From a live stream of the train platform, we saw that at least one person is injured. Details surrounding who that person is still needs to be confirmed, but they were carried off. Tucson police say a person has been detained, and they're working with assisting other agencies to confirm those injuries. Tucson Police, Fire Department, SWAT, and other neighboring police departments all responded to this situation. Officers with the K-9 units also boarded the train just to see on board. Tucson police say the scene is secure and is being investigated as an officer-involved shooting at this time. The motive still unclear, but is being investigated. Police are continuing to work this scene for the next several hours. We're still awaiting any details on when a press conference will be to get that next update, because we have not gotten any other updates about injuries, who was injured, and kind of the details surrounding this shooting, but we're hoping that will come shortly or within the next couple of hours. There is a bus station right next to the Amtrak station here, and that has been closed down since. A lot of people have been coming down to this area to see, to view what's going on, but officers are saying avoid this area if you can, as there are still multiple restrictions in place. Christy?
Yeah, and Stephanie, as we mentioned, this is right in the heart of the downtown area. So give us an idea about how much of that area, again, is blocked off from the public at this time.
Yeah, well, even myself trying to come down to this particular section was tricky, even being driving a media vehicle. There are lots of streets that are blocked off. There are some police blocking the streets or diverting traffic. Some cars are allowed just to go through but not stop. It's pretty much the surrounding area from the north, south, east, and west of this location on Toole Avenue and Pennington Street, that is down here in downtown. We're also next to the CenturyLink and AT&T buildings. But yeah, traffic, try to avoid the area if you can.
Right, and of course, as you mentioned, no word yet if we're going to be hearing from officials here today, but no, you'll keep us up to date. We do appreciate you jumping on here on Live Now from Fox. Again, Fox's Stephanie Bennett joining us here live as we continue to keep everyone up to date on the latest breaking news happening all across the country. We're going to head off into a quick 2-minute commercial break, and when we come back, going back out to California, we were just getting an update on that oil spill while officials are once again speaking. We'll get into that press conference again after a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. As I mentioned ahead of the break, we do have our officials speaking on this oil spill incident out again in Huntington Beach, California. We're going to be listening into this update here on Live Now from Fox.
The focus of this press conference is the unified response efforts for the Orange County oil spill. First of all, I'd like to go over some ground rules. Please silence all cell phones and electronic devices. Following the UC's remarks, we will open it up for questions. Please limit one question and one follow-up. Before asking a question, please state your name and press affiliation. I'd like to introduce the Unified Command representatives. Coast Guard Captain of the Port, Rebecca Orr, Lieutenant Christian Corbo, California Department of Fish and Wildlife's Office of Spill Prevention and Response, and Amplify Energy CEO, Martin Wilshire. Supporting agencies are the City of Long Beach, Newport Beach, and Huntington Beach. I'd also like to acknowledge Congresswoman Steele, Newport Beach Mayor Avery, Orange County District Attorney Spitzer, and Orange County Supervisor Foley. I will now turn it over to Captain Orr.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the Unified Command's activities and the spill response efforts to date. I just want to open by saying thank you to the citizens of Orange County. Thank you to the public safety officials and public safety professionals and first responders. The amazing outpouring of support and resources For us to be able to assess what's going on with this oil spill and to be able to bring resources to bear to really attack the oil is incredible. And I can assure you that there is very strong unity of effort and information flow as we move through this together in what is a complex, dynamic, and evolving situation. What we know since we talked yesterday, we continue to do overflight assessments of the coastline. We know that there is oil off the coastline. Many of you have seen it showing up on the beaches in the forms of small quantities. We call them tar balls or patties. This is sticky oil that gets caught in the sand. And that is starting to come ashore, and we're continually assessing that. And we know that there is oil ranging from Huntington Beach, and now we know as far down as Laguna, and likely continuing to move in a southerly direction based on the wind and the weather and the currents. We continue to increase our staffing at our incident command post as well as our personnel in the field. We've more than doubled the level of effort just since yesterday, and those numbers will go up. This includes both the on-water recovery of oil that's floating, so that's oil on the open ocean, and we have a fleet of boats out there that are using containment boom to isolate that oil and collect it in what we call skimmers. And then onshore, we have shoreline assessment teams. We have 4 teams out today, all the way from Huntington Beach down to Laguna. And what they're doing is they're walking the beaches, they're looking at sensitive areas, they're checking. We have protective boom. This is an orange plastic boom that creates a barrier and allows us to isolate and contain oil. They are checking on those booming strategies. They're making sure they're holding, and we're deploying additional resources where we need them. So a lot of effort out on those beaches today, and that is just the beginning of what is a sustained and increasing effort to really be able to tackle this oil, to pick up what we're seeing on the beaches. I know these beaches are incredibly important, not just to the residents and citizens of Southern California, but to much of the country. I live just a few miles up the road. I use these beaches practically every single day, and I know it's a very tough situation to see the impacts. I assure you that on behalf of the United States Coast Guard, the Unified Command, our responsible party in the state of California, we are doing everything we possibly can to address this situation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, my name is Christian Corbo. I'm a patrol lieutenant with California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Our Office of Spill Prevention and Response is actively engaged in the Unified Command with Coast Guard and the responsible party to manage this release and discharge of oil. My office is a public trustee for managing all wildlife and environmentally sensitive sites. At this time, we have pre-assigned and deployed boom at 7 locally sensitive sites. Bolsa Chica Ecological Reserve, Lower Newport Reserve, Talbot Marsh are some of the examples. At the time, we have 4 SCAT teams currently assessing the footprint of our release along the shores of the beaches, and they report back to the Unified Command every day. With those reports, we plan for the following days. How many personnel we need on the beach, what type of recovery methods we'll use, what type of strategies we will deploy. As far as Fish and Wildlife, we have issued what we call a fisheries closure from Sunset Beach all the way down to Dana Point. The closure extends out 6 miles and a swath of about 20 miles long. The closure basically prevents and prohibits the take of any fish within those waters. We will have actively patrol boats from Fish and Wildlife patrolling those waters, advising recreational and commercial fishermen of those closures. In addition, we have collected 4 seabirds within our care network. 3 of those birds are currently being cared for by professionals. 1, unfortunately, a pelican sustained wing injuries, which unfortunately we had to humanly euthanize at the site. At this time, we appreciate your concern. We have those same concerns. We live in the community. We're part of your community, and we hate to see this happen on our shores. We can assure you we're doing everything we can to this ever-evolving situation. It takes quite a bit of patience from the public and us to adjust our strategies as we get new information. So we appreciate your patience as well. At this time, I'll pass it over to the responsible parties represent.
Thank you. I'm Martin Wilshire, President and CEO of Amplify Energy. First of all, I'd just like to say thank you to the Coast Guard, the Department of California Fish and Wildlife, and all the various state and local agencies that are allowing us to help with this effort. We are fully committed, like I said yesterday, to being here through all of the recovery efforts and making sure that we can get everything back to normal as quickly as possible. When we talked yesterday, we mentioned that we were sending divers out to examine the situation on the pipeline. Since that time, we have examined more than 8,000 feet of pipe, and we have isolated one specific area of significant interest. We did this primarily through ROV to this point, but we are sending divers down now to verify some what we are seeing via the ROV. There's more information to come, but I think we're moving very closely to a source and a cause of this incident. Like I said yesterday, our employees live and work in this area as well, and we are deeply concerned by what we've seen environmentally and with the fish and wildlife, and so like I said, we're committed to fulfilling our duty here to help with the recovery efforts as long as that may take. Thank you.
Thank you to the Unified Command. We will now open it up for questions. As a reminder, we will limit to one question and one follow-up question so that all members have time to ask their questions.
Mr. Wilshire, does your company have the money to pay for the cleanup?
Yes, ma'am. Whatever needs to be done, we will take care of it.
So can you give us a little bit more depth about that?
Obviously, we as a public company, we have significant insurance in addition to our funds on hand as well.
And what did your ROVs see specifically?
At this time, I'd rather not comment on that. Like I said, I think in the next 24 hours we will be able to provide a fulsome update that will give you all those details.
Mr. Wilshire, just to clarify something you just said, you guys haven't pinpointed the exact spot of the break yet? Is that?
I think we are verifying what we've seen via the ROV.
Can you expand on that? So you've seen a spot you think is...
We've seen a spot that we think could very likely be the source, yes.
They haven't confirmed that.
That's correct.
And is that spot still about 4.5 miles, 5 miles off the coast?
Yes, it is in the area that we identified. Like I said, I wanted the divers to go down to the area before we comment further.
Are they down there now?
They will be down there this afternoon.
Is there suspicion that the leak was caused by the anchor of a ship? Is that something that you're looking into?
That is one of the distinct possibilities, yes.
Can you tell us when was the last time the pipeline was inspected, and where is it monitored from? Is it monitored from Houston, or is it monitored?
No, we have a local office that is responsible for all operational related to the assets that we have in the water. We have people in the office in Long Beach, and we have over 100 people that work the platform. So it is cleaned weekly. There are, and just to clarify, yes, ma'am. It is a crude oil pipeline, so you clean it weekly to remove any paraffin or anything else that may build up. And then every other year, there's kind of alternating yearly schedules for kind of what we would consider, what I referenced yesterday was a smart pig, which measures basically the inside of the pipeline. So you run the pig right through it's called a pig. You run this smart pig and it measures the wall thickness. And like I said yesterday, in 9 years of owning the asset, we've never seen any degradation of the pipe from the inside. And then every other year, in those alternating years, we do a full ROV scan of the entire pipeline from above to see if there's anything laying across the pipe. And so we did the last smart pig in late 2019 and the last ROV scan in last summer. So
Please give us a timeline for when the leak was noticed and how quickly the authorities were informed. The safety plan for your platform operations says it's got to be within 30 minutes.
that's correct. And basically the boat noticed the sheen, immediately contacted the platforms, and the platforms instantaneously started the incident plan. We have annual spill drills that basically, in correlation with the agencies we're working with now, that basically, are intended to cover any potential incident like this. Obviously, you hope to never have to use them, but we instantly started notifying all the relevant agencies and getting the incident plan in place.
And do you have exact times for when everything happened?
It was within that 30 minutes or so time frame.
But prior to the sheen, was a leak detected on Friday night?
We were not aware of a leak on Friday night. We were looking into, like I said, we looked at we were going during a line run on Saturday morning, which is when we detected the sheen.
So you don't have equipment that could detect a leak sooner than seeing a sheen? Can you explain how you might detect it without visibly seeing it?
Like I said, there is some equipment that helps to do that. We did not have any notice that there was a leak in the line at that time.
Were you alerted about any of the reports from the coastal community about smell and gas? Did they alert you to check your operations? Did you get any alerts like that Friday night?
We did not.
Do you think that smell had anything to do with the smell had anything to do with it?
I'm not sure. It's a crude line. I know they smell methane. That's not likely to come from this, but like I said, it may be there's confusion in the smell, but like I said, it's obviously it seems like it's correlated.
Mr. Wilshire, going back
As a reminder, ma'am, we're going to stick to the ground rules established, so one question and one follow-up question per reporter. Sir?
Clarify, still do not have an exact pinpoint into the general idea, but you can't verify for sure. And secondly, as far as the cause, you suspect maybe a ship anchor or something. Can you give us any other ideas?
Like I said, until we get down there with divers, I'm not going to speculate on that. We are investigating, and like I said, within the next 24 hours, we'll have a much better answer for you.
Ma'am?
The reports that the spill down to 144,000 gallons, can you clarify exactly the numbers that we're working with as of right now today?
Yeah, essentially all of our spills are based on the number that you guys have heard to this point is based on a maximum of what could be potentially spilled in an event like this. It is not an actual spill number. It is a maximum of what could potentially be spilled. So
what is the actual spill?
we are determining that, and like I said, we'll update when we can.
Is it still leaking actively?
No, we have gone over the entire, like I said, the entire 8,000 feet, and there is no active leak that we are aware of, and especially in that specific area that we've identified, there's no indication whatsoever that there's anything further coming from that lake.
Can you clarify, what is that maximum number?
It is 3,111 barrels, which then you convert to gallons, which is what you guys have seen a lot of.
What is that converted?
Around, 42 times 300 is around 127,000 gallons.
We're sticking to the media, sir. Do we have any other media questions? Sorry, what was that?
Could you repeat that? I couldn't get the answer to the last question.
He was asking what the maximum amount of, and like I said, that's the number that's being kind of widely reported, is the 3,111 barrels, which roughly converts to around 127,000 gallons.
Matt Virgili from NBC4. Question for Mr. Wilson, potentially for the Coast Guard. Were there any vessels in the area where you're looking at right now where that anchor may have come from? And secondarily, based on meteorology and currents and tides, what is our projection where this plume of oil is going to go?
So if you look behind us, you can see that there is a massive number of ships out here in the Huntington anchorages and the anchorages off the San Pedro Bay Port Complex, and so there are vessels in the area. Precise look at exactly where those vessels are relative to what Mr. Wilshire is speaking about is an assessment that is pending. And then to your question, sir, about trajectories. So what we are doing is flying daily overflights, 3 or 4 flights a day, where we are mapping the oil and mapping its direction, looking at models of weather, so tides and currents and wind, so that we can determine the direction. It really is dependent on the prevailing weather conditions, but the oil continues to move in a southerly direction, and what we've seen is oiling just down to Dana Point, a little bit southerly of Dana Point, and the trajectories indicate that trend could continue if the weather continues in the current fashion.
If I could follow up, based on that trajectory, then does it appear that most of the oil will remain offshore and continuing heading south rather than coming ashore?
We already have oiling coming ashore, but there is oil that remains offshore, and that oil could continue to move. And
Thank you. For the Coast Guard, how do ships know where they can drop anchor?
So the Marine Exchange of Southern California, in partnership with the Coast Guard Vessel Traffic Service, makes determinations on the locations of anchoring of these vessels, and they're guided into locations where they drop anchor, and then they are monitored.
But they take into account things like where there are oil pipelines they could get?
Absolutely. All of those things are designated on charts, nautical charts.
Have we had an incident ever where an anchor has hit a pipeline?
I am not familiar of an incident here.
These container ships are waiting to get into the port of Long Beach, correct? And any one of them could potentially be crossing over an oil pipeline? Is that what you're saying?
So these ships are anchored, and many are waiting entry into the San Pedro Bay Port Complex, the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. And in the course of transit, it is possible that they would transit over a pipeline.
So we've been listening in with all of our officials here on Huntington Beach, again, about this cleanup that continues to be underway, as they do now say an estimated 144,000 gallons of heavy crude oil has spilled. We're going to get back to this update in just a few moments, but I do want to let all of our viewers with us here on Live Now from Fox know there's still a lot of people who are experiencing the outage of Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp, and it's been causing quite a bit of pain, I would say, for some of our people who love to stay up to date on social media. So we're going to be bringing in Fox Business's Susan Lee, as again, we want to all know, Susan, was this a tech issue? What's going on behind these outages that are happening across many countries?
Yeah, that's right. So we're talking about Europe and also here in the U.S., and we're still trying to figure out if it's localized, meaning that it's just in certain locations across those two continents. But look, from our internal and our discussions so far from experts in the technology world, it doesn't look like it's a cyber attack. In fact, some say it's maybe the internal servers are not working at Facebook, since they want to connect to all three of their platforms. That's Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram together, part of Mark Zuckerberg's vision that aren't working. Also internally, you have the internal communications network called Workplace not working at Facebook either. So the people are calling it a snow day, and they're still trying to figure out what exactly went wrong. But right now, it doesn't seem like, and it doesn't look like it's a cyber attack. But what a tough 24 hours for Facebook, right, Christy? I mean, not only do you have the 60 Minutes whistleblower, and now you have these platforms being down. Also, the worst day on the stock market for Facebook in a year's time.
Right, and you know, we had heard also that there was this Facebook for sale, the domain, and that there was 1.5 billion users' information that was for sale. We're not thinking that that has anything to do with these outages here today.
No, and I haven't seen that when I go on the actual main Facebook page. You know, on Instagram, it's still refreshing. It says it couldn't refresh my queue in my feed. But again, this might go back to an internal server and those problems that they're having internally, maybe not a cyber attack. But you also have to remember that Facebook itself is so connected. I mean, we're looking at, what, 3.5 billion people that use WhatsApp, Facebook, and Instagram each and every month, right? So that's more than 60% of the world's internet connections. And if you think about it, also Facebook, you know, they're incentivized, by the way, to get people connected. And the internet not only connects us and it connects the world, but also, you know, small localized companies do a lot of the pushing and the pulling. So there are pressure points on the internet. You know, a few weeks ago, we had Akamai bringing down Amazon, Home Depot, and also a few weeks before that, you had Fastly, which pushes data across the internet and helping those URLs connect. They couldn't get us onto the New York Times or Bloomberg. So again, you know, things do break down on the internet, and pressure points do connect to each other and other websites. So, you know, that might be what's happening here.
Yeah, it just seems like we are much more dependent on some of these social media platforms, especially our influencers out there. So that was my next question, Susan, is, you know, what is this going to end up costing for a lot of these people who are going to be on these platforms?
Yeah, so I think we started hearing these outages take place just before noontime on the East Coast here, but these influencers, I mean, they can last 3.5 hours, right? Maybe we can't get our news and it'd be nice to talk to our family. I'm concerned about maybe the emergency calls that aren't going through on WhatsApp right now, but as for those posting about fashion and their dogs, I think they can wait 3.5 hours.
Right, yeah, I'm probably one of those people who I like to say that I can stay off the apps, but I have noticed quite a few times I'm trying to refresh and recheck those. So no sign in sight as to maybe when we'll get those restored.
Yeah.
Right. So a lot of things to just consider here as we continue to just wait for these to get back up and powered again. Fox Business's Susan Lee joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks for breaking it down, giving us these updates here today.
No problem.
And again, you can always follow the latest breaking news information, top stories with us right here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, going to be talking with a social media safety expert about things to consider when you do have these platforms, your information online. We'll have more to come here in just 2 minutes after a quick commercial break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we continue to give you the top stories and information, breaking news happening all across the country. If it's happening now and live, we are on top of it here for you on Live Now from Fox. Again, we always bring you live, raw, and unfiltered items across the country. We were just talking about how Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp have been reporting outages. A lot of users complaining about it here today. But what does this mean while we have these outages for our social media safety? We have our Live Now from Fox's Daytona Everett asking those important questions.
Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. I am joined now by Mark Berkman. He is the CEO of the Organization for Social Media Safety. Mark, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you for having us again, Daytona.
So, important conversation right now. Facebook and Instagram down. People are trying to figure out what is going on. It's not their internet. It is because there is a outage for these two social media giants. What is going on?
Well, the short answer is we don't know exactly, but Facebook is down in all of Facebook's properties, Instagram, WhatsApp as well, and people are not able to access those apps, those internet sites. The initial speculation that we're seeing is that this is because of the DNS or the domain name system. So when people type in facebook.com, it is not connecting the information to Facebook's website and creating that error message that everyone's getting.
Yeah, we probably all saw that tweet from Jack Dorsey, the CEO of Twitter, saying, kind of joking around, how much is it going to cost to buy the domain of Facebook because it's open right now?
Right, exactly. So Twitter is certainly loving this situation. From what we can tell, they're getting a ton of additional users today. Yeah, we'll see how long this is down for and how it plays out. I mean, the one thing that I will say that we know, the Organization for Social Media Safety certainly doesn't celebrate the downage. There's a lot of small businesses that rely on Facebook sites. There are certainly nonprofits like us that need those sites to bring awareness to important issues and to fundraise. So we don't celebrate, but we don't know how long this is going to last. And I would say certainly while it's down, I would conclude a lot of children and families are safer for the time being at the very least.
Yeah. I mean, how common is an outage like this? Not very, right? Especially for Facebook.
Especially for Facebook, I'd have to go check, but I don't remember the last time that Facebook was down. Now, the suspicious thing here and the concerning thing here is we've seen similar downages or outages recently. Slack, the workspace communication app, was down recently because of a similar DNS problem. So it's certainly a bit early to speculate. But this certainly one possible cause for this outage could be foul play and hacking.
What does that mean for all the people who have a Facebook account, who have an Instagram account, who are on WhatsApp? You know, is your data vulnerable at this time?
It's too early to speculate on that. I would assume if it's a DNS issue that the data is most likely safe. But let's all take this as a learning opportunity and a moment so that we can go and audit and double check both ours. And if you have children, check your children's privacy and safety settings. So make sure those are calibrated. Make sure, take this as an opportunity to talk to your children about sharing information that might not be safe for them to share. If all of us can take this time and raise some awareness, that's going to help people.
Yeah, WhatsApp has tweeted out and said that they're working on it right there. It's on them, it's not on the user. So I'll be really interested to see what happens out of this. I think you bring up a really great point of it's a learning opportunity. And with any of these hacks that happen, which we're just speculating right now, it hasn't been confirmed again what the root of this outage is. But it's something to think about as far as what you are putting out there on social media.
Yes, and the thing with social media, we see this with children and we see this with adults essentially just as often. This is habitual, instinctual behaviors that we are completing over social media. So we're responding to people, we are doing posts without thinking about it much. And this should be an opportunity for us to slow down and think about the information that we're putting out there.
Yeah, I know these are really hard questions to answer because we just don't really know, but do you think that it will be up within the day? Do you think it could be out for multiple days? This is the longest outage I've seen or heard of.
I would think that Facebook has enough staff and enough people working on this, and it certainly is of the utmost importance to them to get their sites back up. So I'm going to guess it'll be a day. If it's something longer, this would be a much bigger story than it is, and it would indicate either serious internal malfunction or a very, very concerning hack.
All right, Mark Berkman, thank you so much for being on the show with us, and we'll definitely be following all the details of this outage.
Thank you so much for having us.
So once again, we do know Facebook and its apps, Instagram, WhatsApp, appear to be experiencing a lot of issues, and they do also say Facebook's internal systems used by employees have also gone down. So we're keeping you up to date on all the breaking news happening across the country. Speaking of breaking news, do you want to take us out to a scene that we just got coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk? Here's a live look in Annandale, Virginia, where we do have a car that has smashed into the storefront here. It's a dollar store, and it was a Mercedes-Benz that struck a Nissan before then shattering the entryway of the dollar store. This is at a shopping center. This happened around 2:34 p.m. local time. Now, so far, officials have not taken anyone to the hospital. Police have not made any criminal charges. So this, again, just looks like it's going to be a scene where they're going to try to then remove the car from that dollar store and, of course, try to fix up those storefronts that were broken from this crash. So once again, just want to remind all of our viewers, if it's live, if it's breaking, we are on top of it here for you across the country. Live, Run, Unfiltered is our slogan because that's what we do. We always jump out to the breaking news happening no matter where it is. We're on top of it here for you on Live Now from Fox. So we're going to, after this breaking news here, we're going to step now into a quick 2-minute break. And when we return, we still have our Skyfox up in the air, giving us some looks down on the beaches at that oil spill, that massive one, largest in California recent history. And so we'll be continuing to listen into that update with officials. They are still going at it. We're going to be jumping into that update as, again, they are now saying an estimated 144,000 gallons of heavy crude oil have spilled into the ocean. So we'll be back with more right here on Live Now from Fox, again, after we return from our 2-minute break. Once again, we've been reporting all the latest revolving around this oil spill, especially as cleanup is continuing. This is once more, as we've said a few times, the largest oil spill in recent California history. It has closed beaches and it's continuing to threaten wildlife. Let's go back into the press conference where we were hearing from officials earlier here today. Again, we're going to be jumping back into a point where we had left off just a little bit ago so that we can continue to get the latest updates, again, out of Huntington Beach.
Like I said, there is some, equipment that helps to do that. We did not have any notice that there was a leak in the line at that time.
Were you alerted about any of the reports from the coastal community about smell and gas? Did they alert you to check your operations? Did you get any alerts like that Friday night?
We did not.
You think that smell had anything to do with the smell had anything to do with it?
I'm not sure. It's a crude line. I know they smell methane. That's not likely to come from this, but like I said, it maybe there's confusion in the smell, but like I said, it's obviously it seems like it's correlated.
As a reminder, ma'am, we're going to stick to the ground rules established, so one question and one follow-up question per reporter. Sir?
Clarify, you still do not have any exact pinpointed to the general idea, but you can't verify for sure. And secondly, secondly, as far as the cause, you suspect maybe a ship anchor or something. Can you give us any other ideas?
Like I said, until we get down there with divers, I'm not going to speculate on that. We are investigating, and like I said, within the next 24 hours, we'll have a much better answer for you.
Ma'am?
The reports that the spill down to 144,000 gallons, can you clarify exactly the numbers that we're looking at as of right now today?
Yeah, essentially all of our spills are based on the number that you guys have heard to this point is based on a maximum of what could be potentially spilled in an event like this. It is not an actual spill number. It is a maximum of what could potentially be spilled. So
what is the actual spill?
we are determining that, and like I said, we'll update when we can.
Is it still leaking actively?
No, we have gone over the entire, like I said, the entire 8,000 feet, and there is no active leak that we are aware of, and especially in that specific area that we've identified, there's no indication whatsoever that there's anything further coming from that leak.
Can you clarify, what is that maximum number?
It is 3,111 barrels, which then you convert to gallons, which is what you guys have seen a lot of.
What is that
Around 42 times 300 is around 127,000 gallons.
We're sticking to the media, sir. Do we have any other media questions? Sorry, what was that?
Could you repeat that? I couldn't hear the answer to the last question.
He was asking what the maximum amount of, and like I said, that's the number that's being kind of widely reported, is the 3,111 barrels, which roughly converts to around 127,000 gallons.
Matt Virgili from NBC4. Question for Mr. Wilson, potentially for the Coast Guard. Were there any vessels in the area where you're looking at right now where that anchor may have come from? And secondarily, based on meteorology and currents and tides, what is our projection where this plume of oil is going to go?
So if you look behind us, you can see that there is a massive number of ships out here in the Huntington anchorages and the anchorages off the San Pedro Bay Port Complex, and so there are vessels in the area. Precise
Copy,
look at exactly where those vessels are relative to what Mr. Wilshire is speaking about is an assessment that is pending. And then to your question, sir, about trajectories. So what we are doing is flying daily overflights, 3 or 4 flights a day, where we are mapping the oil and mapping its direction, looking at models of weather, so tides and currents and wind, so that we can determine the direction. It really is dependent on the prevailing weather conditions, but the oil continues to move in a southerly direction, and what we've seen is oiling just down to Dana Point, a little bit southerly of Dana Point, and the trajectories indicate that trend could continue if the weather continues in the current fashion.
If I could follow up, based on that trajectory, then does it appear that most of the oil will remain offshore and continuing heading south rather than coming ashore?
We already have oiling coming ashore, but there is oil that remains offshore, and that oil could continue to move. And
For the Coast Guard, how do ships know where they can drop anchor?
So the Marine Exchange of Southern California, in partnership with the Coast Guard Vessel Traffic Service, makes determinations on the locations of anchoring of these vessels, and they're guided into locations where they drop anchor, and then they are monitored.
But they take into account things like where there are oil pipelines they could get?
Absolutely. All of those things are designated on charts, nautical charts.
Have we had an incident ever where an anchor has hit a pipeline?
I am not familiar of an incident here.
These container ships are waiting to get into the port of Long Beach, correct? And any one of them could potentially be crossing over an oil pipeline? Is that what you're saying?
So these ships are anchored, and many are waiting entry into the San Pedro Bay Port Complex, the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. And in the course of transit, it is possible that they would transit over a pipeline.
Ma'am? Sir, we're going to stick to the single questions.
Okay, I wanted to make I wanted to ask the gentleman from the company. I want to get this straight. I want to make sure that I understand the time lapse. So on Friday, there's a sheet, and people people are reporting, but I'm understanding that the pipeline is not closed till Saturday.
We were
Today,
so
a 17-mile pipeline that sits between 80 and 100 feet, which is way easy diving location. As I've dove them, and I've dove that pipeline. You still don't know, and there's no way to tell where this leak actually is.
like I said, ma'am, we did it via ROV over 8,000 feet of pipe,
Okay,
and so
Friday night, did you know
we did not. We were not aware of anything Friday night. Like I said, Saturday morning, when we found the sheen, that's when we kicked in the incident command. Like I said, ma'am. So we were not aware of anything Friday night. If there were reports, like I said, they did not come to us, and we did not make any reports.
To follow up on that question, where did those early reports come? They were coming in from residents to the Newport Police Department Friday night with such an overwhelming response that the police department issued a community advisory 24 hours before an official response was completed. Why did it take so long to understand the severity of the spill and notify residents?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, hi. The residents were smelling Friday night, such an overwhelming response that Newport Police Department was notified and sent out a community advisory that Friday evening that they were looking into the cause of the smell. But it wasn't until 24 hours later that a response was made or issued. What took so long to understand? Why did it take so long to understand the severity of the spill?
The notification the Coast Guard receives comes from the National Response Center, and that can be triggered by a number of different inputs into the system. And then we receive an official notification that categorizes the nature of the spill, and then we begin our investigative work. We receive that on Saturday morning.
So who dropped the ball between Friday and Saturday? Is what she's asking.
I can tell you when the Coast Guard received the port report, which was Saturday morning.
And you received it from who?
Those reports come through the National Response Center, which is a center that's designed for the reporting of releases of hazardous material and discharges of oil.
So should Newport Beach have reported this to either the Coast Guard or to Amplify on Friday night? What happened that it took so long for this to be officially reported?
I suspect that Newport Beach did make notifications, and those were channeled through different channels. We can certainly follow up with you on who made the report to the National Response Center and when that was, the exact time of when that came into the Coast Guard, but that was Saturday morning.
Is this under investigation by the District Attorney's Office?
We're actually going to be talking to the IC. We'll have questions after the press conference for other officials. Thank you.
Could someone clarify how many square miles are currently covered by the oil stream?
Yes, I can take that question. So I've seen a number of different numbers being reported, 13 square miles, 20 square miles. I think when we hear that number, there's a tendency to think that there's a 13-mile sort of slick of oil that's out there. I overflew yesterday. We flew up into the coastline here, and I would characterize the oil as sort of isolated ribbons or patches of oil. So it does cover several miles, and that is constantly changing. So I think the best way to categorize it is an area from Huntington Beach down to just south of Dana Point that extends a couple miles offshore, and within that there are ribbons or pools of oil. But it is not one sort of large oil slick that's covering this large area of miles.
Do we have any other questions?
Yes, could I ask you about the projection of the cleanup? Can you talk about those big booms you guys use to skim? What other tools are being put in place to try to clean up the oil, and what's the projection time-wise you think where you'll have it cleaned up to a point where people can go back to the beaches?
So just on the timeline, it's too early for us to give a precise timeline on the extent of the cleanup. As the oil continues to move, the area expands. So it is going to be a sustained effort, and we are throwing all the resources we can at that. It is a combination of on-water resources. Right now we have 14 vessels on the water that are hired by what we call oil spill response organizations, along with Coast Guard assets that are on the water. Those vessels are using boom to contain or trap the oil, and then that's picked up and recovered by skimmers. The other part that's going on is the aerial surveillance, which is a key part of how we vector in resources on the water to be able to pick up that pooled oil that we're seeing. Then we have the onshore resources, and that is very much manual labor, where it is personnel that are in the right level of protective equipment, that have the proper hazardous materials training, and they are picking up patches, pieces, tar balls, and patties, as we call them, of oil as they see that, and then that's being collected for a safe disposal.
How long will the beaches need to be closed?
Try to predict where it's
How long will the
going
beaches
and
need to be closed?
how far a building is going to store the computer modeling. Is it going to San Diego?
NOAA is involved and leading our determination of trajectories for the spill.
As the oil patches scatter about, how difficult does that make it for wildlife to take care of the wildlife out there? Maybe you might want to answer this.
Can you,
as the oil patches continue to spread out, how difficult does it make it for the wildlife to take care of it, and also, being out?
Right. Well, as it dilutes, it's a better option for us, right? It's not concentrated toxicity levels for. What we're really concerned about is shoreline impacts at the moment. We've got boomed areas, sensitive sites that we're trying to deflect oil from these areas. Undoubtedly, we're going to have oil on the beaches. We're trying to prevent that as much as we can, but as you all have seen, we have reports of oil on beaches. It's something we can't avoid at this moment.
Is there one area worse than others as far as the oil on the beach?
So the SCAT teams go out and assess each day, and they report back to the Unified Command each day, and they basically give us a coverage of oil on those beaches. They come back with strategies on how to clean those beaches, how much personnel they may need, what type of equipment, and also they're looking for wildlife impacts at the same time.
What's the worst area right now, though?
So Huntington Beach, Newport Beach areas have been, I think, most heavily impacted at this time.
More specifically, specific beaches?
I don't have that information, but we can get that information to you.
We've done oil cleanup all over the world. Our company, we can do up to 80 tons a day, and oil cleanups, we've done it all over the world, in Kuwait and many other oil spills. Who would be the person to talk to here?
We can speak with you offline, sir.
Is there any health concerns?
We're going to grab those questions after, ma'am, in accordance with the guidelines. We have time for 2 more questions if anyone else would like to answer or ask questions. Yes, ma'am?
To clarify, what's the timeline that the beach will be closed as well as the cleanup time?
It's a process of continual assessment. It would be unfair to promise a timeline on beach opening and beach closures, and we're really relying on our public health professionals to continuously make that evaluation. But I would say for the time being, as we continue to see oil come on shore, that the beaches that are closed are probably going to remain closed.
Is there any potential harm of fire? Is there a way that it can be a fire, like spreading
There's a low probability of fire, just given the nature of the oil and the fact that it's been in the water, and there's a process called weathering that happens, and when the oil shows up on the beach, it's very sort of tacky and covered in sand, and a very, very low risk of flammability.
That's all the time we have for today. For further questions, please email our Joint Information Center at inquiries@socalspillresponse.com. Again, that is inquiries@socalspillresponse.com. The incident commanders will be available after this press conference for additional questions. Thank you for your time.
While we're set up, can we get the local officials to come before the mics? Katrina Foley, Michelle Steele, Todd Spitzer, Mayor Avery. These are our local officials, and we'd love to ask them some questions because there are boots on the ground.
Yes, and that is correct, ma'am. We're actually going to have it be a separate event. And this is not.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's a lot easier if we just do it now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Todd, you want to start us off?
Yeah, I should probably take this down though, because I'm not speaking on behalf. Yeah, I don't want to be misunderstood that I'm a representative, because I have some very strong things to say. So good afternoon. My name is Todd Spitzer, Todd Spitzer. I'm the District Attorney of Orange County. My jurisdiction extends 3 miles out. Everything after 3 miles out is under the jurisdiction of the federal government. So today, this press conference, I want to thank the good work of the Coast Guard and to our parks and individuals, all the people that are really working hard with fish and wildlife. The number one priority right now is to save animals and save wildlife. That is the number one concern. But what everybody wants to know is who's responsible and how did it happen, who's going to pay for it, and who's going to be held responsible. And Mr. Wilshire did speak on behalf of the company, but I was incredibly disappointed about what I heard from him. He indicated today that his divers are going to go down and try to determine the location of the rupture to the pipeline. If that is not done independently, that is a travesty. The company should not be responsible for leading its own investigation with respect to the hundreds of millions of dollars of devastation that it did to our environment and our economy. We are going to feel the impacts of this oil spill for generations. I just drove to the headquarters of Mr. Wilshire's company, and I will tell you, it took a security guard to get me in through that lobby. And what I'm telling you is they should have provided as much security for this pipeline as they are for their building in downtown Long Beach. To already be on record, and he did infer it, and don't mistake what he said, it is a probability that it could have been a ship anchor. I want you to think about that for a second. Every ship has GPS. We know the location of every ship. And it will be the investigation, a lawful, thorough, transparent investigation conducted by independent investigators or a federal governmental agency. It will be independent investigators or federal or county investigative agency which will independently determine the cause of that rupture. As a district attorney, depending on where my jurisdiction ends up settling, whether it's my jurisdiction or the federal government's, I can tell you that what I heard today cannot happen. It cannot happen. You must go to the federal government. Let me make something clear. The presentation today were from the good people that are responsible for dealing with the oil spill, the extent of the spill, and how to save wildlife. It did not include the investigators. And so let me tell you how this broke down, because I went myself. In downtown Long Beach, they have the individuals who are working, the deputy warden, assistant warden, they are doing the cleanup effort, and that command center is in downtown Long Beach. They have not yet set up a command center for the investigative investigation. That has not been established. I have dispatched and have assigned from my environmental unit district attorney investigators to be part of that investigation. And as soon as I leave here, I'm picking up the phone with the investigator who's in charge of this operation to demand, not insist, not ask, to demand that they get this squared away before that company puts divers down on that pipeline today. They shouldn't be able to go anywhere near that pipeline. They are biased, they're self-interested, and they're going to do everything they can to try to reduce their damage. And no one should touch that pipeline. No one from this company. It must be done independent, and it must be overseen by either Coast Guard divers or Orange County Sheriff Department divers. But it must be independent and corroborated. And I didn't hear any of that today, and that is not satisfactory as your district attorney. So, I will say this. Let's make it very clear what today's press conference was. It was about, from your speakers, how they are dealing with the coverage and the spill itself.
We continue to listen into this update again, first hearing from Coast Guard and other officials, now hearing from some of the local business owners, as well as our officials and leaders in the community who are upset about this. Did want to let everyone know we are going to be actually moving things along. I see we do have a press conference that is getting underway out of Tucson. This is where we had earlier this morning a shooting take place. Let's listen in live. We're on Unfiltered.
Good afternoon. My name is Sherry Oz. I'm the special agent in charge for the DEA here in Arizona. This morning, 2 DEA special agents and a task force officer from the Tucson Police Department were shot during a law enforcement operation here in Tucson. I am deeply saddened to confirm that one special agent died as a result of the injuries sustained during the shooting. A second special agent is in critical condition, and a task force officer is in stable condition. Thank you for keeping the DEA in your thoughts and your prayers.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Magnus. I'm the police chief here in Tucson, Arizona, and with me is our mayor, Regina Romero. So I have, frankly, very limited information that I can share with you at this time, but I'm going to try to lay out the basic sequence of what happened this morning, starting at 8 a.m. So this incident occurred on a train that was stationary at the downtown Tucson train station, which is located at 400 North Toole Street in Tucson. What happened this morning involved a situation with our Regional Counter-Narcotics Alliance. They go by CNA. And this alliance includes both members of the Tucson Police Department. It's a regional alliance as well as the DEA. So the reason why the alliance members were at the train station this morning and boarding the train was to do what we refer to as a routine interdiction check. In other words, they were checking for illegal guns, money, drugs. This is something they do, as I said, routinely at pretty much all transit hubs. It's not just trains, it involves buses. They're at the airports as well. So what happened is several officers boarded the train, and they ultimately made contact with two individuals who were on the second level of, this is a double-decker car on the Amtrak train. They detained basically one individual, and while they were dealing with one individual, a second individual, Hispanic male by appearance, somewhere in his 20s to 30s, produced a handgun and opened fire on the officers. There was a TPD officer, again part of this alliance group, that was on the platform, and he heard the rounds and ran directly into the dangerous situation in order to be of whatever possible help he could. As he entered into the train, he was also shot. At that point, the suspect, after exchanging rounds with the officers, barricaded himself in the bathroom, which is on the lower level of one of the basically two cars where this happens. I think the bathroom's on one car, and then the passengers where this mostly happened was in the other car. So ultimately, some time went on. There wasn't clarity whether this suspect was still alive or not, whether he had been shot or not, but ultimately it was determined that the suspect in the bathroom was in fact deceased. And he was declared dead at the scene. So the seriously injured DEA officer, keeping in mind there's one officer who was deceased, but the seriously injured DEA officer was then evacuated from the train and taken by TPD officers in the back of a patrol car, in fact, because they were trying to move as expeditiously as possible, taken to the hospital here where we're at, Banner UMC. The other officers who were injured were taken by EMS to the same hospital here. So I really want to reflect first on the terrible tragedy that this is, not just for the DEA, obviously, but for everyone in law enforcement. It's really horrific, and we're all just coming to terms with just how terrible a loss this is. But I also want to reflect on the really heroic actions of the officers at the scene who literally ran towards the danger into the car where there was an active shooting situation going on. And in fact, were not only able to evacuate the critically injured officer and get the other officers off the train, but also, and very importantly, assure that none of the passengers on the train, and we're not quite clear on how many, we know roughly that in the car that most of this occurred in, there were give or take a dozen other passengers, but we were able to make sure that they were safe. So there were no passengers on the train who were injured, nor were there any bystanders in or around the platform, including folks who work at the train station. So I just think it's kind of incredible here that there weren't other people that were hurt, even though we're completely so saddened by the loss of the officer. Our officer is here, as I mentioned, being treated. His condition is stable. He's going to be here for observation overnight, but we're not providing any more information about the names or specifics about the injuries of any of these three officers. And as I said, there's very limited information that I'll be able to provide, although I'll do my best to take a few questions.
Were the suspects, have they boarded here onto the train in Tucson, or have they boarded some other time, like in Los Angeles or some time before that?
Yeah, I not only don't know the answer to that question, but it's really not something I could speak to at this point of the investigation.
And what was the destination of the train?
I'm sorry, I don't know that. We're still working to figure out exactly where the train was coming from, where it was headed to. All we know is that it was stationary at the Tucson train station.
I know you mentioned this earlier, but one person you said was detained. What was found?
Can't speak to anything that was found or any of the specifics regarding that individual who was detained, but he is in custody at this time.
Do we know how often the Counter Narcotics Alliance goes out there to do this on the train, that surveillance with drugs and weapons and things like that?
I can't speak to what their schedule is. All I can tell you is that they do routine interdiction efforts not only on trains, but as I said, also on buses and involving planes at the airport.
Has it been determined if the deceased subject died by his own hand or if it was during the firefight?
That's still under active investigation.
You say that the deceased suspect is a Hispanic and 20 to 30 males. Do you have any details on the suspect that was detained?
No, I'm afraid I don't right now.
Was it a male?
I believe so, but I can't confirm that.
So did the entire incident happen on the train, or were there shots actually fired outside of the train as well?
My understanding is that the incident unfolded and occurred on the train, although there were officers from outside of the train who rushed into the train. So there was an evacuation of persons, and at that point this was still a very active situation with the suspect still firing rounds.
So I just want to confirm then we've got one DEA agent who's passed away, one who's in serious condition, and a TPD officer who's in stable condition?
I think you're pretty close. That's right. A DEA officer who is deceased, another DEA officer who's in critical condition, and a Tucson police officer who's in stable condition but is being admitted.
Is there any indication right now what that initial interaction with the officers and that suspect they ended up detaining, what that was about? Was it narcotics involved? Was it firearms?
I just don't know that yet.
Who were the responding agencies now for Tucson Police Department?
Tucson Police was the agency who responded, and I can tell you, having been working at that time, this was put out as a citywide response. There were over 50 officers who responded to the scene. I think their response was phenomenal, and again, the officers that worked not only to assure the safety of the passengers on the train and the others on the platform, but also who were responsible for getting at least one of the injured parties to the hospital. I have nothing but admiration for their courage, really heroics under the situation.
Are you able to share how many years the PPD officer has in duty and how old he is?
No, I'm sorry, I can't do that right now. Okay, thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Once again, we were listening into this live press conference here on Live Now from Fox. This is a look at that scene that was in downtown Tucson after this incident took place. Of course, a large area does remain blocked off. And this was the latest update, as now we do know, unfortunately, one special agent dead, a second in critical condition, and one Tucson task force officer also was injured, taken to the hospital, and is said to be in stable condition. So this was the latest. We always like to bring you that live, raw, breaking news whenever we can. And this latest update coming from, again, Tucson. Going to be taking folks out to a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, more news stories across our country when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, a live look at the White House. As we had heard earlier today from President Biden, going to play those remarks here in just a moment, but just want to let all of our viewers here with us know that we, of course, stay on top of all the movements happening on our nation's capital, especially when it's coming to this debt ceiling. As President Biden continues to try to push for it to be raised. Now, on Thursday, the president's going to be traveling to Chicago to highlight the importance of COVID-19 vaccine requirements. So this will be just one of his 2 trips he's going to be making this week, because tomorrow President Biden headed to Michigan. He's going to try to continue to rally public support for his infrastructure bill and Build Back Better agenda. So Tuesday, he'll be headed to Michigan talking about infrastructure, Build Back Better. Thursday, headed to Chicago, Illinois to highlight COVID-19 vaccine requirements. So a few trips the president is going to be taking this week. Of course, if there's any changes to his schedule, we'll be on top of that, sharing that info with all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. But as I mentioned earlier this morning, he was speaking to the debt limit, saying that the GOP party needs to step out of the way, let them do their job. This is quotes coming directly from President Biden. So we're going to be listening into those remarks right here on Live Now from Fox.
It will come as no surprise that I'd like to talk about what we need today to raise the debt limit. And while the Republicans in Congress what they're doing today is so reckless and dangerous in my view. Raising the debt limit comes down to paying what we already owe, what has already been acquired, not anything new. It starts with a simple truth. The United States is a nation that pays its bills and always has. From its inception, we have never defaulted. What we pay for, so it keeps us a great nation. Social Security benefits for seniors, salaries for brave service members, and benefits for veterans, and other financial obligations for our people and for our nation. We're able to meet these obligations based on the revenue we receive from taxes and based on our ability to borrow when needed. And in that case, we're able to borrow because we're always pay our debt. We always paid what we owe. We've never failed. That's America. That's who we are. That's what's called for. It's called full faith and credit of the United States. It's rock solid. It's the best in the world. But here's the deal. There's a cap on what we can borrow called the debt limit. And only Congress can raise or lower that debt limit. So let me be really clear. This is really important to know. Raising the debt limit is about paying off our old debts. There's nothing to do with any new spending being considered. There's nothing to do with my plan for infrastructure or building back better. Zero. Both of which I might add are paid for. So if we're going to make good on what's already been approved by previous Congresses and previous presidents and parties, we have to pay for it. Social Security benefits, the American people are promised, salaries for servicemen and women, benefits for veterans. We're going to have to raise the debt limit if we're going to meet those obligations. And raising the debt limit is usually a bipartisan undertaking, and it should be. That's what is not happening today. The reason we have to raise the debt limit is in part because of the reckless tax and spending policies under the previous Trump administration. In 4 years, they incurred nearly $8 trillion. In 4 years, $8 trillion in additional debt. In bills we have to now pay off. That's more than a quarter of the entire debt incurred now outstanding after more than 200 years. And Republicans in Congress raised the debt 3 times when Donald Trump was president, and each time with Democrat support. But now they won't raise it, even though they're responsible for more than $8 trillion in bills incurred in 4 years under the previous administration. That's what we'd be paying off. They won't raise it, even though defaulting on the debt would lead to a self-inflicted wound that takes our economy over a cliff and risks jobs and retirement savings, Social Security benefits, salaries for service members, benefits for veterans, and so much more. A failure to raise the debt limit will call into question Congress's willingness to meet our obligations that we've already incurred, not new ones, we've already incurred. This is going to undermine the safety of U.S. Treasury securities, and it will threaten the reserve status of the dollar as the world's currency that the world relies on. American credit rating will be downgraded. Interest rates will rise for mortgages, auto loans, credit cards, borrowing. Folks, watching at home, you should know this is the Republican position. Here's it is. They won't vote to raise the debt limit to cover their own spending. Democrats voted with them to cover that spending the previous 4 years. They say Democrats should do it alone. But then they're threatening to use a procedural power called the filibuster, meaning that we'd have to get 60 votes, not 50 votes, to increase the debt limit. This would block the Democrats from meeting our obligations and responsibilities to prevent raising the debt limit. So let's be clear. Not only are Republicans refusing to do their job, they're threatening to use their power, to prevent us from doing our job, saving the economy from a catastrophic event. I think, quite frankly, it's hypocritical, dangerous, and disgraceful. Their obstruction and irresponsibility knows absolutely no bounds, excuse me, especially as we're clawing our way out of this pandemic. Democrats will meet our responsibility and obligation to this country. We're not expecting Republicans to do their part. They made it clear from the beginning. We tried asking to no avail. We're just asking them not to use procedural tricks to block us from doing the job that they won't do. Meteor is headed to crash into our economy. Democrats are willing to do all the work stopping it. Republicans just have to let us do our job. Just get out of the way. If you don't want to help save the country, get out of the way so you don't destroy it. We don't have time to delay with elaborate procedural schemes, which Republicans' proposals require. Scores of votes without any certainty at all, many of which have nothing to do with the debt limit at all. And that's when accidents happen. In the days ahead, even before the default date, people may see the value of their retirement accounts shrink. They may see interest rates go up, which will ultimately raise their mortgage payments and car payments. And the American people, look, I just say it this way. As soon as this week, your savings in your pocketbook could be directly impacted by this Republican stunt. It's as simple as that. Republicans say they will not do their part to avoid this needless calamity. So be it. But they need to stop playing Russian roulette with the U.S. economy. It's one thing to pay our debts already acquired. It's another to require a supermajority to pay the debts already acquired. It's not right. Let the Democrats vote to raise the debt ceiling this week without obstruction or further delays. Democrats in the House have already passed a bill that would do that. It's sitting in the United States Senate where Democrats have the votes ready to pass it. That's the only way to eliminate the uncertainty and risk that's going to harm American families and our economy. Let us vote and end the mess. You know, we've got to get this done. We must get this done. It is, like, as I said, playing Russian roulette to play these games. We can do it this week. Just get out of the way and let us pass it. Thank you.
Mr. President, Senator Mitch McConnell says he has sent a letter to you explaining his view. Have you seen that letter? Have you communicated with him? And how dire do you believe this is if action doesn't take place in the next few days?
First of all, I did get a letter. I got it 10 minutes before I walked in here. I've read it. I plan on talking to Mitch about it. He and I have been down this road once before, back when I was vice president. And I hope we can have some intelligent and honest conversation about what he's proposing. And I think the easiest way to do this, and if the Republicans would not use the filibuster, would be to let us vote on what is already in the Senate right now, passed by the House, to raise the debt limit. And we could do that in the next several days.
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. You've often touted your experience in the Senate, your 36 years in the Senate. Your aides have talked about your abilities to be a closer on deals involving legislation. Why were you unable, Mr. President, to close the deal with members of your own party on key parts of your legislative agenda last week?
I've been able to close the deal on 99% of my party. Two people. That's still underway. I don't think there's been a president who's been able to close deals that's been in a position where he has only 50 votes in the Senate and a bare majority in the House. This is a process. We'll get it done.
Mr. President. It sounds like you're putting the blame squarely on two U.S. senators for your inability to close that deal, Senator Sinema and Senator Manchin. Am I incorrect? Is that who the blame lies with?
Look, I need 50 votes in the Senate. I have 48.
Mr. President, Leader Schumer has vowed not to raise the debt ceiling through the reconciliation process. So ultimately, it puts
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Leader Schumer has said he won't raise the debt ceiling through the reconciliation process. So ultimately, if push comes to shove and Senator McConnell does not change his position, what is more important, that position that Senator Schumer has or raising the debt ceiling? And then I also have a question for you on Ethiopia.
No, I'm going to answer one. I'm not going to answer Ethiopia. Let's stick on the debt so we don't confuse the American people. Number one, the issue of reconciliation, which is like code to the American people. What's reconciliation? There is a process that I understand the Republican leader is willing to initiate, go through, that would require literally up to hundreds of votes. It's unlimited number of votes having nothing directly to do with the debt limit. It could be for everything from Ethiopia to anything else that has nothing to do with the debt limit. And it's fraught with all kinds of potential danger for miscalculation. And it would have to happen twice. So you could literally have several hundred votes over the next number of days. Everything else would come to a standstill, but you still find yourself in a situation where at the end of the day, we may have passed something that in fact then has to be undone again by either Democrats or Republicans. It's an incredibly complicated, cumbersome process when there's a very simple process sitting out there. Sitting at the desk in the United States Senate is a bill passed by the House saying, we Democrats will raise the debt limit, take responsibility for raising, even though we didn't, some voted to acquire the debt as well. We will go ahead and do that. That's the way to proceed.
But if it comes down to reconciliation or raising the debt ceiling, which position would you take?
I'm not going to cross that bridge till we have to get there.
Mr. President, address the allegations of genocide and why you haven't yet imposed those sanctions that you authorized 2 weeks ago, sir?
I'll speak to that later.
Regarding your Build Back Better agenda, we know the top line figure from Senator Manchin is $1.5 trillion. Senator Kirsten Sinema has yet to really give that number of where she's willing to go, how high she's willing to go, but she says she's negotiating good faith with the White House. What is her figure?
I'll let her tell you that. I don't want it. We're in negotiations.
Is it between 1.5 and 3.5? Is it higher at least than the 1.5?
I'm not going to negotiate in public.
Mr. President, Mr. President.
How is what the Republicans are doing now any different from when you opposed raising the debt limit as a senator during the Bush years?
Because we weren't calling for filibuster. We did not require 60 votes, and it was a straight up and down vote.
Mr. President, Mr. President, you're talking about how you have 48 Democratic votes right now. The other two have been pressured over the weekend by activists. Joe Manchin had people on kayaks show up to his boat to yell at him. Senator Sinema last night was chased into a restroom. Do you think that those tactics are crossing a line?
I don't think they're appropriate tactics, but it happens to everybody. From the only people it doesn't happen to are people who have Secret Service standing around them. It's part of the process. Yes, sir.
Just really quickly, a lot of people have been trying to attack immigration.
Mr. President, I know you don't want to comment on other senators' positions in the negotiations, but what do you think the size of the reconciliation package should be? What specific dollar figure?
Well, I laid out what I thought it should be. It's not going to be that. It's going to be less. I mean, look. The legislation, both the Build Back Better piece as well as the infrastructure piece, are things that I wrote. These didn't come from, God love him, Bernie Sanders or AOC or anybody else. I wrote them. I disagreed with Medicare for all, for example. I disagreed, but I laid out what I thought would be important. For example, I think in the Build Back Better program, it's required that we, in fact, have the best education available to us. And I'll be speaking to this in detail tomorrow. But look, here's the situation. How can we, in an ever-competitive world, increasingly competitive world, how can we not meet the educational standards of at least other countries are working toward? Nobody is reducing the number of years they want their children to go to school or people to go to school. You've heard me say it before, as my wife says, If any country out-educates us, they're going to out-compete us. Look what China's doing. Look what the rest of the world is doing. They're investing. They're also investing in things that relate to ability for people to go to work and stay at work. We have several million women who can't go back to work because they don't have any way to take care of their children. So to give a tax cut to a working mom to be able to afford daycare, is that bad? Is that a bad idea? I think it's a darn good idea. We'll get people back to work. So there's a lot of things in the legislation I'm going to be talking about across the country that I think the American people overwhelmingly support. But the idea that somehow this is somebody else's legislation, this is what I wrote.
Sir, would you accept a $2 trillion, say a $2 trillion reconciliation bill? Would that be acceptable to you?
Again, as you know, it's not a smart thing to negotiate with yourself in public. Let's see, we're in the process of continuing to talk to all the parties and see what we can get done.
Sir, thank you so much, Mr. President. Two questions. First, you said there was progress in the negotiation, but today you said you only have 48 votes. So what is this progress? And another question on the floor, an international news that was big yesterday about the Pandora papers. Do you have any reaction? You put fight against corruption as the core of Pandora papers? The Pandora papers? You said that you put fight against corruption in the core of your national security policy. So what is your reaction, and do you plan to do anything about it?
We're looking at that right now. The first part of your question was what?
Was about progress. What does progress look like for you in the negotiations?
Winning. That's the progress. Last question.
The Hyde Amendment.
I just want to be very clear. Can you guarantee that the U.S. will not breach the debt ceiling, that will not happen?
No, I can't. That's up to Mitch McConnell.
So it is possible that the U.S. will not pay its debts. That is possible.
I can't believe that will be the end result because the consequence is so dire. I don't believe that. But can I guarantee it? If I could, I would, but I can't. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Senator Manchin says the deal is off if the Hyde Amendment is not included. Do you support that? Where do you stand on that, sir?
President Biden answering some tough questions about raising the debt ceiling. We're going to hear from Senator Mitch McConnell, who was on the floor earlier today, in just a little bit. But we want to hit on some of these other news that are coming out of the Biden administration at this moment in time. I'm Daytona Everett, going to take you through the rest of the evening here. There were some reporter questions that were asked about Kyrsten Sinema, the senator out in Arizona. I want to give you a little bit of context on that because he responded and said that that's just part of the process. He said it wasn't appropriate, but it happens every day to everyone. Here's a statement that was released by Senator Sinema. She said, yesterday, several individuals disrupted my class at Arizona State University after deceptively entering a locked, secure building. These individuals filmed and publicly posted videos of my students without their permission, including footage taken of both my students and I using a restroom. In Arizona, we love the First Amendment. We know it is vital to our democracy that constituents can freely petition, protest, or criticize my policy positions and decisions. The activist group that engaged in yesterday's behavior is one that both my team and I have met with several times since I was elected to the Senate, and I will continue engaging with Arizonans with diverse viewpoints to help inform my work for Arizona. She said, though, yesterday's behavior was not legitimate protest. It is unacceptable for activist organizations to instruct their members to jeopardize themselves by engaging in unlawful activities, such as gaining entry to closed university buildings, disrupting learning environments, and filming students in a restroom. That's just the full statement that we wanted to bring to you from Senator Sinema. Again, as negotiations are still going on this infrastructure bill, you heard from President Biden. He says that he hopes things will come together here soon. Also coming out of the Biden administration in the past hour, they have reversed a Trump-era ban on abortion referrals by federally funded family planning clinics. A little background on this as well. The Department of Health and Human Services said its new regulation will restore the federal family planning program to the way that it ran under the Obama administration, when clinics were able to refer women seeking abortions to a provider.
Groups representing the clinic said that they are hoping the Biden administration action will lead hundreds of service providers that help in protest over Trump's policies to return, helping to stabilize a longstanding program that has been shaken by the pandemic. Again, this is coming amid lots of controversial legislation that has moved forward out in Texas all the way to the Supreme Court. So this is the latest coming in about the Biden administration as we move forward on this abortion debate. The Supreme Court just heading back into session today. We'll have more on that a little bit later. But I'm going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, those remarks from Senator McConnell on the floor coming up in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We were just showing you some of those remarks from President Biden earlier today as he really criticized GOP members about not wanting to raise the debt limit. And he kind of called out Senator McConnell specifically. So what does Senator McConnell have to say? Here's some of his remarks earlier today on Capitol Hill.
Republican leader.
I want to begin today with a quotation. Quote, because this massive accumulation of debt was predicted, because it was foreseeable, because it was unnecessary, because it was the result of willful and reckless disregard for the warnings that were given and for the fundamentals of economic management, I'm voting against the debt limit increase. Now, Madam President, that was then Senator Joe Biden in March of 2006, right before every single Democratic senator voted against raising the debt limit and made a unified Republican government do it alone. Here's another quote. Today's fiscal mess is the inevitable outcome of policies that consistently ignored evidence and experience. My symbolic vote against raising the debt limit would have been a protest of the policies that have brought us to this point and a demand that we change course, end quote. Well, that same speaker, then Senator Biden, 2 years earlier in 2004. As Senate Republicans have made clear since last July, and as I reminded the President in a letter just this morning, his sentiments then are our sentiments now. His sentiments then are our sentiments now. For the last few weeks, Washington Democrats tried to forget that they lined up to oppose debt limit increases during unified Republican government. They pretended these votes are always bipartisan. Well, that was simply not true. So now our colleagues have moved on to yet another new argument that is equally flimsy. Now, they claim they'd be perfectly happy to handle this responsibility with 51 votes done one way, but they'd rather risk the nation's credit than doing it with 51 votes a slightly different way. Two different ways to achieve 51 votes. I'm not kidding. This is the position they're taking. The President said it today. The reconciliation procedure would be slightly more inconvenient, they said. A few more days, a few more votes they'd duck. The Democratic leaders running America are saying with a straight face that the entire U.S. economy should live or die based on the procedural convenience of Washington Democrats. Now, I've got no problem using the party line process over and over and over to spend trillions and transform the country. But now, for this purpose only, they suddenly and mysteriously find it unappealing. Democrats could not be more capable of handling this on their own. Just months ago, the Democratic leader won new powers to reuse reconciliation over and over. They don't even need our consent to set a vote at 51 instead of 60. They need even less help raising the debt limit than majorities needed in the past. So trust me, Madam President, if Republicans were sitting on a hidden veto power to stop reconciliation bills, you would have heard about it way back in the springtime. The majority doesn't need our votes. They just want a bipartisan shortcut around procedural hurdles they can actually clear on their own. And they want that shortcut so they can pivot right back to partisan spending as fast as possible. They want a bipartisan shortcut to get right back to more partisan hardball. And Republicans have spent 2.5 months, this is no surprise, 2.5 months ago, explaining that this is the way they needed to go forward on the debt ceiling. This unified Democratic government is having trouble governing. They couldn't even pass the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which the President negotiated and the Speaker of the House promised would pass last week. The majority needs to stop sleepwalking toward yet another preventable crisis. Democrats need to tackle the debt limit. We gave them a roadmap and 3 months' notice. I suggest that our colleagues get moving. Now, on an obviously related matter, speaking of Democrats' reckless taxing and spending, this unified government is behind closed doors brainstorming ways to make inflation even more painful for American families. Their next reckless taxing and spending spree is packed with radical left-wing policies and the biggest tax hike on the American people in half a century. So far, the bill is more than 2,400 pages long, but it can be summarized in just 4 words: hurts families and helps China. Hurts families and helps China. Wasting trillions and trillions of dollars on socialism would be a bad idea any day, but it's a uniquely bad idea at a time when American families are already being hammered by inflation and soaring costs. The government's own data continue to indicate that the historic and painful inflation that began to take hold of our economy this spring isn't going anywhere anytime soon. The chairman of the Federal Reserve acknowledged last week that rising prices have become an increasingly broad and structural problem. Last week, the Commerce Department reported that inflation has continued to rise faster than at any time since 1991. The Democrats' inflation is so bad that even though the average American worker has gotten a multiple percentage point pay raise over the last year, their actual purchasing power has actually been cut. Their paychecks have gone up, but their buying power has gone down. Wholesale inflation just marked the steepest 12-month jump on record. Even dollar stores are having to raise their prices. Just ask any American family about the last few trips to the supermarket, the gas station, or the toy store. Heaven forbid if they've had to participate in the housing market or the auto market anytime lately. And the Democrats are uniting around yet another multi-trillion-dollar taxing and spending spree. I guess our colleagues think they can inflate their way out of inflation. That is going to be an extraordinarily painful experiment for the middle-class families of our country.
So that was Senator McConnell from earlier today, obviously opposing raising the debt limit. So only time will tell on what comes next for all lawmakers on Capitol Hill. We're going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we want to update you on a really tragic story coming out of Philadelphia. A nurse assistant reportedly shot and killed by a coworker inside of Thomas Jefferson University Hospital in West Philadelphia. 2 police officers also injured in the shooting. The latest briefing from law enforcement down on the ground in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. It is almost 2:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. We want to take you into a story we were tracking earlier this morning out of West Philadelphia. A nurse assistant has died after Philadelphia police say that he was shot by a coworker inside of Thomas Jefferson University Hospital early this morning. 2 officers were also injured as they exchanged gunfire with the suspect in West Philly. The incident happened shortly after midnight when officers rushed to the hospital hospital for reports of a shooting inside. Investigators say a male suspect shot the 43-year-old male victim 6 times on the 9th floor hallway inside of the hospital. The victim was pronounced dead a short time later. Following that shooting, though, the suspect fled the scene in a U-Haul vehicle. After an hour from that shooting, a passerby flagged down police officers. The passerby informed them that there was a man in scrubs armed with a long gun who was potentially firing shots into the air. We are going to hear a little bit from the healthcare workers union about, of course, this nurse assistant who was killed in the shooting, and just the very latest on this chaotic, tragic day out of West Philadelphia.
We're going to get started. Good afternoon. My name is Chris Woods, and I'm the president of District 1199C, the National Union of Hospital and Healthcare Workers here in Philadelphia. This is a horrific day. My heart is heavy. Late last night, shortly after midnight, we learned that one of our members was slain in his workplace at Thomas Jefferson University Hospital, where he worked as a certified nursing assistant. Every day our members serve with grace at the front lines of emergencies, tragedies, and crises. Today we all are in mourning. Both the victim and the shooter are longtime members of our union. We will not be releasing their names at this time. I urge you to respect the privacy of all the people involved and their families. It was unclear what sparked this atrocious shooting, and an investigation is underway. Our thoughts, prayers, and our solidarity remain with the families, the officers who responded, and our members during this painful time. I want to thank the Philadelphia police officers who responded promptly last night. Their skill and courage undoubtedly saved many lives. My heart goes out to their families, and I wish them a speedy recovery. I also want to thank our members at Jefferson, in particular, who were tasked with providing care to patients in the midst of this crisis. As healthcare professionals, our members understand their role in the mitigation of harm that stems from gun violence. It is a tragedy that violence came to the workplace that we fight hard to keep safe. Last night's violence, while shocking, is a part of the larger plague our members face near daily. We must recognize that this heartbreaking event is a part of an epidemic of gun violence facing our city. Gun violence is a public crisis. Thank you to those who were tasked with providing care to the many victims of gun violence across the city of Philadelphia. Our union is equipped to provide pathways for grief counseling and assistance to all affected. We will continue to work closely with Jefferson Hospital to provide needed care and resources to our members as they grieve. We are focusing on providing support and resources to all of our members, and we will not be taking any questions at this time. We ask that the public and the press respect the privacy of those affected, and thank you for keeping all those affected in your prayers. And just lastly, this is a tragedy that goes across our entire district, as our victim's mother is a retiree of our union, and his brother is a fellow member at Jefferson as well. So we want to keep all of them in our thoughts and prayers, and thank you guys for coming out.
Mr. Woods, are security measures adequate?
Not taking any questions at this time. Thank you. And I appreciate you guys. Long time. Very, very long time. Not taking any more questions, but thank you guys for coming out.
Well, that was the healthcare workers union out in West Philadelphia, not releasing a whole lot of new information about that nurse assistant who was killed in the shooting. So we'll be keeping our eyes on the latest on that, as well as the suspect who is involved in the case. Staying along those lines of gun violence, Houston holding a press conference. You're going to hear from Mayor Sylvester Turner talking about their National Night Out, which is an opportunity for the community to get to know the police officers in town and try to crack down on some of the violence that is happening. So we'll listen in to what he had to say as he stood alongside a lot of those community police officers.
This annual ritual includes hot dogs, burgers, and neighborhoods getting to know each other, and law enforcement officers who patrol their communities. I don't think I've eaten as many hot dogs on any given night as I've eaten on National Night Out. The 38th Annual National Night Out will take place, of course, Tuesday, October the 5th, from 6 to 9 p.m. The Houston Police Department and surrounding law enforcement agencies will participate and provide crime prevention tips at various locations. You know, last year was different, but this is now 2021, so we are back out. This year we have the COVID-19 vaccine and our masks. I encourage people to gather outdoors. They're able to meet their neighbors and learn how we can help keep our city safe. The past 18 months have been challenging, but nonetheless we are still here and working with the police department, working with our community leaders. We can certainly make a big difference. We need each other, and we need community neighbors to know their neighbors and know who's next door, who's across the street. That helps all of us. And so I'm excited about tomorrow night. I hope you're excited about tomorrow night. And again, get the grills or whatever working. Mustard, please. No ketchup on my hot dog, but a little mustard will work. And then some water. And we'll see how many hot dogs we can digest on tomorrow night. Let me do this. I can't say enough for HPD, Chief Fenner, and to all of the police officers who are here, Metro, Chief Bumpers, and all of Metro, the county officials, Judge, working with you. It's just, you know, it's been delightful, so appreciate you. All the city council members, I know they're anxious, and they'll be running all over the place. But so let me just say, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but this is the 38th Annual Houston-Harris County National Night Out. To all of our federal partners, law enforcement partners, thank you, the Sheriff Department, so very much. As part of our efforts to better inform and involve area residents in crime prevention, the Houston Police Department, Harris County Sheriff Department, and other local law enforcement entities will host numerous activities. The City of Houston urges its residents to participate in this worthwhile endeavor, and therefore I, Sylvester Turner, Mayor of the City of Houston, hereby proudly proclaim October 5, 2021 as the 38th Annual Houston-Harris County National Night Out in the City of Houston. Congratulations, and we're looking forward to it.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Houston, Harris County. And we said Houston-Harris County for a reason, because it's about all of us coming together, all of our teams, police, constables, sheriffs, Metro, everybody that's represented here. We even have our U.S. Attorney. Thank you so much for being here. Our county judge, all our city council members, because look, really quickly, it takes all of us. Just as any other major city, we've been through some tough times this last 2 years. So we're going to stand together, but take this opportunity tomorrow, eat a little bit, drink a lot, stay safe, have your mask on when there's so many people, socially distance, but more importantly, get to know your neighbors. We don't use this term enough, and especially when we're going through tough times. But we need to love one another more, and make sure that we're working together to reduce the crime in our neighborhoods, in every neighborhood in the city of Houston and Harris County is important. And the way that we change the tide is working together. So I'm so excited about tomorrow. And let's all come out, get to know your neighbors, get to know your police officers or constables or sheriffs, whatever it is. Get to know them better, and let's just lift our city up. Thank y'all. Leave somebody out.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief Finner. Thank you so much, and thank you for your leadership. Our regional partners also play a very vital role in National Night Out. So at this time, it's my pleasure to introduce Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo to provide her remarks and also present a proclamation to Harris Sheriff's Office. Judge Hidalgo.
Thank you so much, and it's wonderful to see everyone this morning. Mayor Turner, thank you for your leadership. To the council members, Chief Finner, you're just a breath of fresh air. Thank you so much for your leadership and your partnership. Constable Garcia, thank you. Chief Takika, I know, thank you for representing Sheriff's Office, and of course a recognition to Sheriff Gonzalez and everybody who's joined us here, and our U.S. Attorney Jennifer Lowry. It's such an honor to have you here with us. I love National Night Out too. It's just one of those rituals that are so every single year. It gets better and better, and it's such a treat. And it's neighborhoods and businesses and law enforcement all coming together to get to know each other better. The lawn chairs come out, the kids come out, the ice cream, the hot dogs. Folks get close with the police officers that have been protecting the community day in and day out. And it doesn't hurt to do it over some refreshing drinks, and good food does it. So there really aren't many things that are more American than that. All of us coming together, celebrating, sharing stories, sharing a cool drink and some snacks. But there's more to National Night Out than just good fun. It's a chance for us to renew that unwritten contract, that we have each other's back when the unpredictable strikes, and that happens in Harris County. It's a chance to recognize the brave law enforcement officers who are there for us every day. And I do want to take a moment and speak to every single law enforcement officer who is here. Thank you, each of you. I know it's been especially tough. So thank you, and thank your families. And know that we appreciate each and every one of you. The past 2 years have been tough when it comes not just to COVID, but to crime. There is a crime wave in the country, and it hasn't spared our community. And these men and women are in the front lines, and that takes sacrifice, and it takes perseverance. And we see enough headlines every day, and it's tragic and it's tough. But we're not powerless against this challenge. And so as we celebrate National Night Out, I want to renew my commitment as well to each of you. Justice delayed is justice denied, and we have a problem with a backlog. That's why we've allocated millions of dollars to create new visiting and associate judges, to expand jury operations. We just cut a ribbon on a renovated jury assembly building. We've given the DA additional funds to process things at the front end of the system. We're working to be tough and smart on crime, funding for law enforcement to go against the most violent cases, violence interruption programs, homeless outreach programs, diversion programs, all of this in partnership. And Chief Finner's been a great thought partner and the mayor on all of this. We're doing everything possible to fight gun violence, promote gun safety. I list this so you know we're not going to stop anytime soon. There's more things that we're working on. This is not an easy challenge. There isn't a silver bullet solution, but we respect and appreciate each of you. And as our communities come together to share some food, to share some hot dogs, to express their love for each of you, know that you have my respect, appreciation, and commitment as well. And so when it comes to keeping our community safe, we are all first responders. So to the folks participating this year, have fun, stay safe, and let's keep the spirit alive every day of the year. Let me repeat very briefly in Spanish, and then I'll present the proclamation. Me encanta la noche nacional afuera. Es una cosa increíble.
So again, you're listening into this briefing out of Houston, Texas. As she goes into Spanish right there, they are just talking about National Night Out, which is planned with all the police officers so that people in the community get to know the officers who are serving at this time, and also trying to crack down on some of the crime that's been happening, not only in Houston, Texas, but this is a national issue. We just reported on that shooting at a hospital in West Philadelphia just this morning, where a coworker shot a nurse assistant inside of the hospital, proceeded to go and shoot and injure 2 other officers as well. So a nationwide problem right here. We'll listen back in to Houston officials as they talk about National Night Out coming up very soon.
Tuesday, October 5th, 2021 in Harris County. National Night Out is celebrated by entities all throughout our community and throughout the nation. Neighborhoods and civic organizations across Harris County will host block parties, festivals, cookout, and other community events, and welcome visits from community leaders and first responders, including the law enforcement officers and other emergency personnel. Be it resolved that Harris County Commissioners Court designates Tuesday, October 5th, 2021 as National Night Out 2021 in Harris County, Texas, and calls upon all residents to join the Harris County Sheriff's Office, the Harris County Constable's Office, the Harris County Fire Marshal, the City of Houston Police Department, and many other law enforcement agencies in the Gulf Coast area in participating in this important endeavor in their neighborhood. And I'm presenting this to Chief Tokika here. Thank you so much for your work, Chief, and your department.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. I'd like to take a minute just to thank you and Commissioners Court for your tremendous leadership. And most importantly, thank you for your support of Harris County law enforcement. Thank you so much. It's my honor to receive this resolution on behalf of Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez, the entire agency, and basically on behalf of all the brothers and sisters here with the constables agencies, Metro, and everybody else. You know, public safety is a shared responsibility. I feel that we need to work with the community every day, and we do that. We strive every day to do that. You know, our kids go to school with your kids. We shop at the same grocery store. But the main thing is that we live in the same neighborhoods. We live in the same neighborhoods. And so I'd like to encourage all of you to participate in National Night Out. Get to know your neighbors, get to know them well, and let's make Houston, let's be proud to make Houston the best place and the safest place to raise our family. In closing, I'd like to challenge all of us as Houstonians to love and respect one another, and let's make every night National Night Out. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you so much, Judge Hidalgo, and thank you so much, Deputy Chief Tokika. We are Houston Harris County strong, and we ought to be so proud. Give another round of applause to all of the law enforcement agencies that are here with us today. All right, Chief Fenner, at this time we're going to bring Chief Fenner up for any questions before we conclude.
Or anybody else?
Excuse me.
Now y'all remember, I got to go get my workout because I'm bringing my appetite tomorrow, you know. All right. So we good? That means everybody's happy. Thank y'all. Thank you. All right.
All right, no questions for the end of that press briefing as National Night Out is planned for tomorrow out in Houston, Texas. We'll try to bring you some of those looks around town as the community gets to know all the police officers who are serving them. We're going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, the latest on the Gabby Petito case, the search underway for Brian Laundrie. Also, social media outages today. You probably know already, Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, not working. We have the very latest on that. We'll see you in 2.
And update us on some recent cases that they...
welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Let's go out to an interview done by our very own Christy Larson, speaking with Fox's Charles Watson as he was outside of the Laundrie home. The search for Brian Laundrie continues, and there's new tips that are coming in today.
And update us on some recent cases that they have taken on, but a lot of eyes still down in Florida as the search for Brian Laundrie does continue. And we do want to bring in Fox's Charles Watson as we, of course, want to get the latest information. So, Charles, what do we know? Laundrie family still hiding out inside of their house.
Well, what we know so far, the latest detail is this Florida hiker who says he has no doubt in his mind that he saw and spoke to Brian Laundrie along the Appalachian Trail over the weekend. The hiker has been identified as Dennis Davis, and he says the encounter happened early Saturday morning near the Tennessee-North Carolina border. Davis says that Brian lookalike rather was apparently in a white truck that resembled a Ford F-150. He said this person flagged him down, flashed their lights at him, and when he stopped, the gentleman seemed dazed and confused before he started rambling on about a fight with his girlfriend and asking for directions to get to California using exclusively back roads. Now, just a short time ago, the Haywood County 911 dispatch released an audio call of that gentleman calling 911. He says he didn't really realize who he was speaking to or who he may have been speaking to at the time until the man pulled away, and he said maybe that may be Brian Laundrie. So he pulled over and pulled out his phone and looked up some photos of Brian, and he says that was 100% Brian Laundrie. He called police, told them exactly what I just explained to you, and the Haywood County Sheriff's Office tells us that they sent a few deputies out to the Appalachian Trail to sort of check things out. They said they encountered a few cars out there and ran a few tags and pulled over at least one person, but they didn't find anything of importance. They've been getting a lot of calls in the last few days about Brian Laundrie sightings, but that gentleman, Dennis Davis, police tell us was the most detailed call so far.
And there's, of course, been a lot of these small little details that have been unfolding. Right now, I want to ask Charles, where are they actively looking for Brian? Because a lot of people remember they were making their way through the heavy, thick area of the Carlton Reserve. Do we still have people out searching that area today?
Yeah, actually, we have seen video of search teams out in the Carlton Reserve. The last we heard from local law enforcement out here in Northport is that those searches have been scaled down. As far as the Appalachian Trail and other areas where folks have reported sightings of Brian, that's unclear right now because the FBI is just really tight-lipped about where their search efforts have led them. We've reached out to them, and their response has consistently been that we should refer to their public comments on their Twitter page. So right now, the FBI and the local police here in Northport are keeping quiet about their search efforts. But again, we have seen them out in the Carlton Reserve, at least today, searching in some swampy area.
And lastly, Charles, we just saw a police cruiser drive by the Laundrie home that you're standing in front of. We have seen, of course, a lot of action from protesters. What is it like out there this afternoon?
Well, right now it's fairly quiet. We probably have like a couple of protesters who are still around right now. But this morning there were a few more out here with their bullhorns. They've been out here on a daily basis, really every morning, shouting messages at the Laundrie family home, trying to get them to the parents inside, asking them if they're Christians to repent for their sins, asking where is Brian, and calling for, in their words, justice for Gabby Petito. Now, the Laundrie parents, they've really been held up inside of their homes for days, but just a short while ago, we saw a U.S. postal worker come and drop some mail off at the house, and we got a brief sighting of Chris Laundrie come out into the screened porch area and pick up their mail, but that is as much as we've seen them in the last couple of days. For the most part, they've been inside their homes. We have no idea what their mental state is right now, but outside is quite the sight to see as people drive up and down this street all day long, snapping pictures and taking videos of this home, and again shouting those messages to the Laundrie family to find justice for Gabby Petito.
Yeah, and of course, as we've mentioned, we're keeping an eye on all the latest happening outside of the home, but also with all these searches taking place as the search for Brian continues. Charles Watson, thank you again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, providing us with the latest updates in Northport, Florida.
You bet.
And stay with us at the top of the hour. We'll be speaking with Fox's Robert Sherman, who also will be giving us an update on the search for Brian Laundrie. Remember, he has been walking alongside Dog the Bounty Hunter, so we'll see if there was any new information today out of that search. Meanwhile, everyone on their social media platforms probably kind of freaking out today. Instagram and Facebook still down, and the root of this outage, we're not really sure yet, but it's bringing up an interesting conversation of internet safety. Is your data saved? I actually spoke with an expert who specializes in all of this. Here's that conversation. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. I am joined now by Mark Berkman. He is the CEO of the Organization for Social Media Safety. Mark, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you for having us again, Daytona.
So, important conversation right now. Facebook and Instagram down. People are trying to figure out what is going on. It's not their internet. It is because there is a outage for these two social media giants. What is going on?
Well, the short answer is we don't know exactly, but Facebook is down in all of Facebook's properties, Instagram, WhatsApp as well, and people are not able to access those apps, those internet sites. The initial speculation that we're seeing is that this is because of the DNS or the domain name system. So when people type in facebook.com, it is not connecting the information to Facebook's website and creating that error message that everyone's getting.
Yeah, we probably all saw that tweet from Jack Dorsey, the CEO of Twitter, saying, kind of joking around, how much is it going to cost to buy the domain of Facebook because it's open right now?
Right, exactly. So Twitter is certainly loving this situation. From what we can tell, they're getting a ton of additional users today. We'll see how long this is down for and how it plays out. I mean, the one thing that I will say that we know, the Organization for Social Media Safety certainly doesn't celebrate the downage. There's a lot of small businesses that rely on Facebook sites. There are certainly nonprofits like us that need those sites to bring awareness to important issues and to fundraise. Mm-hmm. So we don't celebrate, but we don't know how long this is going to last. And I would say certainly while it's down, I would conclude a lot of children and families are safer for the time being at the very least.
Yeah. I mean, how common is an outage like this? Not very, right? Especially for Facebook.
Especially for Facebook. I'd have to go check, but I don't remember the last time that Facebook was down. Now, the suspicious thing here and the concerning thing here is we've seen similar downages or outages recently. Slack, the workspace communication app, was down recently because of a similar DNS problem. So it's a bit early to speculate, but this certainly one possible cause for this outage could be foul play and hacking.
What does that mean for all the people who have a Facebook account, who have an Instagram account, who are on WhatsApp? You know, is your data vulnerable at this time?
It's too early to speculate on that. I would assume if it's a DNS issue that the data is most likely safe, but let's all take this as a learning opportunity and a moment so that we can go and audit and double check both ours, and if you have children, check your children's privacy and safety settings. So make sure those are calibrated, make sure, take this as an opportunity to talk to your children about sharing information that might not be safe for them to share. If all of us can take this time and raise some awareness, that's going to help people.
Yeah, WhatsApp has tweeted out and said that they're working on it right there. It's on them. It's not on the user. So I'll be really interested to see what happens out of this. I think you bring up a really great point of it's a learning opportunity. And with any of these hacks that happen, which we're just speculating right now, it hasn't been confirmed again what the root of this outage is. But it's something to think about as far as what you are putting out there on social media.
Yes, and the thing with social media, we see this with children and we see this with adults essentially just as often. This is habitual, instinctual behaviors that we are completing over social media. So we're responding to people, we are doing posts without thinking about it much. And this should be an opportunity for us to slow down and think about the information that we're putting out there.
Yeah, I know these are really hard questions to answer because we just don't really know, but do you think that it will be up within the day? Do you think it could be out for multiple days? This is the longest outage I've seen or heard of.
I would think that Facebook has enough staff and enough people working on this, and it certainly is of the utmost importance to them to get their sites back up. So I'm going to guess it'll be a day. If it's something longer, this would be a much bigger story than it is, and it would indicate a either serious internal malfunction or a very, very concerning hack.
All right, Mark Berkman, thank you so much for being on the show with us, and we'll definitely be following all the details of this outage.
Thank you so much for having us.
So again, we'll be watching all of these shortages as still right now Instagram and Facebook are down. We'll be speaking with an economist later about how this is going to affect not only the apps, but people who use the apps, influencers, small businesses who use that as prime marketing tool. Definitely going to be affecting them moving forward, especially if it doesn't get fixed through the evening. We're going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, more of your top stories here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. 2:40 here in Phoenix, Arizona, 5:40 out there on the East Coast. We're moving into a COVID-19 segment talking about an experimental COVID-19 pill. If you haven't heard from it, our Fox 26 Houston team is going to break it all down.
A new oral medicine could give doctors a huge advantage in fighting COVID-19.
Merck says it's developed an antiviral pill and it's ready to get approval from the FDA. Dr. William Schaffner is an infectious disease expert at Vanderbilt University. He joins us live now. Welcome to Houston's Morning Show. Let's talk about how this pill works against COVID, because this is designed for someone to take after contracting the virus, right?
That's exactly right. It's
no substitute for vaccination, which of course prevents the disease in the front end. But should you get infected, and should this drug be approved, should you get infected, you could take it. It will be several doses for 5 days that have a 50% chance of reducing your chance of developing more severe disease and requiring hospitalization. And because it's a pill, we could distribute it much more readily and quickly and less expensively than we currently are using the monoclonal antibodies, because they require injections, whether IV or under the skin. So this is a potential real advance on the therapeutic side.
That sure sounds promising. So tell us what's next, and can you walk us through that timeline of what will have to happen in order for it to get that approval?
Well, the company, Merck, has information for the Food and Drug Administration. They will review it very carefully, and they have an external advisory committee that will look at its effectiveness and its safety. And the anticipation is that they will give it the thumbs up, and perhaps within the next couple of months, we will have it available for more widespread use.
Okay, so as far as who might be available to take it, the tests weren't done on like kids or teenagers, as far as I know, doctor. So, I mean, right now we're looking at just adults for this. Do we know about cost or side effects, those types of details?
Those details regarding the costs and the side effects have not really yet been released. So the FDA and we all will have a chance to look at that. And we have to remember, at its best, in the population studied of adults who are at high risk, it reduces the chance of developing severe disease by 50%. 50%, not 100% by any means. So everybody out there who still's not been vaccinated, let's this afternoon get vaccinated, because as Benjamin Franklin reminded us, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
Let's talk a little bit more about, perhaps in terms that our viewers might understand. A lot of people know about Tamiflu, and if you take it within the first few days of flu, it can really cut those symptoms down. Is this something that would compare to a medicine like that?
You know, that's a very nice analogy. I like that, because it is very similar to Tamiflu. Tamiflu, given for influenza, can reduce the severity of the illness and reduce its duration. And that's the sort of thing we anticipate with this medicine regarding COVID. It will reduce the chance, 50%, of your developing severe disease, and may actually shorten the duration of the illness. We'll have to look at the data. But that would be an advance on the therapy side. We've been waiting for medicines to come along, and the understanding is that this is the first probably of several similar kinds of medicines that will come forward to the FDA from other manufacturers also. So we're working on two fronts simultaneously: more vaccines for more people, and also better treatments should you happen to become ill.
Well, it could, like you said, be a game changer. Dr. Schaffner from Vanderbilt University, pleasure having you on Houston's Morning Show. Thank you. Take care.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And we'll be following all the developments when it comes to that COVID-19 pill. We're going to stay on some of that news when it comes to not COVID-19, but drug overdoses. Opioid-related deaths have increased, and officials are working to track and trace them. In 2019, over 70,000 Americans died from a drug overdose. Fox's Jayla Whitfield is in the nation's capital right now with the very latest on that. Hi, Jayla.
That's exactly right. Just last year, the CDC reported that over 90,000 people died as well. But the Maryland Police Department is working to change this horrible statistics. They're using a new piece of technology to trace and track opioids. That technology is already in use, but it's not in use everywhere across the country. They're hoping that using this technology will prevent more drugs from getting on the street and help save lives. The name of that technology is is DART mass spectrometer. It will test prescription opioids, heroin, fentanyl, and drug paraphernalia that law enforcement and drug-related programs collect. The chief of the Criminal Investigative Bureau says the new device will provide a more accurate identification of the drug that officers are dealing with on a daily basis.
Being able to interdict and dismantle drug organizations quicker, because you're not waiting for a standard test. You have ability to go in and do the investigation quicker with more reliability, and then be able to take down organizations, seize drugs before they get out to the field.
And it can analyze any type of sample and tell you, what is in that mix. Is it fentanyl, cocaine? Also, what is that mix cut with, like caffeine, quinine? So it gives you very specific information about what that sample is made up from.
Burns says they are expected to test up to 100 samples every week all the way up into December as they test out this new device. Now, currently, Maryland State Police Department is the only agency in Maryland that has this device, but they're hopeful that as they have success with using this and getting drugs off the street, that more agencies across the country will get it too. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Jayla, this is a critical issue right now. We're even hearing that the southern border crisis is causing a lot of these opioid spikes as well with fentanyl. You mentioned fentanyl. Have you heard anything else along those lines locally?
Yeah, they definitely say it's a problem, and it's been increasing as the pandemic hit, and we're still in this coronavirus pandemic. But they're hopeful that this new device will help bring it back a little bit and be able to test these drugs much quicker. They're saying that it's going to take up to a minute to test what's in it, what's it made out of, all the ingredients, so they can get it off the streets and stop it from happening.
All right, Fox's Jayla Whitfield, thank you so much. Talk to you soon.
Thank you.
And we're going to take another break here on Live Now from Fox as we track all of these top stories. Like we said, at the top of the hour, we'll be going out to another update on the search for Brian Laundrie, and so much more happening on Capitol Hill right now. Taking a live look at the floor. We'll be popping in and out to let you know what's going on. Infrastructure talks, government spending, the debt ceiling. It's all happening today, and we've got it all for you here on Live Now. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I want to take you out to a tweet that we were following not too long ago. Biden administration reversing a Trump-era ban on abortion referrals by federally funded family planning clinics. As we all know, it is the first day of the new term for the Supreme Court right now. Fox's Caroline Shively has more on that.
Protesters marched outside the Supreme Court on Monday, while inside, for the first time in more than a year and a half, the justices were back on the bench.
God save the United States and this honorable court.
The first oral arguments involved water rights and criminal law, but the blockbuster cases the 6-3 conservative court will decide this term center around guns, religion, and abortion. On guns, they'll weigh in on New York's strict regulations for licensing concealed carry handguns. On religion, they're set to take up cases involving an execution and also school choice. Perhaps most closely watched, a ruling on a Mississippi law banning abortion after 15 weeks. About a dozen more states have passed restrictions, and last month, the court refused to take up a Texas law prohibiting most abortions.
Everyone has been focusing on the Texas abortion law, but sitting on the docket is something that could really roll back on Roe v. Wade.
This as public opinion of the Supreme Court is at its lowest level in 2 decades. A recent Gallup poll showing confidence and trust in the judicial branch dropped from 67% to 54%.
We also have the Biden commission looking at the question of whether there ought to be Supreme Court reform. So yeah, there is a bit of a heightened level of concern on the part of the justices that the public is losing faith in the court.
Justice Brett Kavanaugh participated remotely after testing positive for a breakthrough case of COVID. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News. Protesters marched outside the Supreme Court on Monday, while inside, for the first time in more than a year and a half, the justices were back on the bench.
God save the United States and this honorable.
So you're taking a look right now at the Senate floor right now on Capitol Hill. We want to go out to some of the remarks from Press Secretary Jen Psaki earlier today at the White House.
Also wanted to note a USDA, Department of Agriculture announcement today. Secretary Vilsack spoke about our efforts to address competition just a few weeks ago in the briefing room and talked about how the pandemic revealed vulnerabilities in our food system, including consolidation and processing capacity that created supply bottlenecks and led to a drop in effective plant and slaughter capacity, leading to the shorthand of that increase in prices as people go to the grocery store and try to buy meat and other products to feed their families. We also know farmers and ranchers are losing money when they sell their livestock to the processing plant. Consumers are paying more. It's the meat processors in the middle that are making up the difference. We need more competition, something he noted then, and we can do that by helping small and mid-sized farmers and small and mid-sized processors, because the more processing capacity we have, the more competition there is for farmers, the better prices will get, the better price they will get, and consumers will get fair prices too. That's why today the Department of Agriculture is announcing the new Food Supply Chain Loan Guarantee Program, using $100 million in American Rescue Plan funds to leverage hundreds of millions more in loan guarantees to expand capacity for